Section 1 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Carol Pelster. Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. Section 1. The history of the Catholic Church, even in the most remote regions where its benign influence is felt, possesses great interest not only for those who belong to the household of faith, but moreover to everyone interested in the history of civilization and Christianity. Nations have their religious historical aspect, as well as those better known and more studied chapters pertaining to secular advancement. Yet, whilst historians love to record the triumphs which mark the pathway of the pioneers of the forest, they are very reticent regarding the labor, the trials, and the heroism displayed by the pioneers of the cross. Yet, these heroes of heaven-born faith, armed with no weapon save the sign of man's redemption, and bearing aloft the oriflamme of Christianity, penetrate into the remotest recesses of the earth, guided by the unerring voice of God, who calls them to take up their cross and follow him, until his precepts become known throughout the world, even from the rising of the sun until the going down of the same. It is our pleasant duty, then, to place before our readers a few glimpses of the toils and trials which the pioneers of the cross endured in their early struggles to plant the seed of Christianity in the great Northwest. And in doing so, we feel that every Catholic who peruses these sketches will treasure in his heart a grateful remembrance for those whose names will be inscribed in the niche of immortality so deservedly accorded by faithful Catholics to the apostles of the cross. The world has its heroes, but to the missionaries of the everlasting gospel must be assigned a far higher glory, because they are the heralds of a king whose footstool is the universe. It is in his service that deeds of heroism are performed which make all worldly actions pale into utter insignificance. The reason is obvious. The hero of the world displays his valor for earthly glory alone, whilst the missionary of the cross is animated by the highest and holiest aspirations that can illumine the soul, the hope of enjoying with God the eternal reward promised to those who scatter the seeds of faith among the tribes and people who are without the knowledge of the true God. This, then, was the high and ennobling mission in which the pioneers of the cross in Oregon engaged when they undertook to cross the almost trackless plains which then separated the Atlantic from the Pacific. And as we follow them through their long and arduous journey, let us not forget to chant a requiem over the graves of those who have passed to their reward, whilst we accord to those who are still engaged in God's service that homage so justly accorded to venerable age, holiness of office, and sanctity of life. The first Catholics in Oregon. When the renowned Jesuit missionary and subsequent martyr to the faith, Father Isaac Jogues, first planted the seeds of faith among the Iroquois Indians on the banks of the Mohawk in 1642, he little thought that the grain of mustard seed thus sown would eventually grow up into a great tree whose branches would reach from the Atlantic to the Pacific. But when we reflect that the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the Church, we need not wonder at such a miraculous manifestation of God's will, and the mutilated hands and tortured limbs of that suffering missionary were accepted by heaven as so many holocausts offered up for the propagation of the faith throughout every portion of the American continent. Another element of population through whose presence in Oregon the Catholic creed was propagated was the Canadian Voyageurs, large numbers of whom were engaged to accompany the several expeditions of Lewis and Clark in 1805 and John Jacob Astor in 1810, and that of Captain Hunt in 1811. In Astor's expedition, there were 13 Canadians, nearly all of whom were Catholics, and many of these pioneers afterwards settled in the Willamette Valley, where in 1838 still resided Michel Laframboise, Etienne Lucier, Louis Labonte, and Joseph Gervais. Captain Hunt's expedition having encountered great hardship on the route across the plains, many of the members deserted from its ranks and remained among the Indians, and this fact will also serve to account for the presence of a number of Iroquois Indians who were found among the Flatheads in 1816. Large numbers of Canadians and Iroquois were also engaged in the service of both the Northwest Company and the Hudson Bay Company as traders and trappers at their different stations west of the Rocky Mountains. These hardy pioneers led a roaming life, but true to their early education, amidst all the scenes of savage life through which they passed, they never forgot their faith. But on every occasion when danger threatened them, they sought the God of salvation in prayer. In this manner, the Indians, by whom they were surrounded, received the first knowledge of the white man's God, and through these Catholics they also learned of the black gown, long years before they were visited by a priest. To the Canadians and Iroquois, therefore, is the honor due of opening the way for the Catholic missionary in Oregon. The first colonists in Oregon. In 1824, Dr. John McLoughlin, chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company, was appointed governor of the Hudson Bay Company's posts, with headquarters at Vancouver, Washington Territory, where a fort was erected that year. He was one of nature's noblemen in every sphere of life, of commanding presence, strict integrity, sound judgment, and correct principles of justice. No man was better qualified for the position he occupied as the father and friend of both the Indians and the whites who then jointly occupied the Pacific Northwest. Dr. McLoughlin was the arbiter to whom both whites and Indians looked for the settlement of their differences, and the friend from whom they sought relief in all their difficulties. His ashes rest beneath the shadow of the Cathedral Cross in Oregon City, where he died in 1857. He was originally a member of the Anglican Church, but was converted by Archbishop Blanchet in 1841, and was ever afterwards a most exemplary Catholic. May his soul rest in peace. Under the impartial supervision of this good and great man, the business of the Hudson Bay Company prospered amazingly. He perpetuated peace between the Indians and the employees of the company, and established 28 trading posts during the 14 years he presided over the destinies of the corporation he so ably represented. Under Dr. McLoughlin's direction, a number of the employees of the company, whose term of service had expired, were supplied with provisions and farming utensils to enable them to settle in that portion of the Willamette Valley which has since been known as the French Prairie, and which afterwards became the nucleus of a large and prosperous Catholic settlement. He also extended assistance to every immigrant whose necessities required it, and his good deeds have enshrined his name amidst the most honored of the pioneers of the Pacific Coast. In 1834, the first wave of immigration reached the shores of Oregon. These comprised a number of Methodist ministers sent out by the Board of Foreign Missions. In 1836, a number of Presbyterian missionaries arrived, and the following year a second installment of Methodist preachers were sent thither in order to help the first, under the ostensible purpose of securing souls for the Lord's vineyard, but in reality to secure large tracts of land, large bands of cattle, and to enlarge their numerous commercial speculations. Again, in 1838, the Presbyterian missionaries were reinforced, so that prior to the arrival of a Catholic missionary in Oregon, the sects were represented by 29 regular preachers, besides a numerous retinue of agents, colporteurs, and other members, male and female. These forces were pretty well scattered over the country, the Methodists having establishments south of the French Prairie in Marion County and also at the Dalles in Wasco County. The Presbyterians were located at Wailatpu on the Walla Walla River among a portion of the Cayuse Indians, and also at Lapwai on the Clearwater. Besides these, Mr. Beaver represented the Anglican Church at Vancouver as chaplain of the Hudson Bay Company, so that the missionary field was well occupied prior to the advent of a Catholic priest. And it is well to understand the situation so that the reader may better realize the amount of opposition which the pioneer missionaries of the Catholic Church had to encounter in their efforts to plant the cross in Oregon. Let us now pause for a while in our career after the cross-bearers of the West, whilst we learn from contemporary evidence the manner in which the sectarian missionaries preached the gospel to the Indians whom they came to convert. The first Protestant missionaries left the eastern states amidst great éclat, under the impression that they were going to the Flathead Indians for the purpose of having them and all adjacent tribes take up the Bible as their rule of faith. But, after a very brief trial, these gentlemen found the situation not so congenial as they anticipated, and they abandoned the Flatheads to their perfidious fate. Mr. Townsend, whose work on the Rocky Mountains is our authority on this point, says that when he traveled a few days in the company of these missionaries, he soon discovered that their object in going west was not so much for the purpose of spreading Christianity among the Indians, as it was for the gratification of seeing a new country and participating in strange adventures. They candidly admitted to Mr. Townsend that the means of subsistence in a region so remote and so difficult of access were, to say the least, very doubtful. Hence, as these propagandists of Protestant error could not be assured of a well-stocked larder, they quietly folded their tents and left the Flatheads in the midst of that pagan darkness in which they found them enshrouded. Little did these tourists think, when they forsook the poor Flathead Indians, that there were those coming after them who would never forsake the mission given them from on high, but who could say with St. Paul, "Even unto this hour we both hunger and thirst, and are naked, and are buffeted, and have no fixed abode." These are the Catholic missionaries, whose labors once begun were never abandoned, and whose efforts we shall find crowned with success, so that the whole Flathead tribe of Indians embraced the Catholic faith and are today among the most happy and prosperous communities in the entire Republic. No missionaries were ever dispatched to represent the various sects in any land under more favorable auspices than were those ladies and gentlemen belonging to the Methodist Episcopal Church, who proffered their services to leave their eastern homes for the purpose of evangelizing the savage Indians amidst the wilds of Oregon. The history of that memorable band has been written by two of these missionaries, in language more truthful than complimentary to their companions. Daniel Lee and J. H. Frost were two of the evangelical elect who were sent out to bring the Indians to grace. And in their work entitled 10 Years in Oregon, they give us an unbiased insight into the manner in which the Master's service was abandoned by these missionaries in order that they might enter into the slavery of mammon. These gentlemen tell us that the Oregon mission involved an expenditure of $42,000 in a single year. And no wonder, when there were 68 persons connected with the mission, each of them represented by a respectable array of figures on the yearly payroll. Protestant missionary labors in Oregon. The Methodists, Presbyterians, and other sects, as we have already seen, were represented in Oregon as early as 1834 by a corps of missionaries sufficient in number, if they only had a divine mission to sustain them throughout their labors, to convert all the Indians from Arizona to Alaska. But Dr. Stephen Olin, LL.D., a Methodist bishop, tells us that very few of the Indians came under the influence of their labor, and adds this rather damaging declaration. The missionaries were, in fact, mostly engaged in secular affairs, concerned in claims to large tracts of land, claims to city lots, farming, merchandising, blacksmithing, grazing, horsekeeping, lumbering, and flowering. We do not believe, continues Dr. Stephen Olin, LL.D., that the history of Christian missions exhibits another such spectacle. The good doctor was evidently amazed at the transformation from missionaries of the gospel into land sharks and horse jockeys. It is no wonder, then, that he tells us the mission became odious to the growing population, and he concludes his evidence by asserting that, of all the Indians who had ever held relations of any kind with these men, none now remain. This is not very flattering testimony for the success of Protestant propagandists coming from a Protestant source, but let truth be told, though the heavens fall, was evidently a practical maxim in the mind of the Methodist Episcopal bishop we have quoted. Nor need we wonder that missionaries who traded in horseflesh and town lots, and who had cattle on 1,000 hills, should become odious to the settlers around them, whilst the Indians, instead of seeking the light of the gospel, as enunciated by these holy horse traders, sought rather to retire to their primitive wigwams amidst the solitude of the woods, where rolls the Oregon, and hears no sound save its own dashing, than to encounter a civilization the very preachers of which sought first the kingdom of this world, and took the chances of all things else being added thereto. Reverend G.C. Nicolay, a minister of the Church of England, visited this country in 1843, and has left his impressions of what he saw among the missionaries of the Willamette Valley in a work entitled The Oregon Territory, which we have before us. He was evidently unbiased in his judgment and speaks his mind only because his experience had received a severe shock in the manner in which he found the so-called missionaries comporting themselves. Under the chapter devoted to Settlers in Oregon, this authority says, with truth, "It seems but the right and proper order of things that the missionary in uncivilized lands should be the harbinger not only of the blessings of the Christian religion, but of civilization also, and therefore that he should be followed in his track by the settler and farmer, the mechanic and artisan, who obtain as the reward of their superior intelligence and knowledge the wealth and independence which in their own country their simple equality with others could not expect. And this is just. The benefit they confer is incalculable. It does not decrease its value that others in distant lands possess the same, but rather increases it, as the means whereby they may be raised to the same eminence. Now, though this is to be expected and desired, it has ever been thought a just ground of complaint against men whose lives are devoted to the service of God and the spread of his gospel, if they let other occupations interfere with that which ought to be their primary one, or seek to make a gain of godliness, and still more, if the influence accorded to them in consequence of their important duty and sacred office be converted into an engine for political purposes, or they teach other doctrine with respect to our neighbors than the words of the apostle, Follow peace with all men. In reviewing the history of the settlers in Oregon, all this will appear by their own showing to lie at the door of the American missionaries who have established themselves there. And the necessity for drawing attention to it is this: that no satisfactory account of Oregon could be given without some notice of the Willamette settlement, and certainly no true statement of affairs there can be given without these facts being referred to. In their settlements at Okanagan, Walla Walla, Cowlitz, and Nisqually, this charge is so far true that their principal attention, as Lieutenant Wilkes testifies, is devoted to agriculture, but on the Willamette they sink into political agents and would-be legislators. This the history of that settlement will sufficiently evidence. From this beginning the colony increased till, when Lieutenant Wilkes visited it in 1841, it counted 60 families, who, he says, consisted of American missionaries, trappers, and Canadians, who were formerly servants of the Hudson's Bay Company, and that the origin of the settlement has been fairly stated may be gathered from the conclusion he arrived at concerning it. All of them appeared to be doing well, but he was, he says, on the whole disappointed, from the reports which had been made to me, not to find the settlement in a greater state of forwardness, considering the advantages the missionaries have had, thus making the prosperity and advancement of the settlement depend in a great measure, if not entirely, upon them, but that their missionary intentions have merged in a great measure in others more closely connected with ease and comfort, is still more plainly evidenced by the following account given by him of the Wesleyan mission there. The lands of the Methodist mission are situated on the banks of the Willamette River, on a rich plain adjacent to fine forests of oak and pine. They are about 8 miles beyond the Catholic mission in a southern direction. Their fields are well enclosed, and we passed a large one of wheat, which we understood was half sown by the last year's crop, which had been lost through neglect. The crop so lost amounted to nearly 1,000 bushels, and it is supposed that this year's crop will yield 25 bushels to the acre. About all the premises of this mission there was an evident want of attention required to keep things in repair, and an absence of neatness that I regretted much to witness. We had the expectation of getting a sight of the Indians, on whom they were inculcating good habits and teaching the word of God, but with the exception of 4 Indian servants, we saw none since leaving the Catholic mission. On inquiring, I was informed that they had a school of 20 pupils, some 10 miles distant at the mill, that there were but few adult Indians in the neighborhood, and that their intention and principal hope was to establish a colony, and by their example to induce white settlers to locate near them, over whom they trusted to exercise a moral and religious influence. At the mills, which were badly situated and managed, he saw 20 lay members of the mission under the charge of a principal, and about 25 Indian boys, who, he was told, were not in a condition to be visited or inspected. They were nearly grown up, ragged and half-clothed, and lounging about under the trees. He might well add, their appearance was anything but satisfactory, and I must own I was greatly disappointed, for I had been led to expect that order and neatness at least, he could scarce have expected less, would have been found among them, considering the strong force of missionaries engaged here. From the number of persons about the premises, this little spot wore the air and stir of a new secular settlement. It was intended to be the home and location of the mission, and the missionaries had made individual selections of lands to the amount of 1,000 acres each, in prospect of the whole country falling under the American dominion. Holding these views, and with such interest to incite them, It is not surprising to find these missionaries among the first to excite political changes and to introduce the consequent discussions and dissensions. Such is the character of the work inaugurated by missionaries who left the Atlantic slope under the hallucination that they were called to preach salvation to those that sat in darkness and in the shadow of death, but whose trading propensities overcame their religious zeal, until finally the cause of Christianity was wrecked on the shoals of aggrandizement. The foregoing extracts, taken entirely from impartial Protestant sources, will give the general reader a very lucid view of the severe trials which the early Protestant missionaries underwent in their so-called missionary labor in Oregon. But we have by no means exhausted the evidence extant on that score, as Honorable Alexander Simpson, in his work entitled The Oregon Territory, tells us, in allusion to the Methodist and Catholic missions in the Willamette Valley, that the latter consisted of about 100 families, a very regular congregation, ministered to by Monsignor Blanchet, a most estimable and indefatigable priest of the Roman Catholic faith, whilst the Methodist mission, he adds, consists of 4 families, a clergyman, a surgeon, a schoolmaster, and an agricultural overseer. Evidently, the temporal welfare of the well-fed Protestant missionaries was far more important in their own estimation than any spiritual comforts which they pretended to extend to the Indians. End of section 1. Section 2 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First, Indian missions in Oregon. Let us now turn from scenes where the temporal overshadows the spiritual interest to such an extent, and learn how eager the Indians were to behold the long-expected black gowns. This interesting historical fact is elaborately set forth in the following historical document. Letter of the Right Reverend Joseph Rosati, Bishop of St. Louis, to the Right Reverend Father General of the Society of Jesus at Rome. St. Louis, October 20th, 1839. My Right Reverend Father, 23 years ago, 2 Indians of the Iroquois Mission left their native country, Canada, with 22 other warriors, and went to settle in a country situated between the Rocky Mountains and the Pacific Sea. That country is inhabited by infidel nations, and especially by those the French call tête plate. They married there and were incorporated into the Indian nation. As they were well instructed in the Catholic religion professed by the Iroquois, converted by the ancient fathers of your society, they have continued to practice it as much as it was in their power, and have taught it to their wives and children. Their zeal went even further. Becoming apostles, they have sown the first seeds of Catholicity in the midst of the infidel nations among whom they live. These precious gems begin already to bring forth fruit, for they have caused to spring in the hearts of the Indians the desire of having missionaries who would teach them the divine law. 8 or 9 years ago, about 1830, some of the Flathead Nation came to St. Louis. The object of their journey was to ascertain if the religion spoken of with so much praise by the Iroquois warriors was in reality such as represented, and above all, if the nations that have white skin, name they give to Europeans, had adopted and practiced it. Soon after their arrival in St. Louis, they fell sick, called for the priest, and earnestly asked by signs to be baptized. Their request was eagerly granted, and they received the holy baptism with great devotion. Then, holding the crucifix, they covered it with affectionate kisses, and expired. Some years after, about 1832, the Flathead Nation sent again one of the Iroquois to St. Louis. There he came with 2 of his children, who were instructed and baptized by the fathers of the college. He asked missionaries for his countrymen, and started with the hope that one day the desire of the nation would be at last accomplished. But on his journey, he was killed by the infidel Indians of the Sioux Nation. At last, a 3rd deputation of Indians arrived at St. Louis, 1839, after a long voyage of 3 months. It is composed of 2 Christian Iroquois. These Indians, who talk French, have edified us by their truly exemplary conduct and interested us by their discourses. The fathers of the college have heard their confessions, and today they approached the holy table at my Mass in the Cathedral Church. Afterwards, I administered them the sacrament of confirmation, and in an allocution delivered after the ceremony, I rejoiced with them at their happiness and gave them the hope to have soon a priest. They will leave tomorrow for their home. A priest will follow them next spring. Out of the 24 Iroquois who formerly immigrated from Canada, 4 only are still living. Not content with planting the faith in these savage countries, they have also defended it against the prejudices of the Protestant ministers. When these pretended missionaries presented themselves, our good Catholics refused to receive them. "These are not the priests we have spoken of to you," they said to the Flatheads. "They are not the priests with long black gowns, who have no wives, who say Mass and carry a crucifix with them," etc. "For God's sake, my right reverend Father, forsake not their souls. Accept, etc., etc. Joseph, Bishop of St. Louis." Establishment of the First Catholic Mission. The letter which we publish above from the Bishop of St. Louis, Missouri, to the Jesuit Fathers produced at once the result anticipated. No sooner had these courageous soldiers of the cross learned that there were thousands of souls pining for the presence of the true disciples of God than they set to work at once, perfecting their plans so that the bread of life might be broken to the Indians in the far west. Father Pierre DeSmet was selected as the apostle to carry the cross to the Flathead Nation, and after making a few necessary preparations, he set out in the spring of 1840 on his long and arduous journey. Of the trials which beset him on his trip, he has left a full account in his Sketches of the Western Missions, which are read at this distant day with the same interest that surrounded them nearly 40 years ago. His mission lasted 2 months and resulted in the conversion of 600 Flatheads. And finding the Indians so well disposed to receive the word of life, he returned to St. Louis for the purpose of securing additional fathers, as he saw the work before them was one of great magnitude. Father DeSmet, accompanied by 2 other Jesuit fathers, accordingly returned to the Flathead Indians in 1841, bringing with them many articles necessary for the establishment of a permanent mission, and in a short time he had the holy satisfaction of beholding the emblem of Christianity arising over the little church which marked the foundation of the mission of St. Mary's of the Rocky Mountains. In the meantime, the Canadians who had settled in what was then known as the Willamette Valley, but which has since become recognized as the Willamette, began to pine for the presence of a priest in their midst. The nearest bishop to whom they could apply was the venerable prelate of Red River. They sent him 2 petitions, one dated July 3, 1834, and the other February 23, 1835, earnestly praying for some priests. In answering them, July 8, 1835, the bishop, addressing the governor, requests him to deliver them his letter. Those documents are too precious and too interesting to be omitted, therefore we insert them. The Bishop of Juliopolis to Dr. John McLoughlin, Red River, June 6, 1835. To Dr. J. McLoughlin, Sir, I have received last winter and this spring a petition from certain free families settled on the Willamette River, requesting that missionaries be sent to instruct their children and themselves. My intention is to do all I can to grant them their request as soon as possible. I have no priest disposable at Red River, but I am going this year to Europe, and I will endeavor to procure those free people and the Indians afterwards the means of knowing God. I send, together with this letter, an answer to the petition which I have received. I request you to deliver it to them. I add some catechisms which might be useful to those people, if there is anyone among them that can read. Those people say they are protected by you. Please induce them to do their best and to deserve by good behavior to derive benefit for the favor they implore. I have the honor to be, sir, your most humble servant, J.N. Blanchet, Bishop of Juliopolis. The Bishop of Juliopolis, to all the families settled in the Willamette Valley and other Catholics beyond the Rocky Mountains, greeting. I have received, most beloved brethren, your two petitions, one dated 3rd July 1834, and the other 23rd February 1835. Both call for missionaries to instruct your children and yourselves. Such a request from persons deprived of all religious attendance could not fail to touch my heart, and if it was in my power, I would send you some this very year. But I have no priest disposable at Red River. They must be obtained from Canada or elsewhere, which requires time. I will make it my business in a journey which I am going to make this year in Canada and in Europe. If I succeed in my efforts, I will soon send you some help. My intention is not to procure the knowledge of God to you and your children only, but also to the numerous Indian tribes among which you live. I exhort you, meanwhile, to deserve, by a good behavior, that God may bless my undertaking. Raise your children the best way you can. Teach them what you know of religion. But remember, my dear brethren, that the proper means of procuring to your children and your wives some notion of God and the religion you profess is to give them good example by a life moderate and exempt from the great disorders which exist among the Christians beyond the mountains. What idea do you give of God and of the religion you profess, to the Indians especially, who see in you, who are calling yourselves the servant of that great God, disorders which equal and perhaps surpass their own? You thereby prejudice them against a holy religion which you violate. When this same religion, which condemns all crime, shall be preached to them, the Indians will object the wicked conduct of those who profess it, as a protest not to embrace it. On receiving this letter, which apprises you that probably you will soon receive the priest whom you seem to pray for earnestly, renounce then at once sin. Begin to lead a life more conformable to your belief, in order that, when the missionaries will arrive among you, they will find you disposed to avail yourselves of the instructions and other religious assistance which they shall bring you. I wish God may touch your hearts and change them. My greatest consolation would be to learn hereafter that as soon as this letter was read to you, you began to pay a little more attention to the great affair of your salvation. Given at St. Bonifacius of Red River on the 8th day of June, 1835, J.N. Blanchet, Bishop of Juliopolis. Demand of a passage for two priests. The only means of communication from Canada to Oregon being in the hands of the Hudson Bay Company, by sending every year a number of canoes laden with goods and conducted by a number of Canadian voyageurs, the Bishop of Juliopolis made an application for the passage of two priests in one of the canoes to Oregon, with the design of forming an establishment in the Willamette Valley. To this last point the governor and committee in London objected, but would grant a passage on the condition that the priests would form their establishment on the Cowlitz River. The Bishop of Juliopolis having complied with the suggestion, Sir George Simpson wrote to the Archbishop of Quebec that if the two priests would be ready at Lachine to embark for the interior about the 25th of April, a passage would be afforded them. The following is the correspondence on the subject. Letter of Sir George Simpson, Governor of the Hudson Bay Company, in the interior, to his Lordship, the Archbishop of Quebec. Hudson's Bay House, London, 17th February, 1838. My Lord, I yesterday had the honor of receiving a letter from the Bishop of Juliopolis, dated Red River, 13th October, 1837, wherein I am requested to communicate with your Lordship on the subject of sending two priests to the Columbia River for the purpose of establishing a Catholic mission in that part of the country. When the bishop first mentioned this subject, his view was to form the mission on the banks of the Willamette, a river falling into the Columbia from the south. To the establishing of a mission there, the governor and committee in London and the councils in Hudson's Bay had a decided objection, as the sovereignty of that country is still undecided. But I last summer intimated to the bishop that if he would establish the mission on the banks of the Cowlitz River, or on the Cowlitz Portage, falling into the Columbia from the northward, and give his assurance that the missionaries would not locate themselves on the south side of the Columbia River, but would form their establishment where the company's representatives might point out as the most eligible situation on the north side, I should recommend the governor and committee to afford a passage to the priests, and such facilities towards the successful accomplishment of the object in view as would not involve any great inconvenience or expense to the company's service. By the letter received yesterday, already alluded to, the bishop enters fully into my views and expresses his willingness to fall in with my suggestions. That letter I have laid before the governor and committee, and am now instructed to intimate to your lordship that if the priests will be ready at Lachine to embark for the interior about the 25th of April, a passage will be afforded them, and on arrival at Fort Vancouver, measures will be taken by the company's representative there to facilitate the establishing of the mission, and the carrying into effect the objects thereof generally. I have the honor to be, my lord, your lordship's most obedient servant, George Simpson. Appointment of missionaries. The Archbishop of Quebec had no sooner received the foregoing letter than he immediately gave the charge of the mission of Oregon to Reverend Francis Norbert Blanchet, then Curé d'Essed, District of Montreal, by sending him letters of Vicar General under the date of April 17, 1838, and instructions bearing the same date. His companion, Reverend Modeste Demers, who was already at Red River, was to be named by the Right Reverend Bishop of Juliopolis. These instructions were as follows. Instructions given to Very Reverend Francis Norbert Blanchet and Reverend Modeste Demers, appointed missionaries for that part of the Diocese of Quebec which is situated between the Pacific Ocean and the Rocky Mountains. April 17, 1838. My Reverend Fathers, you must consider as the first object of your mission to withdraw from barbarity and the disorders which it produces the Indians scattered in that country. Your second object is to tender your services to the wicked Christians who have adopted there the vices of Indians and live in licentiousness and the forgetfulness of their duties. Persuaded that the preaching of the gospel is the surest means of obtaining these happy results, you will lose no opportunity of inculcating its principles and maxims, either in your private conversations or public instructions. In order to make yourselves sooner useful to the natives of the country where you are sent, you will apply yourselves, as soon as you arrive, to the study of the Indian languages, and will endeavor to reduce them to regular principles so as to be able to publish a grammar after some years of residence there. You will prepare for baptism, with all possible expedition, the infidel women who live in concubinage with Christians, in order to substitute lawful marriages for these irregular unions. You will take a particular care of the Christian education of children, establishing for that purpose, as much as your means will allow, schools and catechism classes in all the villages which you will have occasion to visit. In all the places remarkable either for their position, or the passage of the voyageurs, or the gathering of Indians, you will plant more crosses, so as to take possession of those various places in the name of the Catholic religion. Given at Quebec on the 17th day of February, 1838, Joseph Signet, Bishop of Quebec. Journey of the missionaries from Lachine to Fort Vancouver. Accompanied by Chief Trader Hargrave, Vicar General F.N. Blanchet embarked in one of the light bark canoes carrying the express of the Hudson Bay Company, leaving Montreal on Thursday, May 3, 1838, reaching Fort Vancouver on the 24th of the following November. The journey from Lachine to Red River, 2,100 miles, was made in canoes with occasional portages in 33 days. The journey from Red River to the Rocky Mountains, 2,025 miles, occupied 84 days, including detentions. The river route was made in 11 light barges, and the land trip, occupying 5 days, was made on horseback. Horses were also used in making the tedious trip across the Rocky Mountains from Jasper's House to Boat Encampment, or Big Bend, on the Columbia River. This trip occupied 9 days, a band of 72 horses being provided for the use of the company. It took 6 days to make the ascent on the eastern slope and 3 days to descend to the plains on the Pacific side. But the missionaries were well repaid for the toils they underwent in the grandeur of the scenery that surrounded them at every step. The remainder of the journey from Big Bend to Fort Vancouver, about 1,200 miles, was made in light boats down the Columbia River. Vicar General Blanchet, having passed 35 days at Red River, took his departure in company with Reverend Modeste Demers on July 10th, stopping en route at Norway House and Forts Constant, Cumberland, Carleton, Pitt, and Edmonton on the Saskatchewan, and Fort Assiniboine and Jasper's House on the Athabasca River. During this journey, the missionaries baptized 122 on the eastern slope and 53 on the western. After passing the summit of the Rocky Mountains, the missionaries stopped at the House of the Lakes and Forts Colville, Okanagan, and Walla Walla, at each of which immense crowds of Indians assembled in order to behold the blackgowns whose presence they had so long waited for. During this long and tedious trip, the missionaries had the happiness of celebrating Mass and delivering an instruction every Sunday, and on every day at which they sojourned at the forts on their route. By this means, the consolations of our holy religion were bestowed on many Catholics who for years had been strangers to the presence of a priest. Consecration of the Rocky Mountains to God. First Mass in Oregon. As the summit of the Rocky Mountains was to be reached and crossed on Wednesday, the 10th of October, the missionaries thought it incumbent upon them to celebrate Mass and pronounce the glorious words which make the God-man descend upon earth, in thanksgiving for God's protection and favors, and to consecrate in a special manner to their author these sublime Rocky Mountains, which by their grandeur and sublimity seem anxious to correspond to the invitation of Holy Scripture. O ye mountains and hills, bless the Lord, praise and exalt him above all forever. Daniel chapter 3, verse 15. The country abounding the Rocky Mountains appeared as a vast sea of numberless isolated high mountains and abrupt peaks of all shapes, where the eye of the traveler fancies seeing here and there perfect towers, beautiful turrets, strong castles, walls and fortifications of all kinds, as well as barren heights, which form the base of higher hills, and mountains raising majestically their lofty heads to heaven. Magnificent indeed is the spectacle displayed before the eyes of the voyagers, in the greatness of the gigantic nature, where the hand of the Eternal was pleased to retrace the image of his creative power. Early on that day, therefore, at 3 a.m., the Vicar General celebrated the holy sacrifice of the Mass to consecrate to their Creator these mountains and abrupt peaks whose prodigious height ascend towards heaven, to celebrate in such beautiful language the praise of the Almighty. It was on Saturday, the 13th of October, a day dedicated to the Immaculate Mother of God, that being at the western foot of the most lofty mountains, the two missionaries began to tread beneath their feet the long-desired land of Oregon, that portion of the vineyard allotted them for cultivation. Filled with joy, they retired a short distance from the place where the caravan was resting on the bosom of a beautiful prairie, and there fell on their knees, embraced the soil, took possession of it, dedicated and consecrated their persons, soul and body, to whatever God would be pleased to require of them for the glory of his holy name, the propagation of his kingdom, and the fulfillment of his will. The caravan joyfully reached Big Bend towards the evening. The fact of finding there but 2 boats instead of 4 required greatly checked the joy of all. The captain of the expedition decided that 1/3 of the party should remain, until the rest, having reached the House of the Lakes, one of the boats would return to their relief. The following day, October 14th, 1838, being Sunday, it was on that day that the Holy Sacrifice of the Mass was offered for the first time in Oregon at Big Bend, on the banks of the dangerous and perilous Columbia. At this great act of religion, performed by Reverend M. Demers, the two missionaries, being much moved, consecrated themselves to the Queen of Angels, imploring her special protection for the rest of the voyage. The boats being laden and ready, and the last prayer made on the shore, the two missionaries shook hands with their dear companions, whom, alas, they were to see no more, and started at 1 p.m. on the turbulent waters of the upper Columbia. The range of mountains, lowering, as it were, amphitheatrically, continues from Big Bend to the lakes. The days are short in so deeply embanked a river, which runs 15 miles an hour in a succession of rapids, or rather cascades. The distance from Big Bend to the House of the Lakes is 165 miles, which were run in 10 hours, 2 hours on the 14th, 6 on the 15th, and 2 on the 16th of October. The rapid of the Dalles of the Dead is a narrow channel turning nearly at right angles on the left rocky high bank. The boats must keep close to the point of the left bank in order to avoid being rushed into the infuriate waves. That dangerous rapid was run down safely on the 15th, the boats being light with baggage and passengers, and well managed by 8 men, 6 at the oars, 1 at the stern, the other at the prow, with long and large paddles used as rudders. End of section 2. Section 3 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 18 days at the House of the Lakes. First missionary labors in Oregon. Loss of 12 lives. The boats were no sooner arrived at the House of the Lakes that one of them was unloaded and sent back to the relief of the party left behind. The House of the Lakes being still in construction, the missionaries encamped, as usual, under their tents. The first week was spent in prayer, celebration of the Mass, teaching the Indians, singing canticles, and evening exercises. The Indians of the lakes soon came to visit the priests, anxious as they were to see and hear the black gowns so often spoken of by the Canadians. They were found to be of a mild, peaceable character, and well disposed to receive the words of salvation. They being the first sheep of the vast fold entrusted to their care, the missionaries took pleasure in instructing them, speaking of God, of the creation, of the fall of angels and man, and of the redemption by the Son of God. The Indians listened with attention, assisting at Mass with awe, and before the return of the boat they brought their children to be baptized, regretting not to have the same happiness to make their hearts good. It was painful to the missionaries to leave them unbaptized. When the day on which the boat was expected had passed without its arrival, a gloomy presentiment began to seize the hearts of all. It increased in intensity the following day. At last, on the 24th, at the conclusion of Mass, a boat appeared afar off, half broken, coming in mourning, without the usual joyful chant at arriving. The men were hardly able to move their oars. As the boat approached, all ran to the shore. At the sight of so few men, women, and children, a heart-rending spectacle took place. An indescribable scene of desolation and shedding of tears began. Cries and piercing lamentations were long heard and echoed by the neighboring mountains. For, alas, the boat had capsized, and out of 26 souls, 12 had perished. At Big Bend, the boat was found too much embarrassed with baggage. Room was hardly left for passengers. At the dangerous Dalles, all went ashore with only a portion of the baggage. The boat started, struck a rock, filled, but was brought on shore. Having been emptied and reloaded, the fur packages left in the bottom, having got wet, rendered the boat heavier. The passengers embarked with the greatest repugnance. On the next rapid, the boat filled up again. Then commenced a scene of desolation and dread, with cries and screaming of women and children. The pilot commanded all to remain still, as they were approaching the shore. But Mr. Wallace, an English botanist, pulled off his coat, stood up, put one foot on the side of the boat, and leaped into the water with his young wife. The boat lost its balance and upset, and of 26 persons struggling in the water, 12 lost their lives, Wallace and his wife in the number. Some reached the shore. Others were saved on the keel of the boat, which fortunately fastened itself on a rock 3 or 4 feet deep at the head of a rapid. This calamity happened in the dusk of the evening. The body of a child was found caught under the boat. Sad, long, and excruciating was the night. The next day, the boat having been repaired, the survivors continued their sorrowful journey. Missionary labors at Colville, Okanagan, and Walla Walla. As soon as the ill-fated boat had arrived, an Indian canoe was dispatched to Colville for a boat and provisions, which had become so scarce as to threaten starvation and oblige each to receive a daily allowance. The repaired boat was sent the following day to the scene of desolation to look for and bring down the dead bodies of the lost friends. It brought down but the bodies of 3 children, to whom were given a solemn Christian burial. Wooden crosses were blessed and placed over their graves. The express boat which had left for Colville on the 16th had returned. The one sent for by an Indian express had also arrived with provisions. There were then 2 good boats. All being ready, and the missionaries bidding adieu to the good Indians of the lakes, the caravan left on November 3rd, the house of the lakes, where the last 10 days of sojourning had been so sorrowful, and reached Colville on the 6th. The express boat had announced the coming of the Blackgowns. The news had spread like lightning. Thence the gathering there of the chiefs of 5 nations. As soon as they saw the boats coming, they rushed to the shore, and placing themselves in file, men, women, and children, they begged to touch the hands of the priests, which ceremony took a long time. A large house having been placed at their disposal, they used it to assemble the Indians in, and gave them all the instruction they could. During the short time of 4 days they remained at this post. Having baptized 19 persons, and celebrated Mass before the chiefs and their people, who assisted at the sacred mysteries as if already fervent Christians, the missionaries left Colville on November the 10th, and reached Fort Okanagan on the 13th. After having passed through many dangerous rapids, Dalles, and portages. During the 24 hours they remained at this post, they had occasion to be convinced that the Indians who frequented it needed only to learn what is required in order to become good Christians. 14 baptisms were made, and 1 Mass celebrated at this fort. Leaving Fort Okanagan on November 14th, they reached Fort Walla Walla, now Wallula, on Sunday morning the 18th. During the 24 hours they remained at this post, they had 3 baptisms, celebrated 1 Mass, and were visited by the Walla Walla and Cayuse Indians, who, having heard by the express of the coming of the priests, had come to see and hear them on their passage, notwithstanding the contrary orders of the head of the Waialatpu mission. Holy Mass was celebrated before the Indians, who assisted at it, struck with amazement. In so short a time the priests could give them but a short explanation of the most necessary truths for salvation. As this is the closing chapter descriptive of the trip of the missionaries across the plains, and as our recital hereafter will be mainly devoted to events and incidents which transpired during the residence of the missionaries in the Northwest, we think it desirable to insert the following interesting letter of His Grace Most Reverend Francis Norbert Blanchet, then Vicar General, to the Archbishop of Quebec, describing in detail the daily incidents of the journey across the plains and the arrival of the missionaries at Vancouver. Letter of Vicar General Blanchet to His Lordship Joseph Seigneur, Archbishop of Quebec, giving an account of the journey of the missionaries to Oregon. Fort Vancouver, March 17th, 1839. My Lord, it is for me a very sweet and agreeable task to send to your Lordship news from the 2 missionaries whom, in your zeal for the salvation of the souls entrusted to your pastoral solicitude, you have sent to Oregon to cultivate the vineyard of the Lord. After numerous hardships and fatigues, dangers by land and water in our journey across the continent, we have the pleasure, Reverend Demers and I, to announce, with love and gratitude towards God and the Blessed Virgin Mary, that we have reached happily the end of our voyage, yet not without losing 12 of our companions, drowned in the Columbia River. Please join in our thanksgivings to God for the protection and cares of His divine providence for us. As soon as we arrived, we went to work. The field is vast. Our occupations are numerous. I have scarcely time to write. But I know with what anxiety and interest your Lordship is expecting some notes regarding our journey, the country, the labors begun, and the hopes given by the Oregon mission. May the information I'm going to give satisfy your expectation and fill the ardent desires which you incessantly feel for our flock. I will begin with an account of my trip from Lachine to Red River, St. Bonifacius, where I had to stop to receive the orders of Monseigneur Provencher, Bishop of Juliopolis, and to take along with me Reverend Demers, my traveling companion, already there since a year. I left Montreal Thursday, May 3rd, 1838. The 700 leagues from that city to Red River were traveled in 33 days, having arrived there on the 6th day of June, on one of the Honorable Hudson Bay Company's canoes, commanded by Mr. Hargrave, chief trader. The loaded canoes which started some days after the light ones, with a number of families, arrived 3 weeks after. Everyone knows how dangerous this mode of traveling is. To spend days and often nights in an uncomfortable position, to undergo the inclemency of seasons, the gusts of wind, and the torrential rains, to run down numberless rapids at the peril of one's life, or to travel on foot long portages through forests, rocks, and ponds, to camp out in cold and damp places, to devour in haste a scanty meal, badly prepared, to stop at the different posts inhabited by white people and visited by Indians, but for the administration of the sacraments, the visitation of the sick, and the exhortation of the poor sinners. Such is, my lord, the life of the missionaries on their way to the far west. For 8 days we went up, Mr. Hargrave and I, the Ottawa River. We left it and went up another river to its source. That took us a whole day. After that came a portage 3 miles in length, where is the height of the lands dividing the waters of the Ottawa from those flowing into Lake Winnipeg. At the end of the portage, we came down a little river in 1 day. We were then on Lake Winnipeg, which we crossed in 24 hours. Walking next a little portage, we began to go down the French River, through which Lake Winnipeg discharges its waters into Lake Huron. That also took us a whole day. The crossing of Lake Huron to Sault Ste. Marie lasted 3 days. From thence to Fort William on Lake Superior, 6 days and a half. Leaving Lake Superior, we ascended for 3 days the Tamanistagoa River up to a portage 9 miles long, which is the height of land and divides the waters running into Lake Superior from those flowing into Lake Winnipeg, and thence into the Hudson Bay. After that long march, we embarked near its source on the river Desembaraz, which flows into the Mille Lacs. We crossed the latter and also Lake La Pluie before reaching the fort of the same name. Our journey from the height of lands to this post had lasted 5 days. It took us 3 days to go down the river La Pluie, 2 days to cross the Lac des Bois, 3 days to go down the Winnipeg, 1 day to cross Lake Winnipeg, and another day to ascend Red River up to St. Bonifacius, residence of the Bishop of Juliopolis. Our Canadian and Iroquois traveling companions were exhausted. Mr. Hargrave no less than I, and that for good reasons. For very often we would leave our camp at 1 in the morning and encamp only at about 7 or 8 in the evening. Many times we were exposed to great dangers in the middle of lakes, or in the coming down or going up of rapids. The current used to set adrift our canoe on hidden rocks, and once our small bark canoe was nearly dashed to pieces on one of these hidden rocks. The mournful crosses to be seen above and below the rapids are a sign of the dangers these places afford. According to my calculation of the hours of traveling, I counted from Lachine to Matawan 115 leagues on the Ottawa, hence to Sault Ste. Marie 134, on Lake Superior 140, from Fort William to the height of lands 56, hence to Lake La Pluie Fort 98, thence to Fort Alexander down the Winnipeg River 120, and at last from that place to St. Bonifacius between 35 and 37, total 700 leagues, traveled in 488 hours, or 33 days of forced marches. At the extremity of Lake La Pluie, I met the worthy missionary of the Santu, Reverend M. Belcourt, who was then visiting the camps of that nation. I crossed Lake Winnipeg on the 5th of June, and on the 6th I arrived at St. Bonifacius, where I met Bishop Provencher, Reverend Thibault, and Reverend Demers, appointed to the mission of Oregon. Reverend Poiret, missionary in the White Horse Prairie, came 2 days after. Reverend Belcourt returned from his mission on the 14th. The 18th, Reverend Poiret left to accompany a caravan of 800 or 900 wagons going on a buffalo hunt. It was only after his return that this gentleman went to Canada with Mr. Belcourt. Reverend Mayran arrived on the 22nd. It is easier to feel than to express the joys and emotions, the souvenirs and hopes caused by the meeting of those zealous laborers in the vineyard of the Lord. This was the most numerous gathering of priests ever witnessed by the inhabitants of these remote regions. The mustard seed was beginning to appear as a vigorous tree, already shadowing a multitude of souls drawn from the darkness of idolatry and transplanted in the kingdom of God, precious fruits of the evangelical zeal animating these missionaries. Happy prognostics of a still richer harvest to be gathered. Having spent 5 weeks in visiting all the missions of Red River, we started, Reverend Demers and I, on the 10th of July for our destination, after having sang a high mass in honor of St. Anne, to ask from God the benediction of heaven on our journey, for we had to penetrate into a country never yet visited by a Catholic priest. The rivers, lakes, mountains, prairies, forests, and hills of Oregon would soon resound with the praises of the holy name of Jesus. The cross would be planted from place to place, from shore to shore, on a space of 1,000 leagues, which we had yet to travel, and the word of him who said that sign would attract all to him in the person of these poor wandering sheep to which we were sent. What a joy! What a sweet consolation for missionaries! From St. Bonifacius we went, in 7 days of dangerous navigation, to Norway House, a small fortress 130 leagues distant from our starting point, and 10 leagues from Lake Winnipeg. The commanding chief factor had the kindness to give us for lodging and chapel the apartments destined for the governor of the company. We spent there 8 days celebrating Holy Mass, distributing catechisms, baptizing the children and some adults, instructing and exhorting the whites and Indians of the fort. We also performed 2 marriages there. On Saturday the 22nd, there was a high mass, vespers, and 2 sermons, to which some of the gentlemen and clerks of the company assisted. During this brief stay of 8 days, many small bands of travelers came from York Factory on Hudson's Bay to Norway House, from whence they were all to start together to cross the mountains. The 26th of July everything was ready. The brigade assembled and began to march under the command of John Rowand, Esquire, chief factor of the company, a Catholic, whose attention, kindness, and constant efforts to alleviate the fatigues and privations of the route we will never forget. The brigade consisted of 10 boats laden with merchandise, a great number of hired men, women, and children. Among the travelers were Messrs. Banks and Wallace, botanists, sent from England by a scientific society. Having passed the head of Lake Winnipeg, the river Saskatchewan, or St. Peter, which we had to ascend for 37 days, appeared with the grand rapid that required a portage of everything. We crossed the lakes des Travers, Bourbon, Cedre, and Vasse. On Sunday, August 15th, we reached the little fort Constant, built on the right shore. We had traveled 93 leagues with oar, perch, sail, and line, having often been obliged at the principal rapids to unload our boats. We had baptized on the way a child who died an hour later. Having that day sang high mass in the presence of the Creese Indians of the neighborhood, who appeared very well disposed to receive the seed of the Word of God. We started right away and arrived on the 7th at Fort Cumberland, on the lake of the same name, 36 leagues from Fort Constant, and on the 18th at Fort Carleton, 88 leagues from the last. There we performed 36 baptisms and 7 marriages. Among those baptized were the commander of the post, Mr. Patrick Small's family, composed of 8 persons, of whom 3 were adults. At Fort Pitt, 87 leagues farther, we had 11 baptisms, and at Fort Edmonton, also called Prairie Fort, we had 39 baptisms, of which 5 were adults and 3 marriages. This last fort, whither we arrived on the 6th of September, is 101 leagues distant from Fort Pitt, amidst the Creese. It would be quite fit to become a station for a missionary who would understand these Indians' language. Meanwhile, a priest could, in good weather, go on horseback across the prairies from Red River to Fort Carleton in 15 days, hence to Fort Edmonton in 12 days, allowing time to stop at every fort along the road. His visit would do a great deal of good to the employees and to the poor Indians, with whom they trade in furs. On the 29th of September, we had at Fort Edmonton a solemn Mass and Vespers and 2 sermons. On the 10th, before leaving, we blessed and planted a cross. This we did all along the road, wherever we had said Mass, either near the forts or on the shore or in the interior along the road. For 6 weeks we had followed the crooked course of the Saskatchewan. We had then to quit it and to change our small fleet for a caravan of 66 horses, in order to reach, by land, across forests, ponds, prairies, rivers, ditches, and beaver dams, Fort Assiniboine on the Athabasca, a distance of 34 leagues, which required 5 days of fatiguing and dangerous walking. On September 16th, we left Fort Assiniboine and began to struggle against the rapids and dangers of the Athabasca, which we ascended for 17 days. On the 28th, we saw for the first time the imposing forms of the Rocky Mountains, the highest summits of which are perpetually covered with snow. On the 2nd of October, we had come as far as Jasper's House, 4 leagues inside the Rocky Mountains, and were then 92 leagues from Fort Assiniboine. There were 35 baptisms, for the greatest part children of half-breeds, or free people, living in the woods as Indians and hunting the beaver. Holy Mass was celebrated on the opposite side of the river, far from the noise of Jasper's. The Athabasca being no longer navigable, we changed on the 5th our boats for a caravan of 72 horses, a great deal worse and more imperfect than those of Edmonton. These animals were easily frightened, and throwing off horsemen and baggage, they would either start for the woods or run into ponds or mud holes. The organization was difficult and the departure slow. We went along the right shore of the river, which, running in zigzags in a valley well timbered and bordered with high mountains, produced high and long points that we had to cross straight over, in order to shorten the distance. We had to cross channels, forests, and sandbars. We traveled alongside of a lake at the head of which is the prairie campment, where we halted. We were 3 leagues from Jasper's House and had come there in 4 hours. On the 6th, we had to cross forests of thick woods and to climb up hills and rocks dipping into the water. We had to pass on the side of these hills, whence the eye sees with awe the yawning abyss. Woe to the rider whose horse would miss a single step. After having climbed very high rocks and traveled 4 leagues in 3.5 hours, we camped opposite the rock called the Old Man. On the 7th, after 2 hours of march over a nice little prairie, lightly covered with wood, on a level ground, we took breakfast in a fine prairie. We then went up and down 12 or 13 hills and rocks covered with wood. We crossed 4 little rivers, the Camp of the Cow, pretty groves of light wood and beautiful willows. Having walked 7 leagues in 7.5 hours, we camped near the South Fork or branch of the Athabasca, in a place covered with burnt trees. On the 8th, the luggage and people were carried over in a canoe, which had been brought so far with infinite pains and labor from Jasper's. The horses swam across. This branch of the river was a real torrent, 45 steps or yards wide. The southwestern branch is but 30 feet wide. We had to cross it on horseback from its right shore at a place called the Hole, where the horses lost footing for 18 feet. The baggage and horsemen did not get wet. As to those who were on foot, they had to swim, holding the luggage or the horse's tail. Proceeding now along the shore, then on the top of high rocks, we met with many obstacles offered by high rocks, thick timber, and fallen trees. A hill appeared. In order to facilitate its steep ascension, we got up it in zigzags. We had to dismount our horses in a place where the horses had to jump and climb. From the top of this hill appeared the most enchanting scenery. Our sight rested with pleasure on a large valley bordered with forest, raising their heads up to 1/4 of the mountainous height. In the middle of this valley we could see the river, with its 1,000 turns and as many points or hills produced by its course. It was a magnificent and enchanting spectacle, which caused our hearts to raise to God, and which we were sorry to leave. We quitted the river, crossed several hills and groves, and again reached the river. We came to the Moose Prairie, where a nice waterfall, several 100 feet high, falls from the top of the mountains into the river. The road had been bad and dangerous that day. The 5 leagues which the light cavalry had run in 6½ hours were traveled in 2 hours more by the loaded animals. On the 9th we crossed new points and high hills before reaching the first grand beach 2 miles wide, covered with nice stones, bordered with mountains, and in the midst of which the river seemed to play, making 1,000 turns from one slope of the mountains to the other. We crossed a second beach through which the river flowed in like manner. That day we had to cross it 25 times in order to shorten the distance. We saw many glaciers in the mountain passes, went through many a snowbank, and also saw a waterfall as considerable as the first. It was the Barrel Fall. We halted at the gun camp, surrounded with high peaks white with snow. We had traveled that day 8 leagues in 7 hours. On the 10th, being at 1½ leagues from the top of the Rocky Mountains, at 3 o'clock in the morning, I celebrated under a tent the august sacrifice of the Immaculate Lamb in thanksgiving for all the benefits the Lord had bestowed upon us, and to consecrate by the sacrifice of the cross these sublime mountains to the glory of their Creator, the all-powerful God, of whom they sing the praise and power. Having walked with much fatigue 2½ hours, across ponds, rocks, fallen trees, and other obstacles, on the slope of the mountains, alongside of the narrow but swift torrent, we came by a steep way to the gorge or pass 1/2 league wide, between the 2 mountain ranges, Brown and Hooker, whose grand summit, perpetually covered with snow, arise some 17,000 or 18,000 feet above the level of the sea. This pass, pretty steep in its central slope, is covered on both sides with masses of rock fallen from the abrupt mountains, whilst other rocks suspended above seem to threaten the frightened traveler. Halfway in the gorge is a round lake called Punch Bowl. It is 30 yards in diameter. Its waters communicate underground with 2 other lateral lakes, wherein originate 2 rivulets. One is the source of the east branch of the Athabasca. The other is the source of the Portage River in the west. These 2 rivers are supplied by a great many streams from the mountains. So little at first, they soon become impracticable torrents, rolling their waters with an extraordinary noise. There at Punch Bowl we were but 1.5 leagues from our morning camp, and it had taken us 2.5 hours to travel this short distance. We were 27½ leagues from Jaspers, 700 leagues from St. Bonifacius, and 1,400 from Montreal. One may judge thereby of the obstacles encountered in that day, without speaking of the obstacles and dangers met with for 6 days on the eastern slope, in the ascent and descent of hills, rocks, and heights from Jaspers. We still walked 1.5 miles in 2 hours, going down the western slope, much steeper than the eastern one, and going over rocks, fragments of rocks, and trees along the Portage River. We halted a short distance from La Grande Côte, a great steep hill we had to descend, and whither our loaded horses arrived but 2 hours after those of the light cavalry. They were tired and unable to go any further. End of section 3. Section 4 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the 11th, the great hill appeared with its long circuits and zigzags to facilitate the steepness of its descent. We descended it in 3 hours, the first part on horseback, the second on foot, and the third part on horseback again. after which the caravan rested for some hours on a beautiful bush prairie, the first portion of the large field we were sent to cultivate. We took possession of it and consecrated ourselves to its cultivation. We crossed the Portage River 8 times. Thus we made 4 leagues in 5.5 hours. On the next day, our riding horses walked 2 leagues in 4.5 hours through the mud holes of the great timber point. It took the laden animals 8 hours to make that distance because they had to be unloaded and loaded again every now and then. On the 13th, the traveling was easier and more agreeable. Having walked for 6 hours and crossed several points of woods and hills, we reached boat encampment on the right shore of the Columbia and Portage River, some distance below its junction with the Canoe River flowing from the north. We had come down the west slope of the mountains in 3 days. We were 13.5 leagues from Punch Bowl, 41 from Jaspers, 45 from the entrance of the Rocky Mountains, of which the range seems to continue up to the head of the lakes, 55 leagues further below. The Columbia has its source 50 leagues on the south. From the boat's encampment, it abruptly turns to the west. Hence the name of Big Bend is given to this curve. It then flows southwest down to the Spokane River below Colville, then northwest to Okanagan, thence southwest to Wallula, thence west to Vancouver, thence northwest to Cowlitz, thence west to the Pacific Ocean. This rapid river, about 60 yards wide at Big Bend, which rolls its swollen waters amidst numberless dangers, and was to offer us in its rapids, its whirlpools, its dalles, its falls, its abysses, 1,000 more dangers than all the rivers we had yet navigated, was now before us. We had now to encounter its dangers, and we were ready to meet them. On the 14th, it being a Sunday, the holy sacrifice of Mass was celebrated to consecrate us to the Queen of Angels and beg her to take us under her protection. It was the first Mass celebrated on the territory of our mission. At 1:30 p.m., the boats were loaded. The prayers having been said on the shore, we shook hands with our traveling companions, whom we quitted, alas, never to meet again, and we began to sail. Having traveled 10 leagues in 3.5 hours, we camped in the middle of the rocks, and towards dusk went down some bad places to choose a better site. On the 15th, the grand and famous Dalles of the Dead appeared. It seems to be but 20 yards wide. What makes it dangerous is the curved form or elbow of high perpendicular rocks against which the whole body of water rushes. Hence the fury of the waves and the necessity to pass close by the opposite shore. Here we had to leave the boats to carry off everything. The barge is then conducted by 8 men, 6 at the oars and 1 at each extremity as pilots, with long and wide paddles. In that way the Dalles of the Dead was passed without much danger. The little Dalles below, 30 yards wide, were also fortunately run down with loaded boats. We also went through 3 big rapids and 30 smaller ones, besides a strong continuous current and abysses which threaten the unskillful travelers. My barge broke open in the morning during the fog on a hidden rock, which put us into great danger. My companion was in the other barge. The river, which from the barge's encampment looks as a canal cut through the mountains, began to flow towards evening in a less mountainous country. In this canal, the horizon always appears on a level with the top of the trees of the following rapids, and the high walls of rocks, now crowned with forests, and then beautiful rows of willows, terminate at every rapid by a fall, or a kind of step, making a real amphitheater. It is a grand, magnificent, and delighting sight, but the dangers offered by the canal prevented our enjoying it. On that day we had traveled 40 leagues. On Tuesday the 16th, having made 5 leagues in 2.5 hours, We reached at 8:30 a.m. the House of the Lakes. 2 hours after, one of our boats went back to the barge's encampment to fetch down the third of our companions we had left there for want of room. The other boat started for Vancouver with the express. It took 6 days to the first to go up the 55 leagues, which separated us from them. She arrived there on the 21st. Next day she started down, got filled with water at the Dalles of the Dead, was emptied, but again filled in the following Dalles. She was going ashore when someone jumping in the water upset her. Hence the loss of 12 persons out of the 26 who mounted her. It was about dusk when this calamity occurred. The broken barge went on her way the following day and arrived on the 24th in the morning at our camp. Great was the consternation at this news. An express was sent to Colville for a boat and some provisions. The other one was repaired and went back to the unfortunate spot to bring the drowned bodies down. That accident detained us 18 days at the House of the Lakes. This time was spent in instructing the Indians, who appeared quite docile and well-disposed. They were sorry not to have the same happiness as their children, to be baptized. At last, on the 3rd of November, having performed 17 baptisms, 1 marriage, and buried 3 drowned children, the only bodies found, at the foot of a cross erected a few steps from our camp, where we celebrated Holy Mass every day, we embarked in 2 boats upon the waters, still keeping in their bosom 9 of our companions. We crossed the first lake, 13 leagues long and 1 wide. Then came the second lake, 18 leagues by 2 miles. Below the lakes on the left is the Kootenays River, which appeared to be 300 feet wide, and 4 hours' distance below, the Flathead River, falling into the Columbia through a beautiful fall and only 60 yards wide. The 9th rapid below the lakes forms the Little Dalles, where the water passes through a canal 100 feet wide, between high rocks of basaltic columns. We can say that the Rocky Mountains extend as far as the lakes. Below that point they are more scarce and less elevated. The day before we arrived at Fort Colville, the want of timber, which abounded to the Great Dalles, began to be noticeable. After having traveled 3 days to make 72 leagues, we reached on the forenoon of the 6th Fort Colville, where we remained 3.5 days, occupied in celebrating Holy Mass and in instructing the Indians of 5 nations, who assisted with as much respect as if they had been fervent Christians. Having performed 19 baptisms, we left that fort on the 10th and went to camp 2 miles below in order to avoid the Chaudieres Fall, which stops navigation at that place. On the 11th in the morning, we were traveling upon the Columbia, which appeared full of dangers. The Grand Rapid appeared. 20 others followed. On the 12th, we passed the fork of the Spokanes on the left shore and that of the Simpoils on the right. On the 13th, we reached Fort Okanagan, situated on the right shore, 64 leagues from Colville. We had traveled that distance in 3 days, passing through innumerable rapids, at the most dangerous of which the people had to land in order to lighten the boats. We started again on the 14th, after having baptized 14 persons, celebrated Mass, and instructed the neighboring Indians during the 24 hours of our stay at the fort. The little river Okanagan appeared right away. We jumped 12 rapids on that day. On the next day, the 15th, a rapid was formed by the Rock Islands. The passengers went ashore, and yet it did not prevent the boat carrying our vestments striking a rock and breaking and coming down a cascade. She was filling with water as she approached the shore. On the 15th, we saw at a height of 100 feet in the fissure of a rock a petrified tree. Whilst jumping the 4 big rapids of the Priest, our boat struck on the bottom but did not break. Below these rapids, the high and mountainous shores of the river give place to low and leveled prairies, over which the sight can extend with ease. On that very day we enjoyed a spectacle of which we had been deprived since we left Winnipeg. That was the sunset. The remainder of this day and also the next, we sailed on quiet waters. The low shores gave us a chance to see the blue mountains south of Walla Walla, Wallula, and those that go to Puget Sound or Mount Rainier. We left behind us on the right the Yakima River, and below and on the left the Snake River, also called Lewis and Clark, which appeared to be 500 feet wide. On Sunday the 18th, we arrived early in the morning at Fort Walla Walla, built on the left bank of the Columbia, a short distance from the river of that name. Peter Chrysologue Pembrum, Esquire, in charge of that important fort, a Catholic, received the two missionaries with the greatest cordiality. He was born in the parish of Vaudreuil, district of Montreal, Canada, and was formerly lieutenant in the Voyageurs Canadians. His excellent wife was at the time at Fort Vancouver with her little girls, Maria, age 12, Ada, 3, and Harriet, 16 months, and the boys, Andrew Dominic, 17, Peter Chrysologue, 15. The girls were baptized with their mother on December 18th, and the father had his marriage blessed on the same day. It was a beautiful and happy day for me. The holy sacrifice of the Mass was celebrated, after which the chiefs of the Cayuses and Walla Wallas came with their people to see the priests. The Cayuses were divided into two tribes, one of which, on the Walla Walla River, known as Wyalatpu, formed the Presbyterian Mission, established by Dr. Whitman in 1836. The other camp, lying on the Umatilla River, 30 miles hence, was under the command of the young chief Tomatoe. The day was passed in speaking to them of God and religion. They were so glad to see the black gowns so long expected. There were 3 baptisms made at this place, and on a subsequent visit by Reverend M. Demers, the young chief brought his child to be baptized by the priest, Mr. Pembrum having consented to be its godfather, which gained for him great blame and displeasure from the doctor. Since that time, the young chief and his band always preferred the priest's prayers before that of the minister. On Monday the 19th, we left Fort Walla Walla with its excellent commander. The little river Walla Walla on the left was followed by the Umatilla on the same side. 7 leagues below the fort, we leaped the Grand Rapid without accident. From thence we began to see the white summit of Mount Hood, whose base is the Cascades Range. On this day, the 20th, our provisions becoming short, 2 horses were purchased for food, for which the Indians were paid $10 apiece. The Columbia being pretty low at this season of the year, our 2 boats touched the ground in descending the 7th rapid on that day. We left the little river John Day on the left. On Wednesday the 21st, we saw the Deschutes River on the same side, and we approached it on the right side by a narrow channel, with great precaution on account of the proximity of the falls. Here we had a long portage of boats and baggage for a mile. The task was made more difficult by a glazed frost. The Indians at this place, who appeared very poor and destitute, came to the assistance of the men, but not without having been earnestly and incessantly begged a while. That portage took us 4 hours. The Petite Dalles, Little Dalles, so called by the first French-Canadian voyageurs, are about half an hour's march from Deschutes. We passed them without accident. They are a mile long and about 250 feet wide, walled on both sides with basaltic columns, with projecting points and recesses which form a canal, or dalle, through which the stream moved with the swiftness of a dart. The danger had been null so far, but it came on after crossing the Dalles, for our boat, being caught by the current of a whirlpool, was carried close to a rock, where, had it struck and broken, it would soon have sunk. 1 league further down we found the Grand Dalles, so called by the French-Canadian voyageurs, and Wascopum by the Indians. Here the Columbia is intercepted by a chain of solid rocks through which, wonderful to say and see, the strong mass of waters have opened a channel to themselves. The Grand Dalles are 4 miles long, impracticable in the high water of May and June, and passable in the low waters of the fall, but even then not without a discharge of person and baggage for the 2 first miles. The first part is a canal of about 150 feet wide, walled with basaltic columns of about 50 feet high, ending with a platform of about 30 feet broad, terminating with other basaltic columns of 60 feet. During the high water, the swollen Columbia passes over the platform. In the low waters, it only runs through the lower channel. Projecting points and recesses in the walls form waves and whirlpools, very dangerous, even for light boats managed by 8 men, 6 at the oars, and of the 2 others, 1 at the stern and the other at the prow, with long and large paddles used as rudders. Nevertheless, they are never passed without dread. The 2 first miles were run in 10 minutes. During the middle waters, the whirlpools are very dangerous. I was told that several years ago a boat was caught by one of them, which soon disappeared in its large and deep funnel. After crossing the Grand Dalles, we saw on the left the buildings of the Methodist missions for the Indians, established in 1837. On Tuesday the 22nd, we passed the great Rock of the Dead. From the Dalles to the Cascades, our navigation was quiet and pleasant on the smooth water of the Columbia, bordered on both sides with picturesque mountains. On Friday the 23rd, we reached the Cascades, which stops the navigation for 4 miles and requires the portage of the baggage. But they are far from being what their name indicates, a series of cascades. For the 2 first miles, they are simply a big rapid passing between the contracted banks of the river, followed by a swift current, a wavering water along the shore of the river on the left, while the unloaded boats can be brought down with a line along the shore of the right bank for the first 2 miles. Then, partly laden, they ran the last 2 miles with oars. We reached the upper Cascades with great care, and early enough before noon to make the long portage on the same day and encamp at the lower Cascades. On Saturday the 24th, we went on with sail and oars. We left on our right the high rock called Cape Horn by the travelers, on account of wind and storm often prevailing there. We passed many islands, and when approaching Fort Vancouver, the boats went ashore to allow the travelers to make their toilets, and soon after we were at the end of our long journey at 5 p.m. We experienced cold from Colville to the Grand Dalles. It was so severe some days as to form ice on the oars of the men. Some evenings we found the ground covered with 3 or 4 inches of snow, which we had to remove to pitch our tents. Some nights the cold was 9 degrees of Reaumur, such nights as we passed under a tent at some distance from a scanty fire, on account of the scarcity of driftwood to be found on the shore, were far from being pleasant. At Deschutes Portage the ground was covered with a hard glazed frost. The ecclesiastical soutane, or cassock of priests, which is the type of the seamless coat of Christ and of his church, and the glorious habit of the clergy of Canada, was worn by us all the time during our long journey from Canada to Oregon, and since our arrival. It was then easy for the Canadians to recognize their priests, and the Indians the black gowns announced to them. This practice we will continue to observe at home and abroad. At Fort Vancouver we were 40 leagues from the ocean, 20 from the Cascades, 40 from the Dalles, 145 from Okanagan, 209 from Colville, 287 from the House of the Lakes, 342 from Big Bend, and 355 from Punch Bowl. In closing this long letter, I beg to be allowed to refer your lordship to a general report of our reception at Fort Vancouver and our missionary labors. Please bless your 2 missionaries in the great far west, their flock and their labors, and accept the homage of the sentiments of veneration with which I have the honor to be, my lord, of your lordship, the most humble and obedient servant, F.N. Blanchet, V.G. Arrival and reception of the missionaries at Fort Vancouver. The two missionaries being anxious to reach the destination of their long and arduous journey, the brigade started from Fort Walla Walla, now Wallula, on Monday morning, November 19th, reaching Fort Vancouver on the following Saturday, after a week's slow and tedious descent of the Columbia River. The same distance is now traveled by steamboats in 2 days. When the flotilla appeared in sight, as it made its way down the Columbia, all was excitement at the fort, where news had already been received of the calamity which had occurred to the party, and the consequent loss of life. All the populace rushed to the river bank in order to feast their eyes on the first Catholic missionaries, whose presence they had long expected. Prominent among the assembly stood James Douglas, who was acting chief factor and governor of the establishments of the Hudson's Bay Company west of the Rocky Mountains, in the absence of Dr. John McLoughlin, who was then absent on a visit to Canada and England. He was the first to welcome the missionaries to the scene of their future labors, conducting them to the fort, where the flag was flying in honor of their arrival. The governor ushered them to apartments prepared for them, appointed a servant to wait on them, and in every way manifested his hospitality and his delight at their arrival. No sooner had the missionaries reached the fort than they were waited upon by Joseph Gervais, Etienne Lucier, and Pierre Belec, a delegation representing the Canadians of the Willamette Valley, who, having heard that the missionaries were coming, had left their homes in a body in order to greet the long-looked-for Catholic missionaries on their arrival at Fort Vancouver. But nearly all of them had been obliged to return home in consequence of the delayed arrival of the missionaries through the disaster at the Dalles of the Dead, leaving the missionaries located at Vancouver, there to return thanks to God for having preserved them through their long and arduous journey. Let us glean from contemporaneous history a sketch of Fort Vancouver as it then existed. We copy from The Oregon Territory by Reverend C. G. Nicolay, and issued in London in 1846. Describing the forts of the Hudson's Bay Company, that writer says, "Of all the forts, Vancouver is now the principal. Here Dr. McLoughlin, the governor of the territory, resides, and here is the principal depot of the company, in which all the goods brought from England and furs collected in the interior are warehoused. It is indeed the emporium of trade from Kamchatka to California. The fort is in shape a parallelogram about 250 yards long by 150 broad, enclosed by a sort of wooden wall made of pickets or large beams firmly fixed in the ground and closely fitted together, 20 feet high, and strongly secured on the inside by buttresses. The area is cultivated and surrounded by houses and offices. The governor's residence being in the center, there is a chapel and school. The officers of the company dine together in the common hall, the governor presiding, but it has been remarked that the absence of their wives and the females of the establishment from the table does not contribute to the refinement of manners. There is also a public bachelor's hall, where after dinner the time is passed in conversation and smoking, but the latter is said to be declining as a habit. The hospitality of Fort Vancouver and its governor has been highly praised, especially by American writers. It should seem not without good reason. And the general feeling of regret at leaving the society it affords speaks much in praise of the officers of the company, not less than the good cheer of the governor. Beyond the fort are large granaries and storehouses, and before it, on the bank of the river, is the village in which the servants of the company reside. In all, the residents may be 700. In the village is a hospital. Attached to Fort Vancouver is a magnificent farm of more than 3,000 acres, sawmills cutting many 100,000 feet per annum, grist mills, and every other requisite for commerce and agriculture. Vessels of 14 feet draught can come abreast of it at low water, says Lieutenant Wilkes, and at the store of the company every necessary can be supplied, as cheap as in the United States. This, however, must be taken with considerable limitation, and refers probably to the English goods in particular. From hence the company carries on a lucrative trade with California, the Sandwich Islands, and the Russian settlements, besides its exports to England. The company's servants are principally Scotch and Canadians, but there is also a great number of half-breeds, children of the company's servants and Indian women. These are generally a well-featured race, ingenious, athletic, and remarkably good horsemen. The men make excellent trappers, and the women, who frequently marry officers of the company, make clever, faithful, and attentive wives. They are ingenious needlewomen and good managers. They frequently attend their husbands on their trading excursions, in which they are most useful. They retain some peculiarities of their Indian ancestors, among which is the not unfrequent use of the moccasin, though usually it is made of ornamented cloth instead of deerskin. The approach to this, the principal establishment of the Hudson's Bay Company in the West, gives the stranger a high idea of its prosperity and importance. The thickly peopled village, the highly cultivated fields, the absence of all guards and defenses, the guns of the fort having long since been dismounted, the civilized appearance of its interior, and the activity and energy which prevails, the noble river, here 1,700 yards wide, on which perhaps some of the company's vessels, brigs, or steamers, well appointed, manned, and armed, are at anchor, and these are heightened in the effect by the magnificent scenery by which it is surrounded, the noble woods flanking the mighty stream, and backed by lofty mountains, the snow-covered peaks of Mount Hood and Mount St. Helens towering over all, while the wild flowers and fruits in their season carpet the ground in wild luxuriance. This fort was established by Governor Simpson in 1824, and its present importance justified his selection of its site. Here is, and doubtless will continue, the chief trade of Western America, until the increasing demands of commerce and national industry transport it to the shores of Juan de Fuca Straits and Admiralty Inlet, and even then, as the only naval and mercantile station in South Oregon, and as receiving the trade of all branches of the Columbia, and having immediate and rapid connection with Puget's Sound by the Cowlitz and Nisqually, and with Gray's Harbor by the Chehalis, thus connecting the great freshwater with the great saltwater navigation, the Columbia with the Strait of Fuca, it will occupy only the second place. Sir H. Pelly, in his letter to Lord Glenelg in 1837, gives this account of the state of the company. The company now occupy the country between the Rocky Mountains and the Pacific by 6 permanent establishments on the coast, 16 in the interior country, besides several migratory and hunting parties, and they maintain a marine of 6 armed vessels and a steam vessel on the coast. Their principal establishment and depot for the trade of the coast and interior is situated 90 miles from the Pacific on the northern bank of the Columbia, and called Vancouver, in honor of that celebrated navigator. And in the neighborhood they have large pasture and grain farms, affording most abundantly every species of agricultural produce, and maintaining large herds of stock of every description. These have been gradually established, and it is the intention of the company still further, not only to augment and increase them, and to establish an export trade in wool, tallow, hides, and other things, but to encourage the settlement of their retired servants and the immigrants under their protection. And he asserts further that the soil, climate, and other circumstances of the country are as much, if not more, adapted to agricultural purposes than any other spot in America. End of section 4. Section 5 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interesting letter from Reverend Modeste Demers to Reverend C.F. Cazot, Secretary, Quebec. Vancouver, Oregon, March 1st, 1839. Reverend Dear Sir, When I was appointed to the mission of Oregon in 1837, together with the Very Reverend Father Blanchet, the passage of the missionaries from Montreal to Fort Vancouver, across the American continent, and in the canoes of the Honorable Hudson Bay Company, met obstacles which prevented their immediate departure. Bishop Provencher, who stood in need of a missionary, secured a passage for me to Red River. This was 2,100 miles saved in my journey to Oregon. I was afraid, however, that when I should have acquired a knowledge of the language of the Sainteaux, I would not be allowed to proceed on my journey if an opportunity presented itself. But divine providence took all difficulties out of the way, for as soon as the missionaries for Oregon had obtained a passage, Bishop Provencher allowed me to proceed, and I had the happiness of meeting with the Very Reverend Father Blanchet on Red River in 1838 on his passage to Oregon. Leaving to the Vicar General the recital of the tales of his trip from St. Boniface to Fort Vancouver, I will give you an account of my ministry. For the last 3 months, this fort has, with the Canadians and Indians here, occupied all my time. I have found here some consolation. God has given me the grace to learn the Chinook language in a short time. It is in this jargon that I instruct the women and children of the white settlers, and the savages who come to see me from far and near. I am so busy from morning till night that I can scarcely find time to write the following concerning the savages who are settled on the west of the Rocky Mountains. I would ask, therefore, all your indulgence, as I merely pass through the different Indian tribes scattered along the Columbia from the Rocky Mountains to the Pacific Ocean. The following sketch must of necessity be very imperfect. I hope, however, it will be sufficient to make known to you those diverse tribes under the most interesting aspect, that of religion. My recent arrival in this country, and the multiplicity of my occupations, do not permit me to give more than a faint sketch. Unwilling as I am to expose myself to the danger of giving false impressions and wrong information, I will wait until I may have acquired a more thorough knowledge of those unknown tribes. Lake House. The first savages we saw are called the Lake Indians. These first of the large fold committed to our care correspond well to the description given us of them by the Canadians, who had been for some time telling them of their own chiefs, the Black Robes, and had given them the hope that some of them would arrive and give them a knowledge of the Master of Life, he who made them. Keyakauten Chauten. We can easily imagine with what joy they received those chiefs for whom they had been so long waiting. For 17 days we remained at the House of the Lakes and labored in this new vineyard, which promised, from the very beginning of our visit, to bear abundant fruit. After the first instruction on God and his attributes, on the creation, the fall of Adam, and the necessity of baptism, those who had little children hastened to bring them for baptism, to have their hearts made good. They regretted that they themselves could not receive the same happiness. These Indians desire nothing more than to know God and the religion that leads to him. They anxiously long for the moment when a priest may come among them to teach them the holy truths and maxims of our divine religion. It was not without grief that these poor people saw the missionaries leave them, and on our part we were not indifferent to the expression of their warm affection. Quomodo audient sine predicante. Colville. In this fort we saw Indians belonging to 5 different tribes who had come from the neighborhood to meet us. A barge which had preceded us down the river had brought them the news that the long-expected chiefs were coming. Hardly could they perceive the barge in which we were, than they all, men, women, and children, hastened to the shore with joy depicted on their countenances to bid us welcome. It was not without emotion we saw this demonstration of their gratification. We had to tear ourselves away from them to accompany the commandant to the fort. The chiefs of the Chaudières, Sampoise, Spokane, Piscous, and of the Okanagan, with some of their people, received such instruction as our time would allow us to give them. All gathered together in a large house given to them for the occasion, and waited in silence for the moment when we should speak to them. With what attentive eagerness they listened to the word of God, which being translated to them by the chiefs, acquired a new force and an additional weight. We forgot nothing that was calculated to fortify them in the principles of the Catholic religion. Thus, in a short time, we have scattered some of the seed of the divine word, and we have the sweet hope that according to God's merciful designs it will bear fruit in this portion of the human family so long neglected. We easily can see what progress Christianity would make among tribes so well disposed. But fides ex auditu. The 5 tribes mentioned above, the Lake Indians and the Flatheads, of whom we shall speak later, speak languages so similar that they readily understand each other. It would be enough to know one of these languages to speak all. The Lake Indians and the Chaudières are the most numerous of all. Okanagan. During the 24 hours that we remained at this post, we became acquainted with the Indians who frequented it. They are tolerably numerous. We may say of them what we have said of those mentioned above. To make fervent Christians of them, it would suffice to teach them the Christian doctrine. Nothing more is needed. Between Okanagan and Walla Walla, we have seen only a few Indian huts. For want of interpreters, we could hardly make ourselves understood. Walla Walla. Some of the chiefs of the Cayuse tribe had come together at this post to see the chiefs of the French, Canadians, all over the same zeal and the same eagerness to know God, the same joy and satisfaction in seeing the black robes of whom they had heard so much. Without being Christians, they firmly believe the truths of the religion we explained to them by the way. They speak the language of the Nez Perces, which is altogether different from that of the Chaudières and of the Flatheads. They can converse with those of Walla Walla, whose language is spoken as far as Deschutes. Somewhat below are the Dalles Indians, who can speak with those of Deschutes and of the Cascades, 20 miles distant from Vancouver. A great many of the Indians speak the Chinook jargon, of which there will be mention later. Vancouver. The Chinook Indians are scattered along the Columbia River from this fort down to the Pacific Ocean. Before the year 1830, they were the most numerous tribe inhabiting the banks of this river. This rendered them proud and haughty. Beside this, they were rich. But about this time came the disastrous malady known by the name of fever and ague, which carried a great many to their graves. In the heat of the fever, they would leap into the river in the hope of relieving them of their suffering. But they found death as quick as it was certain. It was found necessary to burn a whole village where the dead bodies were piled one upon another, for the survivors were not capable of burying their dead. This calamity, which God sent those Indians on account of their abominable lives, came to visit them every year and always made some of them its victims. We are told they reformed their lives, except those who live near the fort, who are wicked and demoralized on account of their communication with the whites. They make a shameful traffic in crime. They have female slaves whom they hire at a price to the first who asks them. They have seen us and see us yet with an indifference that makes us regret the good Indians of the upper river. But the part of the tribe situated not far from Fort George, now Astoria, down the river, is not as depraved, which gives us the hope of being able to Christianize them, with the assistance of Him who wills that no one should perish, but that all should come to the truth. At the very moment I write this, I learn that their chief, with a great many of his men, has just arrived to see the French priests. A few days ago he had sent deputies to know whether they would instruct his Indians. The real language of the Chinook is almost unlearnable. It differs entirely from that of all the neighboring tribes. But they speak the jargon also, which is used as the medium between the Canadians and the whites in general and the Indians who are settled near the fort. The jargon is composed of words taken from different languages, disfigured in their orthography and pronunciation. It is all borrowed from different languages, which makes it easy to acquire. It possesses only from 400 to 500 words. It has no participle. One and the same word has several meanings. For instance, wawa means to speak, to tell, to answer, to ask. Comtax means to know, to learn, to comprehend, to hear, to think, and to believe. Thus, by adding nawitika, certainly, we have nawitika naika kamtax sahalateya, I believe in God. Hence it follows that it is not easy to translate French expressions into it. We have to use paraphrases. For the last month, I know this jargon sufficiently well to give instruction and to teach the catechism without being obliged to write them down. I have translated the sign of the cross and the way to give one's heart to God. I cannot send the translation of the other prayers as they are not quite finished. A good many of the Cascade Indians who understand this jargon, and some of the Klickitats, attend the catechism and evening prayers. In order to impress deeper upon their memory the truths contained in the Apostles' Creed, I have tried to arrange it to a certain air. The Indians love music very much. They know nearly by heart the canticles that were sung at the Mass on Sunday last. I expect to learn the Klickitat language, which will be of great use in instructing this tribe and those of Deschutes and of the Cascades who understand it well. The greatest difficulty in learning the language spoken on this side of the mountains consists in the pronunciation, which is such that we are many times at a loss to find characters to represent it, as in Sahaletaye, God, Hicht, one. Time does not allow me to expatiate on this matter. The Indians of Cowlitz. The Indians of Cowlitz love with reverence the missionaries who are established among them. They have a language of their own, different from that of the Chinook Indians. They also speak jargon. They are tolerably numerous, but poor. They give us hopes of their conversion. After the visit of the Vicar General, they said to the settlers of Cowlitz, "The priests are going to stay with us. We are poor and have nothing to give them. Talaha wiam nasaitka waik ekita nasaika. We want to do something for them. We will work, make fences, and whatever they wish us to do." Several of them came to see the missionaries at Vancouver and expressed the most ardent desire to have them come and remain with them. Willamette Indians. The Vicar General, who passed a month among the Canadians established on this river, could not speak highly of the Indians he had seen, the Calapuyas. They were very numerous before the fevers, but are now reduced to a small number, which keeps decreasing every day. They are poor and lazy. Thieving may be considered as their predominant passion. They wish to keep away from the missionaries as much as the Cowlitz Indians wish to be near them. Hardly any of them were seen by the Vicar General at the chapel assisting at the instruction, but it seems we might succeed better among the different tribes of this nation who are settled on the tributaries of the upper Willamette. From these they take their different names. I learned that there are 14 or 15 different dialects spoken by these tribes. They are not so essentially different, but that they can understand each other. Moreover, the Chinook jargon is spoken among the Calapuyas. Northern Indians. In Fort Okanagan, we had information of a great many Indians who are settled at a great distance from the Rocky Mountains towards the north. Some Canadians, in the service of the Honorable Hudson Bay Company, in those quarters, told us that priests would do well among them, although they are not civilized as those of the Columbia. We will let them know the object of our arrival in this country, but we cannot send word to them before next summer. The Nez Perces tribe is very numerous. They are mostly settled on large prairies, not far from the mountains towards the north. The Canadians who live among them for the purpose of obtaining the beaver fur have for a long time spoken to them of the Black Robes, the chiefs of the French. Naturally good, mild, and full of respect for the prayer to the Master of Life, they anxiously desire that priests may come to instruct them and make known to them the religion of the French. They have even imagined that they could buy one, and have inquired of the Canadians how many horses and beavers it would take to have one stay with them, saying that he would want for nothing, and that the best of the spoils of the chase would be given to him. Good discipline and morals reign among them. May we not here exclaim with the Saviour of the world, Messis quidem multa, operarit autem pauci. What can two missionaries do among so many tribes, but desire that the Lord may send missionary priests to show them the way to heaven, for which they had been created, and to tell them that their souls are the price of the blood of the Saviour. Rogate ergo Dominum messis ut mitat operarios in messem suum. Receive, Reverend dear Sir, the assurance of my esteem, M. Demers, missionary priest of Oregon. First Mass at Fort Vancouver. Condition of the country. November 25th, 1838, was beautiful as a summer day. It being Sunday, preparations were made in the schoolhouse for the celebration of the first Mass ever said in Lower Oregon. The building was too small to contain the crowd composed of the gentlemen, ladies, and Catholics of the outside camp. A solemn high Mass of thanksgiving was sung by the Vicar General, who gave an instruction suitable for the occasion. Vespers also were chanted in the afternoon. The divine service of that day was moving, even to tears, as many of the Canadians had not heard Mass for 10, 15, and even 20 years. That day was one for them that would never be forgotten. They saw at last that they had priests among them to instruct themselves, their wives, and their children, to administer to them the sacraments, and give them at the last and awful hour the consolations of the Holy Church. In all this they felt happy, and giving thanks to God, they were willing and ready to obey their pastors faithfully. It may be well to take a view of the country in relation to the Indian tribes, the servants of the Hudson Bay Company, and Catholic and Protestant settlers, in order to have a correct idea of the condition of things in the mission entrusted to their care. Their mission extended from California to the northern glacial sea, between the Pacific Ocean and the Rocky Mountains. The Indian tribes were numerous, scattered all over the country, speaking a multitude of diverse and difficult tongues, and addicted to polygamy and all the vices of paganism. The servants of the Hudson Bay Company, in active service in its 28 forts for fur trade, were in great majority Catholics. So also were the 4 families settled in Cowlitz, and the 26 established in the Willamette, with their wives and children. Many of the servants and settlers had forgotten their prayers and the religious principles they had received in their youth. The women they had taken for their wives were pagans, or baptized without sufficient knowledge. Their children were raised in ignorance. One may well imagine that in many places disorders, rudeness of morals, and indecency of practices answered to that state of ignorance. There were also found in the valley of the Willamette some Protestant settlers, and in different parts of the country about 30 Protestant ministers, with their numerous attendants, their wives, and their children. The Methodists had 2 missions, one in the Willamette Valley and the other at the Dalles. The Presbyterians were established at Waialatpu among the Walla Wallas, at Lapwai among the Nez Perces, and on the Spokane River. Besides these, the H.B. Company had its own chaplain at Vancouver for 2 years. These ministers were zealous, making efforts and using all means possible to gain converts to their sects. As to the Catholic settlers and their families, although considerably numerous, they were not only without any minister of their faith to teach them and their families the Catholic doctrine, but were moreover exposed to the most seducing temptations of perversion. For if on the one hand they were deprived of all the means necessary to practice the worship commanded by their faith and claimed by conscience, on the other hand, the practice of their separated brethren and the exhortations of the ministers were immediately at hand, so as no pains were spared and nothing neglected to induce them to join the sects. Reverend Mr. Beaver, who arrived from England at Fort Vancouver as a chaplain in 1836, was anxious to bring the Catholics of the fort to his Sunday service. But he was checked by the good Dr. McLoughlin. Nevertheless, he renewed his efforts after the doctor left for England, and strange to say, a report came later that a list containing the names of Catholics begging Mr. Beaver to attend them had appeared in one of the newspapers in London. No doubt this was a forged trick, but it is certain that he joined with the Methodists in saying, quote, "No need of priests, I suffice here, and the Methodists in the Willamette Valley." End quote. As for the Methodist ministers, we have seen before, they were visiting the French settlers, had succeeded in bringing some of them to their Sunday meetings, baptized some women, and performed marriages. This being so, one may understand why the grant of passage by the H.B. Company met with so much opposition. The first request of the Bishop of Juliopolis was refused. On a second application, it was granted for 2 priests in the canoes of 1837, but was afterwards withdrawn, for the reason, no doubt, of not favoring an establishment on a foreign ground, but also in order to give the Protestant ministers more time to strengthen their position and to make proselytes. Hence, of the 2 missionaries appointed to start in 1837, only one was allowed to reach Red River that same year. Such was the situation of the country in 1838. Nevertheless, in spite of all combinations and obstacles, the 2 Catholic missionaries, Deo Juvante, arrived safe and were lodged in the room which Mr. Beaver and the lady had left 3 weeks before for England. From the foregoing, it is easy to understand what the missionaries had to do. They were to warn their flock against the dangers of seduction, to destroy the false impression already received, to enlighten and confirm the faith of the wavering and deceived consciences, to bring back to the practice of religion and virtue all who had forsaken them for long years, or who, raised in infidelity, had never known nor practiced any of them. They were to teach the men their duties, the women and children their prayers and catechism, to baptize them, bless their unions, and establish good order and holiness of life everywhere. In a word, they were to run after the sheep when they were in danger. Thence their passing so often from one post to another, for neither the white people nor the Indians claimed their assistance in vain, and it was enough for them to hear that some false prophet had penetrated into a place or intended visiting some locality, to induce the missionaries to go there immediately to defend the faith and prevent error from propagating itself. In the meantime, let no one imagine that all this was effected by enchantment. No, on the contrary, they had to make many journeys and had to undergo much pain and patience in order to caution the flock against the dangers of seduction and error, to enlighten the ignorant, to recall wavering consciences, and bring back to the true fold the lost sheep. One may well understand what time and pains were required to come so far, and that after having succeeded, it would not have been prudent to abandon them too soon to themselves. This said, let us now follow the 2 missionaries in their undertaking. Missions to various places and among the Indians in 1838 and 1839. Mission at Vancouver. The mission at this post lasted 4 months and 20 days, from November 24th, 1838 to April 15th, 1839, without interruption, attended by the 2 missionaries, save 9 days spent by the Vicar General on a visit to Cowlitz, and 34 for his going to and giving the mission at Willamette. The Catholics of the place did not remain indifferent to the favor afforded them to have the promises of the apostolic labors of the 2 priests. They faithfully corresponded to the grace. The missionaries took but 2 days to rest from their long and tedious journey, for the 4th and 5th day after their arrival saw them at work. The first, in favor of the servants and their families, the second, in favor of the ladies and their children of the fort. On Monday the 26th, they were invited by the governor to make a visit to the stores and depots of the company in the fort, of the clerk's office, houses of the bourgeois, the clerks, and their families. On Tuesday he accompanied them on their visit to the village, which lies next to the fort and contains the houses of the servants and their families. The census made gave 76 Catholics, Canadians, and Iroquois. They especially took the names of the men and women who were to be separated before being married. The Indian population on the shore of the Columbia and neighborhood was supposed to be 300 souls. The holy ministry began for the men and their families on Tuesday evening by gathering them in the fort, and that day and henceforth in regular meetings in which, after the evening prayer made in common, a pious reading was made and some sacred songs were sung in French, a practice which continued and was kept with the greatest satisfaction, in consequence of which the whole assembly was soon instructed to sing the first couplet of 50 canticles, the men forming one choir and the women, girls, and children the other, each choir singing alternately after the first, second, third, etc. couplet sung by the soloists. These meetings became so attractive as to draw on many occasions the bourgeois, clerks, and their families to enjoy the pleasant and harmonious concerts. The Indians themselves did not remain insensible to the charms of these chants, nor were they the last to come and hear them in large number, sometimes 70 and 100. On February 20th, 1839, there were 140 assisting at the evening prayer. The holy work began for the ladies and little girls of the fort on Wednesday the 28th by teaching them their prayers and catechism in French. By persevering in this holy work, many of them soon became able to say the Rosary, a holy practice of devotion in honor of the Immaculate Mother of God, which the two missionaries established in Oregon from the beginning. Reverend M. Demers, who made the beads, distributed 50 of them in a short time. The catechism was held in the forenoon. The afternoon was reserved for teaching the prayers and holy truths to the Indian women and children of the village in order to prepare them for baptism. The difficulty here was great, as they had to learn these prayers in French, and the task could not be completed but by a long and tedious repetition of them for weeks and months. This catechism was frequented by 60 women and girls and 18 little boys. The Indians were not neglected. They were gathered twice a day in the forenoon and in the evening. Reverend M. Demers, who had learned the Chinook jargon in 3 or 4 weeks, was their teacher. Later, in January, having translated the Sign of the Cross, the Lord's Prayer, and Hail Mary into that idiom, he taught them to these poor Indians, who were much pleased to learn them. In February he succeeded in composing some beautiful canticles in the same dialect which the Indians, as well as the men, women, and children, chanted in the church with the greatest delight. Thus, by patience and constancy in teaching, the missionaries were pleased to see that their hard labors were beginning to bear some fruits. The forenoon catechism lasted generally from 8 to 11:30 the afternoon from 1 to 5, and sometimes 6 o'clock. The interval was interspersed with singing Chinook canticles, teaching catechism, and some relaxation. While Reverend M. Demers was instructing the Indians, the Vicar General taught the Canadians, and gave instruction in French to the boys who were able to read English, so that by such means some of them were soon able to assist in teaching the prayers and catechism to others. The Gregorian chant and serving at Mass were not forgotten, and it was after these exercises that the missionaries heard the confessions of those who had no time to come during the day. By all this it may be seen that the two priests were far from being idle. End of section 5. Section 6 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Remarkable Conversion of Dr. John McLoughlin. It is but just to make special mention of the important services which Dr. John McLoughlin, though not a Catholic, has rendered to the French Canadians and their families during the 14 years he was governor of Fort Vancouver. He it was who read to them the prayers on Sunday. Besides the English school kept for the children of the bourgeois, he had a separate one maintained at his own expense, in which prayers and the catechism were taught in French to the Catholic women and children on Sundays and weekdays by his orders. He also encouraged the chant of the canticles, in which he was assisted by his wife and daughter, who took much pleasure in this exercise. He visited and examined his school once a week, which was already formed of several good scholars, who soon learned to read French and became of great help to the priests. He it was who saved the Catholics of the fort and their children from the dangers of perversion, and who, finding the log church the Canadians had built a few miles below Fairfield in 1836, not properly located, ordered it to be removed and rebuilt on a large prairie, its present beautiful site. To that excellent man was our holy religion indebted for whatever morality the missionaries found at Vancouver, as well as for the welfare and temporal advantages the settlers of the Cowlitz and Willamette Valley enjoyed at that time. At the time the two missionaries arrived, Dr. McLoughlin was absent, but was expected to return in the following September. The good work of that upright man deserved a reward. He received it by being brought to the true church in the following manner. When he was once on a visit to Fort Nisqually, The End of Controversy, written by Dr. Milner, fell into his hands. He read it with avidity and was overcome, and converted at once. On his return to Fort Vancouver, he made his abjuration and profession of faith at the hands of the Vicar General on November 18, 1842. He made his confession and had his marriage blessed on the same day, and prepared himself for his first communion by fasting during the 4 weeks of Advent, which he passed on his claim at the Willamette Falls, now called Oregon City, in having the place surveyed into blocks and lots. Being thus prepared, he made his first communion at Fort Vancouver, at midnight mass on Christmas, with a large number of the faithful women and servants of the Hudson Bay Company. The little chapel was then full of white people and Indians. It was beautifully decorated and brilliantly illuminated. The plain chant was grave, the chant of canticles of Noel in French and Chinook jargon, alternately by the two choirs of men and women, was impressive, as well as the holy performance around the altar. In a word, it was captivating and elevating to the minds of the faithful, commemorating the great day of the birth of our Savior. It was on such an occasion that Honorable Peter H. Burnett, being at Vancouver in 1843 and attending High Mass as a spectator at midnight on Christmas, received the first impression of his conversion, as mentioned in the preface of his book under the title of The Path Which Led a Protestant Lawyer to the Catholic Church. From the time of his conversion till his death, Dr. John McLoughlin showed himself a true and practical Christian and a worthy member of the Holy Church, never missing the divine service of Mass and Vespers on Sundays and holy days, going to the Holy Table nearly monthly, and preaching strongly by word and example. On going to church each Sunday, he was often accompanied by some Protestant friends. One of them inviting him to go and assist at the service of their church, he answered him, "No, sir, I go to the church that teaches truth, but not to a church that teaches error." He was kind to his children and grandchildren, his son-in-law following his example. He was born in the district of Quebec, Canada, and died at his residence at Oregon City on September 3, 1857, aged 73 years, fortified with all the consolations of the Church, after a lingering illness of 2 years, which he bore with Christian patience and resignation, about 3 months before the return of Archbishop Blanchet from South America in 1847. Dr. John McLoughlin was the father of the orphans and servants of the H.B. Company, the father of the French-Canadian colonies of Cowlitz and Willamette Valley, of all the American immigrants, and a great benefactor of the Catholic Church. In hearing of this great man, the Holy Father, Pope Gregory XVI, sent him the insignia of the Knights of the Distinguished Order of St. Gregory the Great, which Archbishop Blanchet delivered to him on his return from Europe in August 1857. Missionary labors at Fort Vancouver. After the arrival of the priests, the Lord's Day had been sanctified by regular public services, consisting of a high mass with an instruction in the forenoon, and vespers and Sunday school in the afternoon. The chant at Mass and Vespers was the Gregorian, for some of the men were already able to sing the Kyrie, Gloria, Sanctus, and Agnus Dei, or were soon able to do so. The chant of canticles in French by the choirs of men and women, as aforesaid, added not a little to the solemnity of the service. The large building granted for the purpose was generally full of Catholics, among whom were often seen a number of non-Catholics. As to the Protestant service on Sunday, which was the Episcopal one, it was held in the large hall of the governor's house and read by him. The American ministers, who traveled pretty often and were always lodged and politely treated by the governor and other bourgeois, were seldom or never invited to hold the Episcopalian service on Sunday. Their singing, with their wives in their rooms late in the evenings, on many occasions, was the means of drawing some of the ladies and children to hear them. Christmas Day, which in 1838 came on a Tuesday, and being observed as a general holiday by the company, the men had a chance to celebrate it. There were 2 low masses at midnight in the room of the priests, at which some assisted. The high mass, vespers, and instruction took place as usual on Sunday. The music which accompanied the Gregorian chant at Mass, and that of the canticles at vespers in place of the anthems after the psalms, rendered the office of Christmas more solemn than usual, so that all returned home well pleased and contented. As the company used to send over the Rocky Mountains in the beginning of March every year an express to carry its papers to Canada, the missionaries availed themselves of the opportunity to send to Quebec the history of their journey from Lachine to Vancouver, with an account of their labors during the journey and since their arrival, an item of which, extending to March 1st, 1839, was baptisms 309, marriages 61, sepultures 9. Out of the 309 baptisms, 175 were made on the journey, and 134 since their arrival. Out of the 175, 122 were made on the east and 53 on the west side of the Rocky Mountains. Out of 134, 74 were from the Willamette, 53 from Vancouver, and 7 from Cowlitz. Of the 61 marriages, 25 were from the Willamette, 24 from Vancouver, and 12 from east of the Rocky Mountains. First visit to Cowlitz Mission. According to an agreement made between the Bishop of Juliopolis and Sir George Simpson, governor of the Hudson's Bay Company, the principal station of the Catholic missionaries was being fixed at the settlement of Cowlitz River, because it was not, like the Willamette settlement, on a ground whose ownership was disputed by Great Britain and the United States. To the end, therefore, to show his willingness to carry out that agreement and order the building necessary for a residence, the Vicar General, accompanied by Augustin Rochon, a servant brought from Canada, left Vancouver on Wednesday afternoon, December 12, 1838, in a canoe paddled by 4 Indians, and reached the Cowlitz settlement on Sunday the 16th at 10 a.m. The first Mass ever celebrated at that place was said on that day, and another one on Monday in the house of Mr. Simon Plamondon, before the settlers and their families, who were much pleased to learn that the priests were to reside among them. Having visited the place and chosen for the mission a piece of land of clear prairie of 640 acres, strewed only with some rare borders of timber, he left his servant there to square the timber for a house and barn and to make rails for fences. The Cowlitz settlement has been 5 years in existence. It is on the west side of the river, in a prairie 6 miles long and 2 miles broad, bounded on the east by the river and on the west by a large quantity of timber. It is a very fine location for a colony. Its soil is rich and fertile. Grass, fishing, and game are in abundance. The situation is beautiful. In the northwest appears Mount Rainier, and Mount St. Helens on the east, whose high peak is always covered with snow. The Hudson Bay Company has a farm there on which a large number of men are employed in farming on a large scale. The young colony was then composed of only 4 Canadian farmers, whom Dr. McLoughlin had discharged from further long services. The Cowlitz River runs from north to south and empties into the Columbia. It is very tortuous and full of snags, and renders its navigation difficult and dangerous, especially for small craft, and by reason of its numerous rapids of dangerous ascent. Having made 7 baptisms, given to the men the necessary advices, and recommended Mr. Fagnant, one of the farmers who was able to read, to teach the prayers and catechism to the women and children, the Vicar General left on Tuesday morning, the 18th, and reached Vancouver on Thursday, the 20th, at 4:30 p.m. Governor Douglas had the politeness to go and meet him on the shore, with Reverend M. Demers, on his arrival. On his way up and down, he visited some Indian lodges to announce to them the arrival of the Blackgowns, who come to speak of the Great Spirit and make them good. First mission to the Willamette Valley. This mission lasted about 30 days, from January 5th, 1839, to February 4th. This valley takes its name from the river which flows through it from south to north. It is a continuance of large and level prairies, strewed with timber, which is found specially along the banks of the streams. The east shore of it may well be called the granary of Oregon, the western shore being generally mountainous. The settlement of this valley began as follows. There remained in the country 3 Canadians, remnants of the old expedition of Hunt and Astor, viz. Etienne Lucier, one of the former, and Joseph Gervais and Louis Labonte of the latter. Etienne Lucier, being tired of living a wandering life, began in 1829 to cultivate the land near Fort Vancouver, and getting dissatisfied with his first choice, he left it in 1830, and removing to the Willamette Valley, settled a few miles above Champoux, then called by the Canadians Campement des Sables. Following his example, the 2 others, Joseph Gervais and Louis Labonte, followed him in 1831 and settled some distance south of him, one on the right side and the other on the left side of the river. Some old servants of the Hudson Bay Company, being discharged from further services, went over to them and increased their number. The good and generous Dr. McLoughlin encouraged the colony and helped it all in his power. It continued to grow up every year, and its settlers began to feel the necessity of having some priests to reconcile them to God and also to instruct their wives and children. The nearest bishop they could apply to was at Red River. They sent him a petition in 1834 asking for priests. Their request was without success, so they renewed their petition in 1835, and this time it seemed they were to be heard, for the Bishop of Juliopolis obtained in 1836 a passage for 2 priests in the canoes of 1837 to Oregon. But in the interval of the appointment of the missionaries, other reflections superseded the first. And on remarks being made that as there were in the country Anglican, Methodist, and Presbyterian ministers, the difference of teaching might create dissensions among the Indians. For this reason, and perhaps to give them time to proselyte, the grant of passage was withdrawn. But having made new efforts, the bishop obtained the claimed passage in the canoes of 1838, hence their arrival and their labors at Vancouver. The Catholics of the Willamette Valley were very anxious to see among them at least one of the priests they had so earnestly asked for. On the day appointed for going, 2 large canoes from the valley, conducted by 2 of the most respected citizens of the colony, Mr. Etienne Lucier and Mr. Pierre Belech, were ready at Vancouver for departure. The Vicar General, leaving to Reverend M. Demers the charge of continuing the mission of Vancouver, started on Thursday, January 3rd at 3 p.m. The Willamette Fall. A beautiful fall of 30 feet across the river, which requires a portage of canoes and baggage for a quarter of a mile, was passed early on Friday, and on Saturday at 10 a.m. the Campement des Sables, Champoux, was reached. The 4 miles from thence to the log church, for there was a church already, were made on horseback, and as Mr. Lucier and Mr. Belech were neighbors, and on his way, the Vicar General stopped and visited their families, who were so glad to be the first to see the priest, and see him in his true ecclesiastical robe, or soutane, which the 2 missionaries continued to wear in traveling, at home and in the town of Oregon City till 1849. That church, made of logs, was built in 1836, as soon as they had any hopes of having priests. It was a building 70 feet by 30, built on a prairie on the eastern side of the river and the road going to Champoeg. The vicar general took possession of a part of the church at the back of the altar, measuring 12 by 30, which being afterwards divided by an alley of 6 feet, gave sufficient accommodation for 2 bedrooms on one side and a kitchen and dining room on the other. Later, in order to make room for some orphans, the alley became the cooking place. The afternoon of that day was spent in receiving visits, as all, especially the women and the half-breed boys and girls, were very anxious to see the priest, so long announced and expected. That day was indeed a day of joy and tender emotions to all. The following day, January 6th, being Sunday and the Epiphany of our Lord, the church was blessed under the patronage of the great apostle St. Paul, after which was celebrated the first Mass ever said in the valley, in the presence of all the Canadians, their wives and children. It was surely a great day for them all, for the Canadians who had not seen a priest nor heard a Mass for 10, 20, 30, and some nearly 40 years, and for their wives, who were at last beholding one of those priests their husbands had so long ago spoken to them about. Sweet and touching indeed were the sentiments these Canadians experienced on seeing themselves at the foot of an altar of the cross and before the face of a priest. These poor Canadians were overjoyed, and the women were amazed in beholding the priest at the altar in sacerdotal vestments and prayer. The holy sacrifice of the Immaculate Lamb of God was offered. The pastoral letter of the bishop who had heard their voice and sent them priests was read. The commandments of God and of the church were published, as well as the rules to be observed during the mission, and all terminated with reflections and advices which were very touching on both sides. All went home happy and willing to obey the church, even in regard to separation from their wives until their unions would be blessed. And so great was their desire to have their wives and children instructed, and to lose nothing of the instructions given, that they brought them from home to live in tents around the church. The men would not do less. Those living the nearest came every day to hear Mass and passed the whole day at the church, returning home in time to attend to their business and prevent the wasting of their crops by their hired and slave Indians. Those who lived farthest away remained several days before returning home, sleeping in the large hall, not yet divided by an alley. And let no one suppose that in that season the people had to suffer from the inclemency of the weather. Not at all, for the weather was so extraordinarily fine and mild, and so similar to the month of May in Canada, as to make the good Canadians say, "The good God has pity on us, and it is for us that he has sent this fine weather." The exercises were commenced every day by the celebration of Mass with an instruction, after which followed the recitation of the prayers in French, the explanation of the Apostles' Creed, and the most important truths of religion, intermixed with singing of canticles, from Mass till 12 a.m. and from 1 to 4 p.m. And as the women did not at all understand French, and there were among them a variety of tongues, some being of the Chinook, others of the Colville and Flathead tribes, the difficulty was overcome by using different interpreters to convey to them the words of the priest. At dusk took place the evening prayers, the reading of pious books, and singing of French canticles, after which some boys were taught to read in French and serve at Mass. There was at that time in the valley a young man, 25 years of age, born in Havre de Grace, France, called Pierre Stanislas Jacquet. He left the sea, which he entered at the age of 11. That young man became useful by knowing how to read and teach the prayers, while the priest was hearing confessions of the men who had to come more than once, and those of the little boys and girls, to accustom them to the holy practice. The men had also to be examined and reaffirmed in their prayers, but they generally were found to have retained them in a surprising manner. The instructions and teaching of prayers lasted 3 weeks. The fruits of the mission were consoling, for many of the Indian women and a number of grown boys and girls and young children had learned to make the sign of the cross, the offering of the heart to God, the Lord's Prayer, the Hail Mary, the Apostles' Creed, and some of the Acts. 25 Indian women were baptized in excellent dispositions, and their unions with their husbands blessed by the Church. 47 other baptisms of children were made, to which, if we add those 2 of an old Indian man and a young Indian girl, both sick, who soon died, and were the first buried in the new cemetery, we will have 74 baptisms and 25 marriages, the 26th couple being that of a Canadian married in the valley by the Reverend D. Leslie, without the certificate of the death of his wife he had left in Canada. The Vicar General ordered and obtained a separation, hence only 25 marriages instead of 26. Besides the altar fixed in due time, the Vicar General had a communion rail made to separate the sanctuary from the nave, a cross fixed on the gable of the church, an acre of ground chosen and fenced and blessed for a graveyard, with a high cross in the center, and small wooden crosses were blessed for each house. The 6 first couplets of canticles, which had been learned and were daily sung at Mass with some taste and delight by the men, women, and children, were earnestly recommended to be sung at home. The 2 missionaries saw with great pleasure their advice put in practice. In fine, taking the 4th and last week of his mission to rest a little, the Vicar General went and took possession of a tract of ground of 640 acres for the mission, and went around the whole establishment to visit the settlers, who received him with the greatest demonstrations of joy and thanks to God for the consolations of religion they had received. Their joy, nevertheless, was greatly lessened in not being allowed to keep among themselves at least one of those they had called for. But they expected that this would not last long, and that their good father, Dr. McLoughlin, would obtain a change. Having given them 5 Sundays, the Vicar General started on Monday, the 5th of February, and reached Vancouver on Tuesday at 5 p.m., where he remained at work with Reverend M. Demers till the 14th of March. The true name of our river. It is fit to explain here why, in the foregoing paragraphs, the name of our river is called Willamette, rather than Willamette or Willamette, as many call it now. The reason is obvious. It is because Willamette is the true Indian name, whereas Willamette and Willamette are but corrupted and fabricated ones of modern date. Proofs are not wanting to show that from 1812 to 1842, the principal persons in the country, either American of Astor's and Hunt's expedition, or British or Scotchmen or French Canadians of the Northwest and Hudson Bay companies, always spelled the name with an A in the first syllable, and a TTE in the last one, thus Willamette. The letters met not to be pronounced me, as in the French bouquet, but as met, as in the French word gazette. It was thus spelled by the gentlemen of the H.B. Company, Dr. John McLoughlin, James Douglas, and Peter Ogden, when the Methodist Presbyterian ministers, Catholic missionaries, and many other American citizens arrived here in 1834, 1836, 1838, and 1840. Hence the numerous disciples who, adopting the name of our river as spelled by them, made a faithful use of it before 1840 and long after 1842, and even as far down as 1848, and one even to 1859, because convinced of it being the genuine name, and all that notwithstanding the strong prevailing use of the spurious one of Willamette. Witness the following instances. Reverend Jason Lee, who arrived in the country in 1834, signs in 1844, with Dr. McLoughlin and others, a document in which the word is spelled Willamette. David Leslie, W.H. Wilson, and George Gay, who came here in 1837, Sidney Smith in 1839, and A.F. Waller and L.H. Judson in 1840, say they are living in the valley called Willamette. Young and Carmichael, addressing the Oregon Temperance Society, date their letter from Willamette, January 3rd, 1837. Reverend G. Hines, who came here in 1840, in his History of Oregon in 1859, on all occasions calls our river by the name of Willamette. Dr. E. White, who arrived here in 1836, when writing as sub-agent of Indian Affairs to the Secretary of War in 1843, always dates his letters from the Willamette Valley. Josiah L. Parrish and A. F. Waller, who arrived here in 1840 as Methodist ministers, affirm that the name of the river is an Indian one, to be spelled with an A in the first syllable. The Catholic missionaries, on their arrival at Vancouver in 1838, received also the name with its orthography from the same gentleman, and always used it in their long correspondences at home and abroad from 1839 to 1848, dating their letters from or addressing them to St. Paul of Willamette. So did the Sisters of Notre Dame, Belgium, from 1844 to 1853. The gentlemen of the Hudson Bay Company did likewise in all their transactions and writings. Thus their bills of supplies to the Catholic Mission from 1839 to 1847 were always headed Catholic Mission of Willamette, or of Willamette Falls. Reverend Mr. Beaver, who was chaplain at Vancouver from 1836 to 1838, having returned to England, in a certain deposition made in London in 1849, calls our river by the name he had learned during his stay at Vancouver, Willamette. End of section 6. Section 7 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon During the Past 40 Years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First Mission to Cowlitz, Washington Territory, 1839. The first mission to Cowlitz was begun by the Vicar General on March 17, 1839, and continued until the 1st of May following. Arriving at the settlement on the evening of March 16th, the Vicar General was accommodated by Mr. Simon Plamondon, with a room for his own use and also an apartment 18 by 25 feet to be used as a chapel. Besides the 4 farmers and their families forming the colony, there were a large number of servants employed on the farms of the H.B. Company, some of them having wives. The mission commenced on Passion Sunday with the Holy Sacrifice of the Mass, the publication of the Law of God and the precepts of the Church, on which an instruction was given. Mass was celebrated every day at 6 a.m., during which an instruction was given. The rest of the day was devoted to teaching the catechism and canticles to the women and children in French. In the evening, all assembled in the chapel, where evening prayers, and instruction, and singing hymns preceded the hearing of confessions, which continued long into the night. The Indians were instructed at stated intervals every day. The ceremonies of Holy Week made a deep impression on all who attended, and the mission was fruitful in good results. The news of the arrival of the missionary at Cowlitz caused numerous delegations of Indians to come from remote distances in order to hear and see the black gown. Among these delegations was one led by a chief named Slalacum, whose tribe inhabited Whidbey Island, Puget Sound, 150 miles from the Cowlitz mission. After a journey of 2 days in canoes to Fort Nisqually, and an arduous march of 3 days on foot across streams and rivers and by an exceedingly rough trail, they reached Cowlitz with bleeding feet, famished and broken down. Their object was to see the black gown and hear him speak of the Great Spirit. As soon as they were refreshed, the missionary began to speak to them of God, of the Incarnation and redemption. But the great difficulty was how to give them an idea of religion so plain and simple as to command their attention, and which they could retain in their minds and carry back with them to their tribe. In looking for a plan, the Vicar General imagined that by representing on a square stick the 40 centuries before Christ by 40 marks, the 33 years of our Lord by 33 points, followed by a cross, and the 18 centuries and 39 years since by 18 marks and 39 points, would pretty well answer his design in giving him a chance to show the beginning of the world, the creation, the fall of angels, of Adam, the promise of a Savior, the time of his birth, and his death upon the cross, as well as the mission of the apostles. The plan was a great success. After 8 days' explanation, the chief and his companions became masters of the subject, and having learned to make the sign of the cross and to sing 1 or 2 canticles in Chinook jargon, they started for home well satisfied with a square rule thus marked, which they called Sahali stick, bois d'eau. That plan was afterwards changed from a rule to a large chart containing the great epics of the world, such as the Deluge, the Tower of Babel, the 10 Commandments of God, the 12 Apostles, the 7 Sacraments, and precepts of the Church, these being very useful to enable the missionary the teaching of the Indians and whites. It was called the Catholic Ladder. The fruits of this long mission were very consoling. The women, grown boys and girls, had learned their prayers in part, and some of the catechism, and the younger children some part of their prayers. The first strophe of several canticles in French and Chinook had been learned, and were sung alternately by the 2 choirs of men, women, and children, after the chant of the other strophes by a solos. By that means the offices on Sunday, at Mass and Vespers, were rendered pretty solemn and attractive. The number of baptisms were 28, of which 20 were Indian children, and 7 were adult women. Thus, in adding the 7 made in December last, we will have 34 baptisms made at Cowlitz, 7 marriages blessed, and large numbers of Easter communions. The winter season of 1838-9 had been so exceptionally beautiful as to allow the farmers to plow and sow without interruption. On the 5th day of April, the prairies were blooming with wild flowers and strawberries. On the 7th, the grass was 6 inches high. Augustin Rochon, the servant of the mission, brought from Canada, had in no way remained idle. He had made 6,000 rails for fences, squared the timbers for a house and barn, which were to be hauled on the mission land as soon as he could get a yoke of oxen. The settlers of Cowlitz and their families were extremely pleased to have the visit of Reverend M. Demers during the mission of the Vicar General there. This visit was due to the following circumstances. First mission at Fort Nisqually. About the 8th of April, 1839, Reverend D. Leslie, a Methodist minister, arrived at Cowlitz en route to Nisqually, where he intended establishing a mission among the Indians. This information at once prompted Vicar General Blanchet to dispatch an Indian express to Father Demers at Vancouver, asking him to proceed at once to Nisqually in order to plant the true seed in the hearts of the Indians there. Father Demers left immediately and reached his destination in 6 days, during which he was drenched with a cold and continuous rain. He was welcomed with great politeness by Mr. Hudson, the commander of the fort. A house was appropriated for the purpose of a chapel, and he at once entered upon the object of his arduous journey. The Indians flocked from all sides to see the great chief of the French and receive his instructions. An unforeseen incident, however, came near preventing the mission, begun under such favorable auspices. The commandant was unwilling to allow a vast crowd of Indians to enter the fort, and ordered them to stay outside of the palisades. One of the Indians, bolder than the rest, dared to force an entry, and was pushed back rather roughly by Mr. Hudson. Hence the beginning of a riot which might have become fatal, if the appearance of the missionary had not appeased that untamed multitude. Who shall not here admire the holy influence of religion in the person of humble priest over an enraged multitude of Indians, on his simple appearance among them? Such is the influence of religion. Father Demers was then obliged to go out of the fort to teach the Indians, who during the whole time of the mission gave him evidence of their most perfect docility to his advice. The first Mass was celebrated in the presence of the commander and other persons of the fort. Among the throng there were counted Indians of 22 different nations. All the days of the man of God were devoted to his dear neophytes. To celebrate the divine offices, teach the Christian prayers, administer baptism to children, explain to the Indians the dogmatic and moral truths of religion, to hear the confessions of the Canadians, such were the occupations which absorbed the days and part of the nights of the priest during the 10 days the mission lasted. Monday, the 29th of April, was, to the servant of God, a day well calculated to indemnify him plentifully for his long and painful journeys and missionary labors. For on that day, Mrs. Kitson, the wife of the commander, after having followed the instructions with much attention and practiced with fervor the exercises of piety prescribed to her, had the happiness to open her eyes to the light and receive the gift of faith and the grace of baptism. The following day, the 30th, being the day fixed for his departure, was a day of mourning for the poor Indians of Nisqually. Men and women flocked around him to entreat him to remain among them and to show him the deep sorrow which his too untimely parting caused them. They went so far as to promise him perfect docility to his advice, and that, if polygamy was an evil in the eyes of the Great Spirit, they would forthwith conform themselves to his will. Deeply touched by these admirable effects of the grace of God, Father Demers encouraged them to perseverance and consoled them the best he could for having to leave them, giving them to understand that he parted with them to obey God, who was calling him elsewhere, where sheep were to be brought to the fold, and that he would soon return to them and prepare them for baptism. After having given orders to build a chapel and said Mass outside of the fort, he parted with them, blessing the Lord for the success of his mission among the whites and Indians, and reached Cowlitz on Monday the 30th with the conviction that his mission at Nisqually had left a very feeble chance for a Methodist mission there. Brother Wilson, whom Minister Leslie had left orders with to build a house on a certain piece of land, must have been greatly despondent at being witness to all he had seen. The fruits of this unexpected mission were 13 baptisms, 2 of which were adult women, the rest being children, and 2 marriages. This mission was made so short because Reverend M. Demers was bound to be at Vancouver to meet there the brigades of North and South and prepare himself for his mission to the Upper Columbia. The Vicar General, having completed his mission at Cowlitz and given his orders for the building of the priest's house, prepared to start for Vancouver. Second mission in the Willamette Valley. The 2 missionaries left Cowlitz Thursday, May 2nd, 1839, for Fort Vancouver, Father Demers desiring to visit the Catholic settlement at St. Paul's, which latter place they reached in safety by means of a canoe, propelled by the stalwart arms of 4 Indians. Father Demers at once started on horseback to visit all the settlers, but was obliged to relinquish his journey and return again to Vancouver in consequence of a violent cold which he caught on his former journey to Nisqually. Whilst there, he had the pleasure of receiving 2 large cases filled with goods intended for the mission, which had been forwarded from Canada, and which were greatly needed. Among the gifts was a beautiful folio edition of the Bible, presented by Reverend Antoine Parent of the Seminary of Quebec, which was greatly admired by all who saw it. On arriving at St. Paul, the Vicar General learned with much surprise that his first mission at St. Paul had caused quite a commotion among the Methodist preachers, who had a missionary station about 12 miles south of the Catholic settlement. The cause of this excitement arose from the fact that the Vicar General had re-baptized and remarried a number of persons who were officiated over by the Methodist ministers. A number of Catholics withdrew also from the Temperance Society and prayer meetings of the Methodist Brethren. These acts aroused all the ire of the ministers, who, deeming themselves and their office ignored, determined to be revenged. But before doing so, they endeavored to make proselytes among the Catholics through means of Reverend Daniel Lee's preaching and praying in some of their houses. Reverend David Leslie next got up a revival, but it was barren of any fruits. As a dernier resort, a complaint was made to Governor Douglas relative to the influence which the Catholic missionaries were using in order to keep the lambs of the flock out of the clutches of the Wesleyan wolves. The governor, however, told his informant very curtly that it was none of his business. Thus, finding themselves foiled at every point, the preachers had recourse to their usual weapon of slander and falsehood. A copy of an infamous publication entitled Maria Monk was circulated among the community. This work pretended to give awful disclosures concerning confession and convent life, and was filled with stale slanders and exploded inventions. The circulation of this obscene book caused considerable feeling among the Catholics, and the Vicar General found on his return an excited community where all was peace at his former visit. The Vicar General's attention was at once directed towards allaying the excitement by a simple explanation of the vicious causes which led the Methodist ministers to cast such a firebrand among the peaceable and happy community. He proved the work to be a tissue of falsehoods and calumnies, which had been refuted over the signatures of some of the most respectable Protestants of Montreal, where the scene of its shameless relations was laid. The Canadian settlers naturally became indignant at the vile artifice, hypocrisy, and ingratitude of the Methodist ministers, whose lives they had been the means of saving but a short month before. It appears that an Indian had stolen some wheat, and being discovered, he was severely beaten at the Methodist mission. His tribe threatened to massacre the people at the mission, which so alarmed Reverend David Leslie that he hastened at once to the Canadians, begging them to use their influence with the Indians to save them, which the Canadians did most effectually. Finally, the Methodists, discovering that their efforts to malign their Catholic neighbors were recoiling upon their own heads, they quietly withdrew the vile book which had caused so much trouble, and learned afterwards to live in amity with their neighbors. The second mission given at St. Paul's by the Vicar General lasted 30 days and was attended with great zeal by the surrounding settlers, their wives and children. The Catholic ladder was found very useful in imparting instruction, as many of the neophytes did not understand French sufficiently to be instructed in that language. It was also exposed in the church on Sundays and fully explained to the congregation, who listened with the most respectful attention. During the mission, the Vicar General had the consolation of receiving into the fold of Christ Mr. Montour, a former clerk of the Hudson Bay Company, together with his wife and children. This gentleman proved a most zealous convert, assisting with the greatest devotion at all the offices of the church on Sundays and weekdays. On the Sunday within the octave of Corpus Christi, all the congregation united in a grand procession in honor of the Blessed Sacrament. Repositories were erected and an avenue of trees planted, through which the large multitude passed in regular order. Thus, this mission produced great spiritual results, and the Vicar General left for Vancouver on the 7th of June, well pleased with the earnest piety of the congregation of St. Paul. The Brigade of the North. Mission of Father Demers to Fort Colville in 1839. The Hudson's Bay Company's Brigade of the North was styled de porteur, in consequence of the men being obliged to pack the baggage on their backs for want of horses. Started on June 22, 1839. It consisted of a flotilla of 9 barges, manned by 57 men under the command of Chief Factors Ogden and Black. A passage was offered to one of the missionaries with this brigade as far as Walla Walla, and as the Indians at Fort Colville had been told by the missionaries that one of them would return again for the purpose of instructing them in the faith, Father Demers was selected for that duty, leaving to the Vicar General the vast missionary field already open along the waters of the Columbia, the Willamette, and Puget Sound. Arriving at Walla Walla, Father Demers procured a guide, expecting to make the trip to Colville in 6 days. In this, however, he was doomed to disappointment, as his guide proved treacherous and left him alone before half the journey was accomplished, which necessitated him to send back for another guide, and thus 14 days were consumed on the journey. After this delay, and having surmounted many difficulties, Father Demers arrived at Fort Colville, where he entered at once on a mission which lasted for 33 days and resulted very beneficially to the employers of the H.B. Company, as well as to the numerous Indians gathered around the fort. On his return trip, he also gave an 8-day mission at Okanagan, and spent 2 weeks at Walla Walla, to the great joy of the assembled Indians and the few whites employed around the fort. The Brigade of the South, second mission to Cowlitz. The brigade was composed of a large number of servants, trappers of the HBC, returning from California with horses laden with fur. It arrived at Vancouver June 15th and was to return in 3 weeks with horses packed with provisions and goods for the trade of the following year. Several of the servants had wives and children to be baptized, instructed, and married. The task became onerous on the Vicar General, as this was in addition to the ordinary duty of teaching of the ladies and children of the fort and others. He undertook it heartily, saying Mass early and dividing his time between them all. There were made 44 baptisms, of which 13 were adults, and the same number of marriages, amongst which were those of Mr. Michel Lapramboise, the conductor of the brigade, and Mr. Joseph McLoughlin, son of Dr. McLoughlin. The brigade left July 13th, having to camp between 50 and 60 times, making 4 leagues a day, before reaching their trapping places. In southern Oregon, it had to pass through a very warlike, wicked, and treacherous race of Indians, waiting in ambuscade for the purpose of robbing and killing animals and men on all occasions. Hence the name of Les Coquins, the rogues, given to them, and La Rivière aux Coquins, the Rogue River, given to the country by the men of the brigade. After attending to the spiritual wants of the brigade of the North and the South, the place to be visited next was the Cowlitz settlement. The Vicar General reached that place on July 20th, and as he had learned that a building had been erected on the mission land, he directed his steps there and took possession of a little 30-by-20 log house, in which he celebrated Mass the following day. It was roofed and had an addition for a kitchen at one end, but was without floor, doors, and windows. It took some time before this could be done, or the joints of the logs could be filled with earth, as the farmers were busy at their harvest. He found there also a barn of 60 by 30, raised, roofed, and sealed around, ready to receive the crop of 6 bushels of wheat and 9 bushels of peas, sown last spring. Augustin, the laborer, had fenced 24 acres of land, and plowed 15 others to be sown next fall, so that the missionary of that place was assured of his daily bread. The log house was used as a chapel, under the patronage of St. Francis Xaverius, and a lodging for the priest till 1842. The priest, in having his modest bed on the gospel side of the sanctuary, was more fortunate than the young Samuel who had his own in the vestibule away from the sanctuary. The daily teaching of the women and children commenced as soon as the harvest was over. The Catholic ladder was used here for the first time, with great profit to all, on the weekdays and on Sundays. Augustin Rochon, the servant of the mission, had run a great danger some time after the departure of the Vicar General in the beginning of May. He had bought a horse from an Indian and paid the price agreed. The Indian, displeased with his bargain, came back to have his horse again, which Augustin refused. Hence a strife, in which he was stabbed by the Indian. Fortunately, there was present a half-breed who, seizing the stick Augustin had thrown to the ground in order to have free use of his hands, soon made the Indian run away. This mission lasted 40 days. The first mission to Nisqually was made by Father Demers, who celebrated the first Mass in the fort on April 22nd, the day after he arrived. His visit at such a time was forced upon him by the establishment of a Methodist mission there for the Indians. His mission was a success, and it now being the time to go and consolidate the good already done there, the Vicar General left Cowlitz, reaching Fort Nisqually on August 30th, and began his mission of 12 days. The fort contained 5 families, including that of Mr. Kitson, the commander, and his servants, numbering in all 36 souls. The men attended Mass at 5 in the morning and had other exercises in the evening, their commander leading them the example, though not a Catholic. The forenoon was devoted to women and children of the fort, teaching them their prayers and explaining the catechism with the aid of the Catholic ladder. Some of the women, able to speak only Nisqually, Chinook jargon, and Flathead, Mr. Kitson, who understood those languages, besides French and English, was very useful as an interpreter. Some of the women on the outside were allowed to assist at the exercises, and at the end of the mission the women and children were able to answer many questions on God, Holy Trinity, Incarnation, and Redemption. All had learned to sing the first couplet of 5 French canticles, and 2 in Chinook. The afternoon was devoted to the teaching of the Indians, who were few in the beginning, but continued to arrive in canoes every day until they numbered at least 300. Twice was the Vicar General obliged to allow a number of men and women to come and have the satisfaction of touching his hand. The mothers brought their children on their backs for the same purpose. Among other chiefs was Slalacum, one of the 12 who traveled from Whitby's Island to Cowlitz in April last in order to see the Blackgown. Instructions out of the fort were given, first in a large tent, and afterwards in the open air, under the shade of a tree. All were looking at a large Catholic ladder hung up on a pole, the points being shown with a long stick. Among the remarks made by some of the chiefs was that of Slalacum. That man Noah had more children than the first man Adam. It was a beautiful sight in the evening to look from the inside gallery of the fort on the Indian camp with its numerous bright fires, and to listen to the harangues of the chiefs on the subject which had been explained to them, and the duty of their listening to the great chief of the French. Some of them soon learned to make the sign of the cross in Chinook jargon, and to sing the first couplet of 2 canticles in the same dialect. 2 Indian children only received baptism, because the parents were afraid of that medicine. There were 6 baptisms, and 2 marriages were made. Mass was celebrated on the last Sunday outside the fort, in a repository made of matting, to give the Indians an opportunity of witnessing the great ceremony, the men sitting on their mats in a semicircle in front of the altar, and the women behind them. At the Mass, as well as at the Vespers, the 2 choirs of men and women made the air resound with the chant of their canticles. And so amazed were the Indians that after the service was over, they remained still, long before leaving their places. Poor Brother Wilson, who from a sailor boy had become a preacher, was looking at this Catholic demonstration at the hands of the Indians with no small astonishment. End of section 7. Section 8 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Short reunion of the 2 missionaries. Objection to the residence at the Willamette raised. Parting of the missionaries for winter quarters. The Vicar General left Nisqually on Thursday and reached Cowlitz on Saturday, September 14th, and leaving this place 4 days later, He arrived at Vancouver on the 20th, where he was joined on October 1st by Father Demers, returning from his mission of 3 months and 10 days to the Upper Columbia. The result of his mission, as to baptisms, was as follows. At Colville, 37, of whites 12, of Indians 25. At Okanagan, 19, of whites 4, of Indians 15. At Walla Walla, 5, of whites 2, of Indians 3. En route, 12 Indians were baptized, making the number of baptisms 73, 18 whites and 55 Indians. The joy of their reunion was increased by the good news that Governor Douglas had communicated to the Vicar General on his arrival there, and which, on request, he later gave in writing, viz. Fort Vancouver, October 9th, 1839. My dear Sir, I am directed to inform you that the Governor and Committee have no further objection to the establishment of a Roman Catholic mission in the Willamette, and you are therefore at liberty to take any means you may consider necessary towards the promotion of that object. I remain, my dear Sir, yours very truly, James Douglas. Very Reverend F. N. Blanchet, V.G. It was on the representations the good Dr. McLoughlin had made on his late journey to London that the objections to a residence were raised. On hearing this fact, the 2 missionaries began to prepare themselves for departure, and being ready to start on Thursday, October 10th, they bade adieu to their endeared congregation, to the ladies and gentlemen of the fort, and to Governor Douglas, tendering him their warmest thanks for the generous hospitality they had received, and starting in canoes, they went down the river and landed at the mouth of the Willamette, where they had supper together, after which they parted for their winter quarters, Father Demers for the Cowlitz and the Vicar General for the Willamette mission, which he reached early on Saturday, while his dear confrere reached his mission but on Sunday, owing to the heavy load in his canoe and the many dangerous rapids on the river. On the day after his arrival he blessed the bell he had brought with him, which weighed 50 pounds, had it set up 40 feet from the ground, and began to ring the Angelus 3 times a day. The Vicar General, who had also brought one which weighed 80 pounds, had it blessed 2 days before Christmas, and began to ring the Angelus 3 times a day, in honor of the Incarnation and glory of Mary Immaculate. The hall of 30 by 12, separated from the altar by a partition, needed the loose floor to be fixed. The ceiling and some partitions had to be made. A man undertook the job, which he performed in 3 weeks. Dr. John McLoughlin had arrived at Vancouver from Europe by the express boat on October 18th. His visit to the Willamette settlement was warmly greeted by all as a father. Great was the joy of the people of the 2 missions in having a priest to remain with each of them. Great also was the joy of all in having a high midnight mass at Christmas in both churches, which were full to completion. This closes the labors of the missionaries in 1839. Sketch of the Cowlitz Mission by Reverend M. Demers. Cowlitz, February 5, 1840. To Reverend F. C. Cazot, Secretary, Quebec. My dear Sir, having returned on the 1st of October last from a mission I had given during the summer in the upper part of the Columbia, I could not have the pleasure of staying very long with the Vicar General. I had to leave him on the 10th of the same month to take charge of the mission on the Cowlitz River, which Reverend Blanchet had left in order to be at Vancouver during the month of September. This separation did not take place without sorrow, as we were leaving each other not to meet again for 4 months, but it was imposed upon us by need and duty. In effect, the permission of settling permanently in the Willamette had been granted to the great advantage of its daily augmenting Catholic population. The Cowlitz mission had not to be neglected either, and it was assigned to me. Having left Vancouver both on Thursday, 10th of October, we took supper together at the mouth of the Willamette, after which each one went his way in order to be in his respective place on the following Sunday, which I could not do, notwithstanding all the efforts of the men and the active part I took in the labor. I had with me a half-breed named J.B. Boucher and 3 Indians. My canoe was large and contained a large quantity of luggage, among which was a bell weighing 50 or 60 pounds. I was therefore deprived of the happiness of celebrating Mass and my people of hearing it. As soon as they heard I was coming, all flocked to meet me. They welcomed me and carried my baggage to my residence. After my installation, I went with my people to pay tribute to a cross erected nearby. The following day, October 14th, a frame was erected, the bell blessed, and placed in a position 40 feet above the ground. I considered it an honor to ring the first Angelus myself. A consecrated bell was heard for the first time in the valley of the Cowlitz, as well as in the whole extent of this vast country. Imagine a log house, 30 by 20 feet, having roof like a wolf's head, no ceiling, and a floor leveled with an axe, and you will have an idea of the place where I spent the winter. It was also my chapel. They had decided on building another house and had even planed the lumber during the preceding winter, but instead of that they determined to erect, with the same kind of wood, a chapel 60 feet long, and to leave the same house to the priest until he could get a better one. The Cowlitz mission has still but 8 families, including those of the H.B. Company, altogether 46 persons, exclusive of a few Indians who live with the French, and a greater or smaller number of employees according to the need. 3 days in the week were set apart for the instruction of the Canadians' wives and children. The 3 others were given to the Indians and to the study of the Cowlitz language, which is very difficult for a beginner. The young men and the Indians who live with the French, being unable, on account of their work, to attend during the day, I was obliged to give them part of the nights. For 1.5 or 2 hours I was kept busy teaching them their prayers, reading the answers at Mass and the way to serve it, also the plain chant. At midnight Mass on the festival of Christmas, they were able, by the means of repeated exercises, to honor the birth of our Savior by uniting their voices to those of the angels in the Gloria in Excelsis. Soon after this, they could help the priest in singing the Credo. The young men of this mission, as well as all the half-breeds in general, who were instructed at Fort Vancouver, owe to the kind dispositions and devoted cares of Dr. John McLoughlin the knowledge they have of the letter of their catechism before the coming of the missionaries, a benefit which is surely not the least amongst those the Canadians received at his hands, and for which they owe him eternal gratitude. Experience has taught us not to rely too much on the first demonstrations of the Indians, and not to rely much on the first dispositions they manifest. Those of the Cowlitz promised better success. Everywhere we meet the same obstacles which always retard the conversion of the Indians, namely polygamy, their adherence to the customs of their ancestors, and still more to tamanois, the name given to the medicines they prepare for the sick. This tamanois is generally transmitted in families, and even women can pretend to the honor of making it. If anyone is sick, they call in the medicine man. No danger of their asking him what he wants for his trouble. They would be afraid of insulting him. Whatever he asks is given to him, without the least objection. Otherwise they may fear everything from that doctor, who will not fail to take his revenge for a refusal by sending some misfortune or some sickness, or even death, through his medicines, to the one who refused him, be he 50 leagues off. If anyone is dead, such a one killed him. Then let him look out on whom the least suspicion falls. His life is in the greatest danger. The least they will do to him will be to kill his horses, if they do not kill himself, and to force him to give all that he has, through fear of death. A serious quarrel took place lately on that account. Hand play is also very common among them. They get excited and often end it with a quarrel. They add idolatry to infidelity. They paint on a piece of wood a rough likeness of a human being and keep it very precious. They believe these charms have a superior power and strength, and they pray to them. When they have exhausted all the resources of the Tamanois, which often makes the evil worse, and the sick man dies, they scarcely allow his eyes to close before they are covered with a pearl bandage. His nostrils are then filled up with aiqua, a kind of shell they use for money. He is clad with his best clothes and wrapped up in a blanket. 4 posts are driven into the ground. In these, post holes are bored, through which sticks are passed, upon which is placed the canoe destined to receive the corpse, placed in file with his ancestors. They place him face downward with his head pointing towards the mouth of the river. Not a handful of dust is laid upon him. The canoe is covered with a great number of mats, and all is over. Then they present their offerings to the dead. If he was a chief or great warrior amongst his men, they lay by his side his gun, his powder horn, and his bag. Valuable objects, such as wooden plates, axes, kettles, bows, arrows, skins, etc., are placed upon sticks around his canoe. Then comes the tribute of tears, which the spouses pay to each other and to their children. Day and night for a month or more, continuous weeping, shouting, and wailing may be heard from a great distance. When the canoe gets rotten and falls on the ground, the remains are taken out, wrapped up in new blankets, and laid in a new canoe. They cling so much to this kind of sepulture that during the winter, a child baptized, having died without my knowledge, I could not induce them to take him out of the canoe in order to give him a Christian burial. This adhesion to burial rites and Tamanois will cause the missionaries to be more prudent in baptizing. We have learned not to trust the repeated promises they make to us not to have recourse to the Tamanois if the baptized child gets sick. You may see that progress has been very slow among them so far. Their customs and habits are so inveterate that it will take a long time for religion and the fear and knowledge of God to unroot and destroy them entirely. Polygamy is not as widely spread now as it used to be, but there is in both sexes a fearful immorality. It is kept up and often taught by the whites, who, by their scandalous conduct and boundless debaucheries, destroy the impressions made by the truths of religion. This year the mission will lend to the Indians seed to sow in garden patches, especially peas and potatoes. Perhaps they will then try to come out of the miserable state they are languishing in, when they will see that, with a little trouble and labor, they can ameliorate it. The peas and potatoes may make them forget the grains and camas. Time unables me to give greater extent to this sketch. I am, etc., M. Demers, priest. Missionary labors in 1840. Missions to Vancouver, Nisqually, Whidbey Island, Chinook Point, Brigades, Colville, and First Communion at St. Paul. Wearied with a separation of 4 months, Rev. M. Demers left Cowlitz on February 7th for St. Paul, which he reached on the 17th, having had to brave wind and rain, cold and snow, and spent 3 days in his journey to Vancouver, where he stopped 4 days, and 3 other days on his way to St. Paul. He remained but 8 days there, his presence being much needed at Vancouver, where he arrived on the 25th in order to oppose the efforts Minister Daniel Lee was making amongst the Indians of the fort from January. To deny the necessity of baptism is to deny the existence of original sin, and to deny the existence of original sin is to deny the necessity of a redemption, and declare that religion is a fable. For such are the consequences following from the denial of original sin. And alas, such was nevertheless the horrible and damnable doctrine which the Methodist ministers of Willamette preached formerly to the Canadians, saying, "A child is saved and is a king in the kingdom of heaven without baptism. The adults are also saved if their hearts are good." And strange to say, that minister who had failed with his co-ministers to convert his countrymen and the Canadians did not leave the fort before giving by aspersion such a sham baptism to Indians, ignoring God, Holy Trinity, Incarnation, redemption, and any prayers, and who, in reaching the mission at the Dalles, did the same with ignorant and polygamist Indians, giving to them bread and wine. Reverend M. Demers, dividing his time between the servants, women, and children of the whites and the Indians, taught them all, and had but little trouble to undeceive the latter, with the help of the Catholic ladder, and to bring them back from the erroneous road of Protestantism. His mission lasted 36 days, after which he returned to Cowlitz in April 5th, having been 57 days absent. The Vicar General, having prepared his letter for the express leaving for Canada, left St. Paul on March 16th and reached Vancouver on the same day, because of the strong current of the high water. That was the quickest trip ever made. One item of his report to Canada was, from March 1839 to March 1840 were made 204 baptisms, 35 marriages, 14 burials, and 1 abjuration at St. Paul. Of the baptisms, 73 on the Colville mission, 71 at Vancouver, 30 at Cowlitz, 19 at Nisqually, and 11 at St. Paul. The Vicar General left St. Paul on May 4th on a journey to Cowlitz in order to deliberate with Reverend M. Demers on the plan of the summer campaign. At Vancouver, he had the pleasure to open 2 cases of books, church ornaments, and other effects coming from France, and on the 9th the 2 missionaries were embracing each other. But the consolation of meeting together did not last long, by reason of the Vicar General being called by letter to visit some person that was sick, had to leave on the 14th for Nisqually, where he found Mr. Kitson, the commandant of the fort, sick in his bed. The exercises of the mission at this fort commenced without delay and lasted from the 16th to the 27th of May, the forenoon being devoted to the instruction of the women and children of the Canadians, and the rest of the day to the Indians outside of the fort. Mrs. Kitson being kind enough as usual to serve as interpreter, she having showed the Indian women how to make for themselves robes of dressed deerskin, they appeared this time dressed like the white women. All were regular at the instructions. In visiting the lodges in the evening, the Vicar General was pleased to see the improvements made in making the sign of the cross, singing Chinook canticles and repeating what they had learned. On May 18th, Chief Sahewamish arrived with a band of his people. One of them, being sick with consumption, was prepared for baptism, when one day his companions, moved by a superstitious fear, carried him away. It took 2 days to overtake him and bring him back. He was baptized with his 8 children at the age of 40, and afterwards showed much faith and resignation to the will of God. The missionary expected to see at the mission 3 other chiefs, called Slalakam, Neetham, and Witskalachi. But the murder of a man by a Suquamish having rendered traveling on that bay dangerous, they did not come. The priest was much consoled on seeing the eagerness of the Indians to come at the first bell, to listen to the explanation of the Catholic ladder and words of eternal life under the shade of a large tree. The Vicar General was preparing to close his mission and return to Cowlitz, when on the 26th of May a canoe arrived containing 6 Indians. They were Chief Slalakam's men and wife, sent by him and directed to bring the priest to see him and his tribe, as he was sick and unable to come himself. And in proof thereof his wife presented Vicar General with a skin sheath which was found to contain the square rule, Saheli stick, he had received on his visit to Cowlitz in April 1839. Thanking God for the door opened to him, the Vicar General started on May 27th in a canoe of his own, landed at different places in the bay to address the words of salvation to the Indians, and arrived the following day, the Ascension Day, at Slalacum village, on the western shore of Whidbey Island. A battle had taken place on that very same day between his tribe, the Squamish, and the Clallams of Townsend Land, in which the latter, who were the aggressors, lost 2 men, because, said Slalacum, those men do not know God, nor pray to him. He had tried to stop the fight, but in vain. He had been protected by the cross he wore on his neck. All this explained the strange movement of the Indians, running on the shore and calling, "Who are you? Qui vive?" on seeing the 2 canoes coasting along the island. The priest, in his black gown, was received with the greatest demonstrations of joy by Slalacum and his tribe, and his baggage seized and carried to the village on the high land, 50 feet above the level of the bay. On Friday, May 29th, an altar was prepared in a repository made with mats. A rough board was the altar table. The vestments for Mass and sacred vessels were exposed. A Catholic ladder, 6 feet by 15 inches, was fixed on a mat and hoisted high on a pole before the eyes of all. I then began the instruction by making the sign of the cross in Chinook jargon, says the Vicar General in his relation to the Bishop of Quebec. And to my great astonishment, all the assembly, men, women, and children, made the same, pronouncing the words exactly, as practical and fervent Christians. I began to sing the first couplet of a canticle in Chinook jargon to the air of "Tu vas remplir la voix de la tendresse." And behold, to my great astonishment, all continued to sing it to the end with exact precision. I began to sing another one in the air, "Je mets ma confiance," and to my increasing great astonishment, they all continued the strophe, rendering it as well as the first one. I admired the success Slalacum had had in teaching his people. I blessed the Lord for the good dispositions of these poor Indians. My joy was great, so as to move me even to tears, which nevertheless I tried to contain before the crowd. I was then dressed in surplice, with a stole, and beginning the explanation of the Catholic ladder, when Chief Witskatchee arrived with a band of his tribe from another part of the island, and came to shake hands. Chief Netam soon came also with his bands. All the chiefs sat in front, the rest behind and on the sides. That was indeed quite a large meeting. I then began to dress for Mass and to explain the Mass, the great prayer of the Catholics. In the whole assembly, making the sign of the cross and singing the aforesaid couplets of canticles, I became convinced that Netam and Witskatchee had not done less than Slalacum with their tribes. The Catholic ladders distributed at Nisqually the preceding year had been used and explained, and the chant of canticles practiced. The 2 canticles were repeated alternately during the whole Mass. In admiration of what I heard and saw, I thought I was in heaven rather than in an Indian country. Tears of joy fell again from my eyes. An infinite satisfaction had been offered to God for the sins of these poor people. There was a hope. Other bands of Indians arrived after Mass, and among them a Clallam, who spoke in favor of peace. I continued the instruction till night, and the day ended by prayer, rosary, and the chant of canticles. The body of the Clallam killed in the battle was found and buried by the old men, for the young men would not touch a corpse, fearing that it would shorten their days. On Saturday, May 30th, a large number of Indians arrived from various parts of the island, who showed themselves as attentive to the instructions and as collected at Mass as the day before. Desiring to visit the island, I directed my steps towards the north, passed through beautiful prairies, forests of large trees, fields of potatoes, made with no other instrument than a curved stick, and arrived at the house of Netlam, situate on the eastern point of the island. It was a house made of logs 30 by 20, sealed and furnished inside with a tapestry of mats, with an opening in the center to let the smoke out. Netlem received me with great attention and showed me the place to sit down on a pile of folded mats. There was no polygamy in this house, as generally practiced by the other chiefs. I regretted very much to have no time to instruct, baptize, and bless this interesting couple. After prayer and chant of canticles, I went to the shore and found 15 lodges of Indians who had never seen the black gown. In seeing me, they cried out, and placing themselves in a line, men, women, and children, to the number of over 150, they came to touch my hand, a ceremony of etiquette, after which they made the sign of the cross and sang the Chinook jargon canticles, which they had learned as well as the other tribes. I advised them to come to Mass and to bring their children for baptism on the following day. I left them full of joy in order to return to my tent, where I found a large reunion of Indians who listened attentively to my instruction, which was protracted late in the evening, notwithstanding a high wind, the noise of the waves and foliage. On Sunday, May 31st, Netlem arrived early with his band of Squachatis, their women and children. Next appeared at the head of his band the Snohomish, accompanied by inferior chiefs, Witskalachi, and surnamed Les Français, clad in full French costume, trousers, shirt, vest, overcoat garnished with quills of porcupine, hat, and cravat. Slalakham came also with his band of Soquamish. All placed themselves according to rank, to the number of 400. The exercises of the preceding day were repeated with the same spirit and zeal as on the previous day, before and during Holy Mass. My emotion was great at the sight of such a multitude of Indians, so eager for the kingdom of heaven, and at the chant, so pure and so expressive by the many voices, whose accent, so natural, seemed to me to surpass in beauty the harmony of the most learned compositions of music masters. It was so great that I could not master it. The Holy Mass being over, the dinner of salmon and smoked deer I had ordered were served on mats before the chiefs. All were filled with joy. Then followed the great smoking of the calumet of peace and union between the tribes. In the midst of the joyous and noisy chatting was heard a great crying out. All rose up and saw a heavy wooden cross, 24 feet long, in the arms of numerous Indians who were advancing towards the spot prepared for it. It being solemnly blessed and erected, all followed the example of the black gown, went and prostrated themselves and venerated it. Then followed the chant of canticles by this joyous multitude of Indians, rendering homage to God and Jesus Christ for the first time. To this moving spectacle succeeded another one, the baptism of the children. The mothers and the children were placed in 2 lines, leaving an alley in the center for me to move, and also for the fathers of the children. I again explained the fall of man, the mystery of redemption, the medicine of baptism. I required of all a profession of faith and an abjuration, and all were loudly answering, "Yes, we believe in God who created all things. Yes, we believe in Jesus Christ who came to redeem us. Yes, we believe he has made 7 medicines to make us good. Yes, we believe he has made but one road to heaven. Yes, we promise to keep and follow the road of the black gown, which is that Jesus Christ made. Yes, we reject all other roads lately made by men. Yes, we renounce the devil, his thoughts, words, and deeds. Yes, we desire to know, love, and serve the great Master of all things." Then began the ceremonies of solemn baptism, which lasted 4 hours, during which time I baptized 122 children. The heat was very oppressive. The children were scared and crying, and soon all retired. Monday, June 1st, was spent in the ordinary instruction and exercises. Tuesday, June 2nd, was fixed for my departure, to the great sorrow of the poor Indians. I recommended the chiefs to encourage their people to follow the road of the black gown and urged the conclusion of peace before the leaving of the priest. For that purpose, Witskalachi was deputed to the Squamishes, and in changing my route for Nisqually, I had the happiness to contribute to the reconciliation of two tribes. Having given my great Catholic ladder to Netlem, he offered to carry me to Nisqually in his large wooden canoe, which with 13 men was still light. My canoe was carried over to Netlem's place, and I started on that day. In coasting along the island, I saw forts 18 or 20 feet high, raised by the Indians to protect themselves against the Ugolta of Fraser River. I visited several tribes, and in one village 125 came to touch my hand, and were found able to make the sign of the cross, and to sing the Chinook canticles. I stopped all night at the village of the Skahamish, the Indians who had been fighting. At this place about 140 came to touch my hand and made the sign of the cross, and sung the canticles equally as well as the other tribes. Sahela-Pahan, their chief, who had visited Father Demers at Cowlitz, had taught them what he had learned himself. On Wednesday, June 3rd, I solemnly baptized 96 children, after which took place the meeting for the conclusion of peace, which lasted nearly 4 hours. My address was transmitted by my interpreter to a third one, who delivered it to the chiefs with an astonishing eloquence. After many and long harangues, it was concluded that the Sisquamish should pay 2 guns to the Clallams for the 2 men killed. Witskalachi received the guns and carried them to the Clallams, who, according to the custom, would give something in return. Thus was peace concluded. I then started at 3 p.m., traveled all Thursday, and reached Nisqually on Friday, and found Mr. Kitson better, and started at 2 p.m. for Cowlitz, which I reached on Saturday, June 6th at 10 p.m. The fruits of the mission were 9 baptisms at Nisqually, 218 at Whitby, 6 en route, total 233. End of section 8. Section 9 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Many of the Chinook tribe had already seen the black gown at Fort Vancouver and had had their children baptized, but they had not yet been visited in their own land. The time having arrived to visit them at home, Reverend M. Demers left Cowlitz on May 19th and arrived at Astoria on the 21st. The long-expected ship, bringing from the east Jason Lee, with a number of other Methodist ministers, their wives, and several young ladies, had just crossed the bar. They were to be distributed all over the country, in opposition to the Catholic missionaries. On the following day, Reverend M. Demers went on his mission and fixed his tent among the Chinooks. He met there Daniel Lee, the preacher, who after a few days left him a clear stage, being in a hurry, no doubt, to visit the ship in order to have the first choice for a wife among the young misses. As to the Reverend M. Demers, a little bell in one hand and a Catholic ladder in the other, he continued his mission for 3 weeks, instructing the adults, baptizing the children, and doing much good. He returned home much satisfied, after an absence of 26 days. He remained but 2 days with the Vicar General, having to leave on June 15th for Vancouver in order to administer to the brigades going north and south, before leaving for the Colville mission. After Reverend M. Demers had left Cowlitz, the Vicar General remained in order to be present at the erection of a new chapel measuring 25 by 50, which took place on June 17th. And leaving on the 19th, he reached Vancouver on Sunday morning, remained 4 days with his dear confrere, and arrived at St. Paul on June 21st, after an absence of 54 days. Reverend M. Demers, having given a mission of 10 days at Vancouver, started on June 29th with the Brigade of the Porteurs, commanded by Chief Factor Ogden. It was at Grand Dalles Portage on July 5th, at Walla Walla on the 10th, reached the Palouse River safely, halfway between Walla Walla and Colville, and arrived at last at the end of his far-distant mission, having suffered much by the heat of the sun and the want of water for himself and his horses. Having completed his mission at Colville, he returned by way of Okanagan and Walla Walla, reaching Vancouver on October 2nd, just 3 months and 6 days after he had left it. After a few days of rest, he started for St. Paul, which he reached on October 11th. They both started together for Vancouver on the 17th, in order to give that place a mission of 14 days before going to their winter quarters, after which the Vicar General reached Willamette October 31st, and Reverend M. Demers reached Cowlitz on the same day, after an absence of 4 months and 18 days from home. At St. Paul, 7 persons were found sufficiently prepared to make their first communion in December. It was during his mission at Colville that, hearing there was a priest somewhere among the Indians of the Rocky Mountains, he announced the fact to the Vicar General by a letter which reached him on August 30th. The causes which led to the presence of Jesuit missionaries among the Indians of the Rocky Mountains are of such historical interest that we give them. A large number of Canadians and Iroquois were employed by the companies trading among the Indians of the Pacific coast, as well as by the various expeditions by sea and by land. That of Captain Hunt, which started in 1811, had great hardships to endure and loss of men to suffer by desertion in 1812. Of the number were 24 Iroquois, who joined the Flathead Nation. They soon married and had families, and as the Canadians were the first apostles among the Indians of the Pacific coast, so also were the 24 Iroquois among the Flatheads, speaking to them of their religion, churches, priests, and festivals. The Flatheads, who were naturally good, were pleased. They sent a deputation to St. Louis about 1830 in order to ascertain about what the Iroquois related. Soon after arriving, they took sick, called for the priest, were baptized, and expired kissing the crucifix. The nation sent another deputation of 1 Iroquois in 1832. He arrived safe at St. Louis, had his children baptized, and was returning home with some hope of soon having priests for his countrymen and adopted nation. But he was killed by the Sioux Indians. A third deputation was sent in 1839, calling for priests. This time, the deputation, consisting of 2 Iroquois, returning in the fall, started with the full hope that some priests would be sent on the following year. For the Right Reverend Bishop Rosati, having written to the Superior General of the Jesuits at Rome, begging him earnestly to take charge of that mission, had received a favorable reply. Hence the appointment of Father DeSmet, who came in the spring of 1840, passed 2 months among the Flatheads, baptizing 350, and went home to return in 1841. Such is the origin of the Flathead mission and the apostleship of the Iroquois, who, when the pretended missionaries, Jason Lee and others, presented themselves to the Flatheads in 1834, told them, "These are not the priests we have spoken to you about. They are not the priests with long black gowns, who have no wives. Say Mass and carry a crucifix with them." Reverend M. Demers had at last a correspondence with Father DeSmet, and brought down the following with him. Letter of Reverend Father DeSmet, S.J., to Very Reverend F. M. Blanchet, V.G., Fork of Jefferson River, August 10th, 1840. Very Reverend Sir, the present, which I have the honor to write, will surprise your reverence, as coming from one unknown, but in quality of a co-operator in the vineyard of the Lord, and in so far remote country it cannot be disagreeable to you. I wish I could have leisure to give your reverence some details of my mission to the Rocky Mountains, but Mr. Brouet, who is so kind as to carry my letter to Fort Colville, just ready to start, gives me but a few minutes to write. Your reverence will then learn that Monsignor Rosati, Bishop of St. Louis, in concert with my provincial, superior of the company in Missouri, and in compliance with the desires often repeated by the Tets Plats and Pend d'Oreilles and a great number of Nez Perces, has sent me to the Rocky Mountains to visit these nations. I have found the two first in the best desirable dispositions, well resolved to stand by the true children of Jesus Christ. The few weeks I had the happiness to pass among them have been the happiest of my life, and give me the firm hope, with the grace of God, to see soon renewed in these countries, so long forsaken, the fervor of the first Christians. Since I am among them, I give 3, 4, or 5 instructions a day. They cannot be tired. All come to my lodge at the first ringing of the bell. They are anxious to lose none of my words relating to these instructions on heavenly subjects, and if I had the strength to speak to them, they would willingly listen to me whole days and nights. I have baptized about 200 of their little children, and expect to baptize in a short time 150 adults. The object of my mission was to visit a great part of the territory of Oregon and make reports to my bishop and superior on the most favorable places to open missions. But I have found so many good dispositions among the Indians of the plains that I have changed the plan of my journey. I will return to St. Louis before the winter, and will be back next spring with a caravan of missionaries who are already preparing themselves. The Shoshones and Serpins Snakes desire to have an establishment. The Tets Plats and Pend d'Oreilles have nothing more at heart. The Nez Perces seem to be tired with these self-dubbed ministers a femmes, and show a great predilection in favor of Catholic priests. We will therefore have enough to occupy ourselves in these mountains, without extending any further into the land. I hope, nevertheless, that before the winter of 1841 I will have the honor to pay a visit to your reverence, in order to have the aid of your counsels, and work in concert to gain these poor nations to Jesus Christ. Please present my respects to Reverend M. Demers. I have the honor to be, etc., P.J. DeSmet, S.J., Missioner. Missionary labors in 1841 at Vancouver, Clackamas, Falls of the Willamette, and Cascades. The two missionaries had been separated nearly 4 months and a half since last fall. The place of their reunion was Fort Vancouver. Reverend M. Demers, leaving Cowlitz on March 3rd, reached Vancouver on the 6th, and began at that place a mission of 26 days, with the usual daily exercises in the morning, afternoon, and evening, and returned home April 3rd, the eve of Palm Sunday, after an absence of 31 days. There were 3 Indian tribes which had been gained to Methodist for over a year, viz., those of Clackamas, Willamette Fall, and Cascades. The 2 missionaries had been too busy to visit them before. A door was opened to them this year in the following manner. A chief of the Clackamas tribe, called Popo, went to St. Paul in February. He saw there the orphan boys in charge of the Catholic mission, some Indian families, and other persons numbering over 15. He assisted at the daily exercises, an explanation of the Catholic ladder. He was a Methodist, and the coryphaeus of the sect. But on looking at the ladder and seeing the crooked road of Protestantism made by men in the 16th century, he at once abjured Methodism to embrace the straight road made by Jesus Christ, and returning home he invited the missionary to visit his tribe. The vicar general was pleased with the invitation. He left St. Paul on March 11th to meet Father Demers at Vancouver, and he stopped on his way at the Wapato Lake, which is but a few miles below the Clackamas River, where the Indians of the Clackamas tribes were assembled to dig the Wapato root, a kind of potato, on the right shore of the Willamette. He was received by Chief Popo and gave the tribe a mission of 4 days, with the usual exercises of the explanation of the Catholic ladder, etc. Mass was celebrated on Sunday 14th and following days. That great celebration was astonishing to them. Although they had been for 2 years under the teaching of Brother Perkins till the fall of 1840, and under that of Brother Waller since then, they listened to the missionary for 4 days with pleasure. The fruits of the mission were the baptism of 11 children and an adult in danger of death. It was also the beginning of their abandonment of Methodism. He reached Vancouver on the 15th. On returning from thence, March 24th, he gave them 2 other days, celebrated Mass on the 25th, baptized an adult, the wife of Chief Wessimus, in danger of death, on the 26th, and reached St. Paul on Saturday 27th, after an absence of 17 days. Chief Popo returned to St. Paul in April in order to learn more and strengthen his faith. He returned after 8 days hence with a ladder, a red flag bearing a cross, to be hoisted on Sunday. He was overjoyed. One of the items sent to Quebec, Canada was, quote, "From March 1840 to March 1841 were performed baptisms 510, marriages 12, burials 11, communions 60, 1 abjuration at St. Paul. Of the 510 baptisms, 233 were made by the Vicar General at Nisqually and Whidbey Island, 164 by Father Demers at Chinook, Cowlitz, and Colville missions. The rest, 113, at Vancouver and St. Paul. Of the 510 baptisms, about 410 Indians, 100 whites, and 40 adults. The Willamette Fall Indian village was on the west bank below the fall. Its chief was Wessimus. The time to visit having arrived, the Vicar General left St. Paul after the celebration of Easter and arrived there on April 29th. On his arrival, he made known to the chief the object of his visit. The proud chief answered, "Begone, away with you, we don't want you." Such a rough reception did not discourage the missionary. He soon learned that the chief had been very much offended because the Clackamas tribe had been visited before his own. On explanation he became calmer, and at last seemed to be satisfied. Then began a mission of 7 days of hard work, the missionary being obliged to run every day after these lazy Indians to bring them to his tent and assist at the several exercises. The Holy Mass was celebrated on the 3rd day, a Sunday, and the following days. The sight of the altar, vestments, sacred vessels, and great ceremonies were drawing their attention a great deal more than the cold, unavailable, and lay service of Brother Waller. There seemed to be more attention given to the ringing of the bell and the mission exercises. The missionary had at last the consolation to see the poor Indians make the sign of the cross, say the offering of the heart, call the 7 medicines, sing a short prayer before and after meals, and also the Chinook canticles. 11 children were baptized, and 9 families out of 10 had been rescued from Brother Waller. On the 4th day of the mission arrived Popo with some of his people. He complained very much that when his flag was hoisted on Sunday, Mr. Waller pulled it down, to the great displeasure even of those of his own sect. On another day there came some Indians of Clatsop. On seeing the altar, ornaments, and vestments, they said, "Mr. Frost is far from showing us such things." That same day an Indian reported that Keiinsno, chief of the Indians below Vancouver, said to his people, "Follow the priest if you like. For myself, I am too bad. I am unable to change. I will die the same." Additional incidents in 1840. The following incidents showing the dispositions of the Indians are worthy of being mentioned. A Snohomish chief came to Cowlitz in the fall to see the priest and tell him that the timber for a house of prayer, recommended by the Blackgown, had been prepared and was ready for erection. He came to have a priest to direct the work. He was much disappointed in being obliged to return home alone. Harkelly, a chief from Yakima, came down to St. Paul in the fall with his family and some of his people. After 3 weeks of instruction, he returned home with a chaplet, a cross, some images, and a Catholic ladder, and used to explain it to his people on a Sunday. A chief from Okanagan sent word to St. Paul, asking what to do, that he was ready to come down with his people next spring, if so recommended. A Priest's Rapids chief on the Columbia came down to St. Paul in the fall with his wife, 3 children, and a brother-in-law. He passed the winter there, got instructed, learned his prayers, and was baptized under the name of Joseph with his family. Father Demers gave a mission of 9 days to the Okanagan Indians on returning from Colville. On November 20th, 1840, he blessed and occupied a new house at Cowlitz. From that date, the log chapel ceased to be his lodging place. It was made more decent by sealing the sanctuary with mats and ornamenting the altar table with vases. Various missions in 1841. From his mission at Willamette Falls, the Vicar General went on May 6th to the Clackamas tribe, which he had already visited in March at the Wapato Lake. The usual daily exercises were continued at the ringing of the bell for 9 days. Brother Waller came and called him an intruder. His evangelical ladder was brought near the Catholic one. The Indians pronounced themselves in favor of the latter. 12 lodges were gained. Being obliged to return to St. Paul on the 15th, Reverend M. Demers, being at Vancouver, came to replace him. He continued the mission for 2 weeks, giving some days to the Willamette tribe and the rest to that of the Clackamas. It was on that occasion that Wessimus, the Coryphaeus of Brother Waller, was gained. From the Clackamas, Father Demers returned to Vancouver to administer to the brigades of North and South, after which he went home to teach catechism. And as the Colville mission was being omitted this year because of Father DeSmet being expected to come down that way, and it had been resolved that Father Demers would go this year to the Sound, he started on August 11th, went to Nisqually, and thence to the Bay. He visited many tribes, besides those seen by the Vicar General. He traveled from one nation to another, accompanied by Chief Slalacum and many other great chiefs. His traveling was a triumphal one, surrounded sometimes by 600 and other times by 3,000 Indians, who, hostile to each other, were peaceable in the presence of the black gown. He often passed whole days in teaching with a ladder 10 by 2.5 feet, these poor Indians so desirous of heavenly things, and continuing late at night to sing, pray, and hear the harangues of the chiefs repeating what they had learned. It was a beautiful and consoling spectacle to see tribes who had never seen the black gown able to sign themselves, sing, and pray around the ladder, when the priest was giving the hand to a newcomer. From the Bay he passed to Fort Langley on the Fraser River. There were new triumphs among the Cowictians. There ended his mission, and on September 24th he was at home, having made 765 baptisms and been 44 days absent. In the beginning of June, Commodore Wilkes left Vancouver on a visit to the Willamette Valley and took dinner with the Vicar General at his residence at St. Paul. He told him that on seeing a cross on Whidbey Island, he called it the Cross Island. The Vicar General, having promised Father Demers that he would visit Cowlitz during his absence, started June 14th for that place. On returning, he gave a mission of 14 days at Vancouver. It was on that occasion that Commodore Wilkes assisted with several officers of his staff and Dr. McLoughlin at High Mass and Vespers on a Sunday. It was a solemn day. The following Sunday, though the Commodore was absent, the ceremony was not less solemn. A house 62 by 25 was raised in March at St. Paul to serve as a hall for the people on Sunday and a lodging for the priest. The next mission to be made was that of the Cascade tribe, which had never been visited by the black gown. Tamacoan, its chief, had already been a convert since 1839 at the sight and explanation of the Catholic ladder. He had met many times the assaults and efforts of the Methodist preachers, but all in vain. He remained unmoved. He was glad to see La Plette arrive on September 17th. His tribe contained from 150 to 200. The daily exercises of Mass, etc., began and was continued for 10 days, and the poor Indians, in part, began to sing and sign themselves and to pray. Tamacoan received a bell and a ladder to be used on Sunday. He was able to speak on it for several hours. 34 children were baptized. From the Cascades, the Vicar General passed to the Clackamas on November 30th. That was his third visit. It lasted 13 days with the usual exercises. A high cross was blessed and erected on October 2nd. Brother Waller, hearing that the Indians were willing to build a chapel, came and made a noise. All had left him, save a few. 11 children were baptized, in all 41, with 30 before. The Vicar General left them on October 12th for St. Paul. The Vicar General left St. Paul for the Cowlitz on November 15th. Meeting at Vancouver Sir George Simpson, who desired to visit the Canadian settlement, he returned home with him. Sir George assisted at High Mass and Vespers on Sunday and seemed to have been pleased with what he had seen there and at Vancouver. He became convinced at last of the necessity of granting passage for new priests and other assistants. Starting again, the Vicar General reached Cowlitz on December 1st, left it on the 7th, arrived at Vancouver on the 10th, and Clackamas Village on the 18th. Went to pray at the foot of the cross with the Indians and the chiefs. Left them well pleased. As the river was much swollen by the heavy and unusual rains, he met great dangers at Rock Island above the falls. He, being on shore to lighten the canoe capsized, and 8 persons were struggling in the water. All were saved, as by a miracle. The Vicar General reached home on December 23rd, but left for Vancouver on the 27th to attend the funeral services of Mr. Kitron, who, having been brought to Vancouver in 1840 and made his abjuration and received Holy Communion and other sacraments, and died happy. The Vicar General returned home on the eve of New Year's Day. Incidents in 1841. Reverend Father P.J. DeSmet, S.J., returned to the Rocky Mountains in the spring of 1841 with the Reverend Fathers Mengarini and Point, and founded St. Mary's Mission among the Flatheads. The Cowlitz settlement had the happiness to possess the Blessed Sacrament in its little chapel from January 6th. Harkeli, the Yakima chief who visited St. Paul last fall, arrived at Cowlitz on January 25th with some Indians of Okanagan and a son of the Spokane chief called La Grosse Tete, the Coryphaeus of Brother Eels, 10 in all. They had come by way of Nisqually, and hence through the long portage had been stripped of their blankets and ordered back by the Chehalis, which they refused to accede to. The son of La Grosse Tete had left his home in spite of his father to become a Catholic. They came to get instructed. They went home via Vancouver and the Columbia. The little chief de Chaudière, Colville, was an apostle among his people, with the Catholic ladder in his hands since the departure of the priest. Missionary labors in 1842. The 2 missionaries met again this year at Vancouver after a separation of 3 months and a half. Reverend M. Demers came first in 3 days of bad weather and arrived on February 23rd. He began a mission of 27 days with the usual forenoon, afternoon, and evening exercises, after which, leaving on Monday of Holy Week and experiencing 3 other days of bad weather, he reached home after an absence of 32 days. The V.G. came later to meet his dear companion and arrived on Tuesday of Passion Week, March 15th, and starting on Thursday of the same week and experiencing bad weather also, he reached St. Paul on Saturday, the eve of Palm Sunday. One of the items he sent to Quebec, Canada was, quote, "From March 1841 to March 1842 were performed baptisms 965, marriages 12, burials 21, communions 115. Of the 965 baptisms, 765 were made on Puget Sound, all Indians, save 15 whites, at Fort Langley, 69 at the Clackamas, Willamette Fall, and Cascades Mission, 70 at Vancouver, 24 at the Cowlitz, and 37 at St. Paul. Having given the great festival of Easter and 3 weeks of the Passover time to the faithful of St. Paul, the VG gave his first outside missionary labors to his dear Indians of the Willamette Falls. Arriving there on April 20th, and notwithstanding the cold reception he received, he began his missionary labors, which he continued for 15 days. The poor Indians were very indolent. The ringing of the bell drew few of them in the beginning. They had forgotten all they had learned before. Having no time to go and visit the Clackamas Indians on the present occasion, they were invited to come to the fall. Several of them came. By persevering in his efforts, he began to gain their confidence, and they became more attentive. He made 6 baptisms, including 2 adults in danger of death. The reason of their apathy was the distraction in which they were involved by the immigration of the whites. 15 families of them had crossed the Clackamas River during his mission at that place in November 1841, and as the Willamette Fall was an attractive place, many of them began to settle there. Hence the danger for the poor Indians. The fruits of the mission were not so consoling as formerly. On May 4th, the VG went from the Willamette Fall to Vancouver to receive 8 cases which had arrived from London, and from thence returned to St. Paul for the Festival of Pentecost and Corpus Christi, falling on May 26th. Dr. McLoughlin, paying a visit to St. Paul at that time, assisted at High Mass and procession with much edification. Having visited the whole colony, he encouraged the settlers to continue, and returned home much satisfied. Arrival of Father DeSmet, S.J. Reverend M. Demers returned to Vancouver in the middle of May to attend the wants of that mission and those of the brigades of the North and South. He had been there but a few weeks when Father DeSmet arrived at Vancouver from Colville, which he reached early in the spring. In crossing a rapid below Colville, his boat was capsized, but he reached the shore in safety, suffering only from the loss of his baggage. Reverend M. Demers brought him to St. Paul. He spent 8 days with the VG, sung High Mass on Sunday, addressed words of exhortation to the congregation, and expressed himself much pleased with the solemnity of the Mass and Vesper service, especially in the singing. Of the Catholic latter, he said, "That plan will be adopted by the missions of the whole world." Here he returned to Vancouver with Reverend M. Demers. The VG soon followed them to deliberate on the interests of the great mission of the Pacific coast. The missions to be attended this year were those of Chinook Point, Vancouver, Cascades, Clackamas, Willamette Fall, and the Sound, whose tribes were so famished for heavenly things. Witness their running after the black gown in 1840 and 1841, and their repeated calls for a priest ever since. The name of another mission was presented to the council, that of the New Caledonia, now British Columbia, which was threatened to be visited by the Presbyterians of Walla Walla. All things being considered, the resolve was that the New Caledonia mission should be attended before all, and that Father DeSmet should start for St. Louis and Belgium to bring temporal and personal efficient means. Reverend M. Demers, accepting heartily the long and hard mission of New Caledonia, prepared himself for the journey and winter there. The 2 missionaries started with the brigades of the porteurs on June 29th and separated from each other at Walla Walla. The VG, left alone to administer to the wants of the extensive mission, returned soon to St. Paul to teach catechism for the First Communion, which he put off, after the harvest, for new instruction. The Cowlitz mission, which had lost its beloved missionary, needed to be consoled. The VG left St. Paul on August 12th, passed a few days at Vancouver, and reached Cowlitz on the 18th. He remained there 20 days, teaching the white women and children for the First Communion. The Indians had also a share of his time. He baptized 10 of their children. In the midst of his occupation, he heard that a woman was sick at Nisqually and had but a few days to live. Leaving at 4 p.m. on Friday with a guide, and traveling a distance of 25 leagues, he reached the house of the poor sick woman on the following day at 6 p.m., gave her the consolation of religion, baptized her child, passed the night there, and went to the fort to hear the confessions of the men, and starting on Sunday at 4 p.m., he reached Cowlitz on Monday at 6 p.m. The church, raised on June 17, 1840, was not yet finished for want of lumber. On leaving Cowlitz September 6th and reaching St. Paul on the 10th, after an absence of 30 days, he was accompanied by the great chief Snohomish Sahalapahan, who fought the Clallams in 1840 and came out victorious, said he, by virtue of his chaplet and Catholic ladder. He had come to Cowlitz twice last spring and had accompanied Father Demers to Vancouver in May, expecting he would bring him with him to the bay, and when he saw him going elsewhere and was obliged to return home alone, he went away with a stricken heart. It was the third time he was coming to be instructed and baptized. He was much pleased to see the churches and services on Sunday at Vancouver and St. Paul. On arriving there, the V.G. recommended the Catechism for the First Communion. The 17th of September was a day of great rejoicing for the V.G. in receiving and embracing his dear new confrères, Reverend A. Langlois and J.B.Z. Bolduc, arriving from Canada. They had been over a year on their journey, for having left Boston on August 10th, doubled Cape Horn on December 5th, and touched at Valparaiso, Gambier Islands, Tahiti, Honolulu. They crossed the Columbia River Bar on September 12th. When the Bishop of Quebec was refused a passage in the canoes of the Hudson's Bay Company for other priests for Oregon, he sent them by sea. Sir George Simpson avowed to the V.G. in 1841 that Mr. Beaver, the ex-chaplain, was the cause of the refusal. The following day being Sunday, a high mass was celebrated with deacon and subdeacon for the first time in Oregon, and followed with a Te Deum. On Sunday, September 30th, took place with great solemnity the first communion of those found prepared. End of section 9. Section 10 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon During the Past 40 Years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The faithful at Vancouver were complaining of not being well attended. Time was wanting to the missionaries. Now that their number was increased, they were to have a better share. Therefore, the V.G., leaving St. Paul in charge of Reverend Bolduc, started with Reverend Langlois, and reached the mission on October 7th. The instruction of the ladies of the fort was given to Reverend Langlois. The V.G. kept for himself that of the women and children of the village. After 3 weeks of daily teaching, 7 ladies of the fort and 2 women of the village were found able to make their first communion, which took place on Sunday, October 30th, for the first time at Vancouver, with great solemnity before a large congregation. This being done, Reverend Langlois was sent to St. Paul and Reverend Bolduc to Cowlitz to attend those missions, the V.G. remaining at Fort Vancouver. Sahalapahan, who attended the mission at Vancouver, followed Father Bolduc, who completed his instruction and baptized him. The Cascades and Clackamas tribes had not been visited for over 1 year. They had been exposed all the while to the seduction of the preachers telling them, "The priests have forsaken you." They did not need 12 months to forget what they had learned in a few weeks. Nevertheless, their visiting the Blackgown from time to time was proof of their loving him still. As to the Clackamas, it was impossible to give them a visit. The Cascade Indians had a better chance, as their moving yearly in October on the left shore of the Columbia, nearly opposite Vancouver, brought them near to the priest. Therefore, the V.G., dividing his time between the women of the village and those Indians, gave the former the forenoon and the latter the afternoon for several weeks. This met with many difficulties, such as the crossing of the river, the division of the tribe into 2 camps afar from each other, and the ice of the upper Columbia covering the river. Nevertheless, he had the consolation to make 15 baptisms. Another great consolation he met on November 18th was that of receiving the profession of faith of Governor McLoughlin to the Catholic faith, as explained elsewhere. He made his first communion at midnight high mass at the head of 38 communicants. The office had never been so solemn as to chant, music, and decoration as on that night. The number of First Communions made in the fall was 13 at Vancouver, 7 at St. Paul, and 4 at Cowlitz. Thus ended 1842. Missionary labors in 1843. After a residence of 3 months and a half, the Vicar General left Vancouver for St. Paul on January 18, 1843. When on his way he stopped to get a paddle, he also baptized a dying child. Reverend Langlois, availing himself of the presence of the Vicar General, started on January 30th to see his traveling companion. He was 3 weeks on his journey. On returning he met a heavy rain and the high flood of February 13th, which exposed him to great suffering and dangers. Chief Factor Douglas, being on his way to found Victoria on the south end of Vancouver Island, started with an expedition of 22 men and invited Reverend Baldock to accompany him. Having the consent of the Vicar General, he left Cowlitz on March 7th with the expedition for Nisqually, where the steamer Beaver was waiting. Leaving on the 13th, she reached her destination on the 14th, where Reverend Baldock met a large number of Indians. On Sunday the 19th, he celebrated Mass in a repository before the men and over 1,200 Indians, and baptized 102 children. And giving up his design of going farther north, he bought a large canoe, crossed the bay in 2 days, reached Whitby on the 25th, and fixed his tent near the cross erected in 1840. The Scatchatis and other tribes received him in open arms. They built him a house, 28 by 25. He taught them during 8 days, baptized 173 children, and leaving on April 3rd, he got home on the 6th, after an absence of 31 days. In sending his report, he begged to be allowed to go and found that mission. The Vicar General left St. Paul for Vancouver on March 13th and bought a lot for $225 at Willamette Fall to build a chapel for the Indians. One of the items he sent to Canada was, from March 1842 to March 1843 were made 688 baptisms, 28 marriages, 26 burials. Of 688 baptisms, 447 were made in New Caledonia, 98 at St. Paul, 86 at Vancouver, and 57 at Cowlitz. By a recapitulation from 1838 were made 2,666 baptisms, 148 marriages, 86 burials. The Vicar General left Vancouver for St. Paul during Passion Week and returned on April 18th, the eve of Palm Sunday. Reverend M. Demers was not expected to have any chance to come back before the return of the Brigade of the North. It was therefore with the greatest surprise that on entering his room on Holy Thursday evening, April 13th, the Vicar General met him there. Sweet and moving was the embrace after a separation of nearly 9 months and a half. Leaving Vancouver June 29, 1842, he reached Fort Thompson August 10th, Fort Alexander on Fraser River August 23rd, Fort Stewart on Stewart Lake, 300 leagues from Vancouver, the residence of Chief Factor Ogden, the commander of the brigade, on September 16th. He celebrated a high mass there on the 18th. Returning home, he reached Fort Alexander September 24th, had a chapel built by the Indians, celebrated in it December 4th, took his lodging in it on January 3rd, 1843. He learned 2 languages, translated the canticles and prayers in their idioms, and taught them to the Indians, and left them able to pray, sing, and explain the Catholic ladder. Hard was their separation. Availing himself of the invitation offered him by Chief Factor Ogden, he started with him on horseback in 3 or 4 feet of snow on February 21st from Fort Alexander, reached Fort Thompson March 1st, passed 13 days at Okanagan, starving, and waiting for a boat, came hence on horseback along the Columbia to Snake River, hence by boat to Walla Walla and Vancouver, 44 days from Fort Thompson. In going and coming, he had encountered many trials, dangers, and fatigues, sometimes extreme. The Vicar General preached on Good Friday and Father Demers on Easter Sunday, April 16th. Reverend Baldock, arriving from Cowlitz on April 19th, left for St. Paul with Reverend M. Demers, who preached there on Sunday 23rd, and returning to Vancouver, they both started for Cowlitz on April 27th to prepare themselves for the mission of Whitby. On May 10th, they were en route for Nisqually with 2 men and 11 horses, 7 of them with packages. They reached Whitby on May 25th, 1843. Reverend Langlois, being put in charge of Cowlitz, Vancouver, Cascades, Willamette Fall, and Clackamas Indians, left St. Paul May 17th for his post. He succeeded to finish the church erected in 1840 and began to celebrate Mass in it on Pentecost Day, June 4th. He visited several times the Indians of the mountains, living on the route to Nisqually. From Cowlitz he came to Vancouver in the beginning of June to attend the brigades of the North and South. He went to the Cascades in the beginning of July and gave a mission of 8 days to the Indians of that place. Passing hence to the Willamette Fall and Clackamas tribes, he spent several weeks among them. The Platte, surveyed in December 1842 at the Fall, had been called Oregon City. It was growing rapidly, to no benefit to the Clackamas and Willamette Fall Indians. Hence the little success of Reverend A. Langlois, who consoled himself by the hope of the conversion of Walter Pomeroy, a pioneer carpenter who built the cathedral at Oregon City in 1845. On reaching the Clackamas Indian village, Reverend A. Langlois found the cross, erected in 1841, had disappeared. It had been cut down by order of the Methodist preacher Waller, to the great sorrow of the Indians. Yes, the cross, which shows the excess of the love of the Son of God for man. The cross, by which Jesus Christ, our blessed Redeemer, redeemed the world. The cross, made known from that of the 2 thieves by a miracle. The cross, shown to Constantine in heaven with the words, Hoc signo vinces. The cross, which converted the whole world from paganism, and which is a terror to the devils. The cross, whose sign shall appear at the last day. That cross is a scandal to the Methodist minister, Waller. He has it in horror, as the devils. He cannot bear the sight of it. He ordered it to be cut down, and pretended to teach the poor Indians Christ crucified, without showing them a cross. Great God! What subversion of ideas and judgment in the sect! What destruction of saving doctrine! What turning upside down of common good sense and true religion, rather unfortunately too well typified by the turning upside down of a table adorning the short belfry. Short faith of the Methodist churches. The Vicar General, in going to St. Paul to take the place of Reverend A. Langlois, taught catechism from May 1st to July 21st, on which day 18 persons made their first communion. Extremely great was the surprise of the Vicar General when at the end of June he saw Reverend M. Demers arriving at St. Paul from Whitby, which he had left with Reverend Baldock after 1 month of residence. That step had not been taken rashly, but on the most weighty reasons, which the Vicar General approved, and which it would take too long to explain here. Nevertheless, Reverend Baldock was ordered to go and pass the summer with Chief Slocum in order to learn the idiom. But the rumors of war induced him to return from Nisqually. the plan of the Whitby mission being postponed till the arrival of Father DeSmet. In its stead was announced that of opening a school at St. Paul in the fall. A second catechism begun by the Vicar General at St. Paul after the harvest was continued by Reverend Langlois, who on October 19th received 19 persons to their communions. The news came in October that 2 other Jesuit fathers, De Vos and Hawkins, sent from St. Louis by Father DeSmet, had arrived for the Flathead and Coeur d'Alene missions. They had come with a caravan of 700 souls. Dr. McLoughlin, on a second visit to St. Paul in October, approached the Holy Table on a Sunday at the head of a number of the faithful. On his return to Oregon City, the Vicar General accompanied him and chose a block for the church. Few weeks after, Walter Pomeroy, whose wife was Irish, came to St. Paul, made his profession of faith, had his marriage blessed, children baptized, and returned happy to the Tualatin Plains. The 17th of October was a day of great rejoicing at St. Paul on account of the solemn blessing of St. Joseph's College after Mass, chanted by the Vicar General before a large congregation. On that day there entered as boarders 30 boys, sons of the farmers, save one Indian boy, the son of a chief. Reverend A. Langlois was the director, Mr. King, principal and teacher of English, and Mr. Bilodeau, assistant and teacher of French. Several acres east of the college was seen in way of erection a building of 60 by 30 for the sisters, expected to arrive with Father DeSmet. Faithful to his promise of sending assistance, made in 1842, Sir George Simpson granted a passage in the canoe of the Hudson Bay Company to 5 men and 2 women who arrived with the brigade on November 28th. Reverend M. Demers, after attending Cowlitz with Reverend Baldock, left it to come and remain at Vancouver, which he left in the beginning of December to return to Cowlitz, and the Vicar General, leaving Reverend Langlois in charge of St. Paul, reached Vancouver December 21st to give the faithful of that place the festival of Midnight Mass, Christmas, and Circumcision. It was during this year that Honorable Peter H. Burnett, afterwards Governor of California, while attending Mass on Christmas Eve merely as a spectator, was so moved by the solemnity of the service that he became a zealous convert to the Catholic Church. Thus ended 1843. Erection of the Oregon Mission into a Vicariate Apostolic, December 1st, 1843. Whilst the missionaries of Oregon were doing their best to promote the spiritual interest of the mission confided to their care, the bishops of Quebec and Baltimore, looking further and to a greater solid good, and acting in concert, earnestly recommended the Holy See to erect their mission into a Vicariate Apostolic. The Holy See, acquiescing to their desires, erected said mission of Vicariate Apostolic by a brief of December 1st, 1843, and appointed the Vicar General, F.N. Blanchet, its Vicar Apostolic, with the title of Philadelphia. The Vicar General was far from expecting such a result so soon, the notice of which reached him but on November 4th, 1844, to his great surprise and sorrow. Missionary labors in 1844. In January 1844 at Vancouver, the Vicar General baptized 10 adults and blessed 8 marriages after 1 month of instruction. As the town, called Oregon City, contained in 1842 60 houses and 2 Catholic families, and had a good prospect of increasing, the Vicar General thought it was time to provide it with a missionary. And as the right man for the place was Reverend M. Demers, who was at Cowlitz, the Vicar General left Vancouver on February 19th for that mission, which he had not visited for a year and a half. On his way he visited several Indian lodges, baptized 2 children, one of whom was very sick, distributed biscuits to those who had been baptized before, and thereby made them and their parents happy. The Vicar General and Reverend M. Demers left Cowlitz on the 26th and arrived at Oregon City on the 1st of March, after a painful journey of 5 days. Reverend M. Demers, on his arrival, took possession of a house rented from Dr. Newell at $10 per month, and the Vicar General returned to Vancouver on the following day. Reverend M. Demers had arrived at Oregon City under strange circumstances. Brother Waller, having lost all credit among his countrymen, had left for parts unknown. March 3rd, being Sunday, he kept service before and after noon, and celebrated the first Mass ever said in the city. The chapel was found too small for the occasion. There was a fight at Oregon City on Monday, March 4th, between some Indians of the Molalla River and some Americans, in which one Indian was killed and 2 Americans wounded. They were both sent to Vancouver for treatment, and both died. G.W. Le Breton on the 7th, and the other on the 16th. Le Breton had become a convert to the Catholic faith at St. Paul in 1842, but, seeing he could not get the girl he expected, he withdrew gradually from the church and apostatized. During his short sickness, the Vicar General visited him often and used all his zeal to bring him back to repentance, but all in vain. He died a Protestant and was buried by Chief Factor Douglas. The fight was an unfortunate and disgraceful affair, brought on by the indiscretion of 2 white men. The Vicar General left Vancouver for Oregon City and St. Paul March 28th. Having settled some business for St. Joseph's College and the mission claim, which was surveyed by Jesse Applegate, and returning, reached Vancouver on April 3rd. April 5th, being Good Friday, Chief Factor Douglas assisted at the office and came down to the Adoration of the Cross with Governor McLoughlin. On returning to Cowlitz, the Vicar General baptized 7 Indian children on the Columbia and Cowlitz rivers, and gathering those formerly baptized, he gave them biscuits. He found Father Bolduc in good health. Some business having been attended to, he returned to Vancouver on the 24th. Leaving on the 27th for St. Paul, he sang High Mass at Oregon City on Sunday the 28th, reaching St. Paul on the following Tuesday with Father Demers, who, after visiting together, saw the mission saw and grist mills and the sisters' house in course of erection, returned home while the Vicar General remained until June 20th on business. On May 13th, he blessed and erected a high cross on the spot chosen for the new church to be built in 1846. On Sunday, June 9th, the procession of the Blessed Sacrament took place at St. Paul, which was made very solemn by the college scholars singing and performing figures before the Blessed Sacrament during the procession. Reverend M. Demers went on June 10th to administer to the brigades at Vancouver, which the Vicar General reached on June 22nd after an absence of 58 days. On July 12th, the Vicar General left Vancouver for Cowlitz and arrived there on Sunday 14th. He said a low Mass. On his return, he met in the Columbia River the English frigate La Modeste, Captain Bailey. The captain, being desirous of visiting the Willamette Valley, left Vancouver with the Vicar General, Chief Factor Douglas, and several officers of his staff for St. Paul. They all attended the High Mass on Sunday, July 21st, and seemed to be very much pleased to see such a service. They lodged at the college, where there had been on July 18th an examination of the pupils before a large assemblage, with great credit to the teachers and scholars. Leaving on Monday on a tour to the Upper Valley, Reverend M. Demers accompanied them. Reverend A. Langlois left St. Paul to pay a visit to the Jesuit father of the Rocky Mountains on July 28th. He returned on September 6th, much worn out by a journey of 42 days on horseback. He had his feet much swollen for a time. He returned with Father Mangarini on hearing of the arrival of Father DeSmet by sea. Father Josette, Zerbinati, and Soderini, 3 new Jesuit fathers, were sent from St. Louis to the Rocky Mountains this year. Arrival of Father DeSmet by sea. The long-expected return of Father DeSmet came at last. Leaving Anvers, Belgium, on January 9th, 1844, in a sailing vessel called l'Infatigable, he met with great dangers at Cape Horn, touched at Valparaiso and Callao, spent 4 days outside the bar waiting for a pilot, passed the bar on July 31st, running straight east through the South Channel, something never attempted before, and came to a pass of 2.5 fathoms of water, and arrived at Astoria in the evening. All who saw the course of the ship thought that she would be wrecked, the captain and passengers fearing the same. Father DeSmet arrived at Vancouver in a canoe on Sunday the 4th at 6 a.m., the ship arriving on the 6th. Father DeSmet was accompanied by 4 new fathers, Reverend Fathers Ravalli, Acalti, Nobili, Vercruis, some lay brothers, and 6 sisters of Notre Dame de Namur. The news of his arrival reaching the Vicar General at St. Paul on the 10th, he was at Vancouver on the following day, and the religious caravan reached St. Paul on the 17th and took up their quarters in the college. On Sunday the 18th, the Vicar General sang a high mass before an affluence of people, anxious to see the sisters and new fathers. On the following Thursday was sung a mass of thanksgiving. Father DeSmet took a land claim on Lac Ignace, and had in a few months a house built on the high land near the lake for the residence of his fathers. Father DeSmet started on October 6th for the Rocky Mountains, from which Father DeVos arrived at St. Paul on the 13th on horseback, bringing with him 2 lay brothers. The sisters entered into their convent on October 19th and had a mass celebrated in the interior chapel the following day. Fathers DeVos and Acalti entered their new house called Saint Ignace. On November 4th, 2 briefs arrived, one brief making the mission of Oregon into a vicariate apostolic, and the other brief appointing the Vicar General F.N. Blanchet to the position, with the title of Philadelphia, which on representation to Rome from Quebec was changed into that of Drassa on May 4, 1845. The addresses of his letters from Canada betraying his case, felicitations were tendered to the Vicar General, but he refused them for several days. His consultation being answered, it was useless to refuse, so he gave his consent on the 8th and made a resolution to go to Canada to receive his episcopal consecration from the Archbishop of Quebec, and hence to go and visit Rome. Reverend M. Demers was appointed Vicar General and administrator of the Vicariate Apostolic during the absence of the bishop-elect, by letters of November 25th. A mandate was issued, and on December 5th, 1844, the bishop-elect crossed the bar on board of the bark Columbia, Captain Duncan, en route for Canada via England. The Belgian bark, L'Infatigable, was detained by contrary winds until the following day. The fight at Oregon City, March 4th, 1844. Extract from the missionary report of the Vicar General in 1844 on the occasion. We arrived from Cowlitz to the Willamette Fall on March 2nd, after a painful journey of 5 days. After having installed the pastor of Oregon City into his house, I returned to Vancouver. I soon learned what a crowd assisted at the Mass and Vespers of the first Sunday, March 3rd. The evil one did not allow the missionary to enjoy long this fine outset, for the following day the human blood began to stream in a fight in which an Indian instantly succumbed, and 2 Americans were wounded. Alas, what a misfortune! What shall be the consequences? And for what that broil? For false reports? 1 Klickitat Indian had been killed, he, his 2 wives, and a baptized child, in the upper Clackamas River. Someone falsely accused the chief of the Molalles River Indians of the crime. A most certain report, even among the Indians, was that the massacre had been committed by 2 slaves whom their master had maltreated too much, and who had been seen returning to their land with the booty of their master. Dr. White, who gave credit to the first report, had promised a reward of $100 for the apprehension of said chief, living or dead. The chief of the Molallas did not ignore what had happened. Conscious of his innocence, but well armed, he had come to the town accompanied with 4 men. He crossed over to the Indian side. During that time there came the question to apprehend him. Dr. McLoughlin's store clerk remarked, "That Indian is a good man. You should not molest him. If you do, you will repent." No matter. The doctor's secretary, Le Breton, and a mulatto persisted, and asked him to surrender on his return. He refuses. They insist. He defends himself. The mulatto is ordered to shoot. The shot starts, and the Indian is wounded. He rushes on his aggressors, who run away. He was nearly overtaking the secretary, who, turning, seized the muzzle of the pistol with his right hand. The shot starts and enters and passes through his arm. The Indian staggers and falls, and the mulatto finishes him with the butt end of his gun. The 4 other Indians begin to shoot with guns or arrows. Americans come at the noise and return fire, but without catching them, and having 2 men wounded. The first, Le Breton, died in 3 days. There was found 2 balls in his elbow, and the wad further. The second died 12 days after from the shot of an arrow in the left arm. The shaft had been immediately drawn away, but the iron remained, which could not be extracted but after death. Both died in dreadful sufferings. It is probable that they were poisoned. The last was but a spectator. The greater part of the Americans did not know what was the matter. End of section 10. Section 11 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Letter of Reverend M. Demers to the Vicar General, Oregon City, March 6, 1844. Very Reverend Sir, I did not suffer myself to be intimidated by the affray of the other day. I heard the musket shots closely succeeding, but I made light of them, till I saw men running backward and forward in the streets, loading their pistols and carbines. I asked what it was. An Indian fight, was the answer. Le Breton has received 2 arrows, one in the arm and the other in the thigh, I think. There was such a confusion that 25 Indians, as brave and determined as they were, could have killed all the settlers. The Indians of the other side say that the deceased had come to have a talk with the whites in order to disculpate himself from the charge made against him. The mulatto, Winslow, on seeing him, said, "That is the man who would kill him." And for those who captured Dr. White had promised a reward of $100, which Le Breton has gained. I have seen the poor Indian. He was still breathing. But, oh barbarity, the Negro who said it was he who pierced his hat with a bullet did pierce him after he was dead. And in the morning his head had been found split and entirely separated above the forehead, and the brains still clung to the axe which had been the instrument of such savage cruelty. Heorendum est. In another letter of March 7th to the same, Reverend M. Demers adds, "The settlers seem to acknowledge they have been too quick in this unfortunate affair. But the unlucky deed is over. It is a true murder, based upon the extremely rash and unjustifiable action of poor Le Breton, who will pay dear for his apostasy and crime." The merit and glory of a historian is to be a true and faithful narrator of facts. If he fails in this, his veracity will be doubted in the most important points. This being so, what shall be thought of the History of Oregon by W. H. Gray, when all will learn how shamefully he has distorted and falsified the facts concerning the fight of March 4th. For it is false that the Indians of the vicinity of Oregon City made an attack on the town. It was by no means an attack. Not one of the Clackamas, nor of the Willamette Fall, but 5 of the Molalles only took part in the fight. It is false that the Indians commenced the fight. It is false that the chief was placed under guard and was killed when attempting to escape. It is false that the Indians made an attempt to destroy the people in town at Willamette Fall. It is false that there was any need to stir up the whole country to organize for defense, as all the Indian tribes were never so peaceable as they were then, having no reason to molest them, as their fisheries, hunting places, and camas prairies had not been taken away from them. It is false that the company had anything to fear from the Indians. If the fort was repaired, bastions built, and all other protective and defensive measures were completed, it was to defend itself against another kind of savageness. Missionary labors in 1845 and 1846. When the bishop-elect left for Canada, December 1844, the missionary stations were attended as follows: Cowlitz by Reverend A. Langlois, Fort Vancouver by Father Nobili, Oregon City by Father Acalti, St. Paul by Vicar General Demers, St. Joseph College by Reverend Z. Bolduc, and the Sisters by Father DeVos. According to the best calculation, the Indian population at that time numbered 110,000, of which 6,000 were Christians, about half of them being at the Rocky Mountains, and the remainder in the lower part of Oregon. The white Catholic population was about 1,000, of which 600 were in the Willamette Valley, 100 at Vancouver, 100 at Cowlitz, and the rest in the various trading posts. The Jesuit fathers had 4 missions at the Rocky Mountains in 1843, viz., St. Mary, St. Joseph, St. Peter, and St. Michael. The Coeur d'Alene was one of them. By a letter from Administrator Demers, dated October 8, 1845, and other notes, the bishop-elect learned the following. Father Nobili had left in June with the Brigade of the North for New Caledonia. Father DeSmet visited Lower Oregon at the end of June. Father DeVos had the care of Oregon City and Fort Vancouver, and Father Acalti was chaplain of the Sisters at St. Paul. The priest house was finished at Oregon City, and the church much advanced. The church built by Father Vericris at La Grande Prairie was soon to be blessed and open for divine service. Father Ravalli had left for the Rocky Mountains. 60,000 bricks had been burnt for the new church at St. Paul's. St. Joseph's College, containing 28 boarders, being too small, had been enlarged with a second story by its principal, Father Bolduc. The good religieuses of Notre Dame de Namur were overburdened with occupations in the care and teaching 42 little girls, and a chapel measuring 80 by 30 feet was in course of construction for them. The chapel at Oregon City was blessed and opened for divine service on Septuagesima Sunday, February 8, 1846, in the presence of a large concourse of Protestants. From that date, the church is full on Sundays, a number of people attending service through being desirous of seeing the impressive ceremonies of our church and hear the explanation of its dogmas. The cornerstone of St. Paul's brick church was blessed by Vicar General Demers on May 24, 1846, and the church was dedicated and opened for divine service on November 1st of the same year. It was the first brick building that was erected in the country, measuring 100 feet by 45, with wings or chapels of 20 feet. Its belfry shows the signs of our redemption and stood 84 feet from the ground. At Vancouver in 1845, Chief Factor Douglas having desired the erection of a Catholic church, one was put up and shingled. Governor McLoughlin was preparing to leave the Hudson Bay Company and retire to Oregon City. "I was forgetting to say a word or two about the political state of the country," says the Vicar General Demers. A provisory government had been established. Mr. George Abernathy is governor. The Hudson Bay Company joins in with the provisory government. Vancouver, Cowlitz, and Nisqually form a district, of which Chief Factor Douglas is the judge-in-chief. This vindicates and proves to be false the charges formerly made that said company was opposed to a provisory government. If the Hudson Bay Company opposed the establishment of a provisory government in 1841, no one could wonder or blame it, as Commodore Wilkes himself was opposed to it on the ground that it was premature. On the occasion of the foregoing, we wish to correct a great mistake made in a lecture by an eminent judge, saying of Very Reverend F. N. Blanchet and Reverend M. Demers that they were subjects of Great Britain, and their influence and teaching among the people was naturally in favor of the authority and interest of the Hudson Bay Company. They discouraged the early attempts at the formation of a settlers' government in the country. All this is entirely inaccurate. They, being British subjects, had nothing to do with their teaching, nor would naturally lead them to teach their people in favor of the authority and interest of a fur company. A higher sense of feeling than this was their rule. They had a conscience and a faith, nor did they ever discourage the early attempts of a settlers' government, either within or outside of their churches. When, during the meeting in June 1841, Vicar General Blanchet gave his opinion that it was too soon, that, as Commodore Wilkes was expected here, the committee should wait for his opinion, that step was by no means an act of opposition, but on the contrary, an act of prudence, which the Commodore approved of at St. Paul on June 7th, on the ground that the country was too young, and also on a later occasion when he begged that his name be erased from those of the committee. That was done in no sense of opposition, but for want of time. In a word, let all comprehend that the two Catholic missionaries understood too well the delicacy of their position in this new and unsettled country to commit such imprudent blunders. The Catholic Church was progressing at Oregon City under the teaching of Father DeVos, whose sermons were touching. On July 31st, he received the profession of faith from Dr. Long and Lady and Miss Cason. In 1846, the following became converts, viz., Honorable P. H. Burnett, June 7th, Miss Walter Rogers, August 3rd, Maria E. McLoughlin, Mrs. Widow Ray, October 4th, and in 1847, Fendel Carr Cason, February 28th, and W. Wood, aged 77 years, March 7th. St. Paul had also its converts in the persons of Mr. Johnson and a learned doctor and his lady, which were very edifying. No one dared to ask the doctor why he had returned to his ancestors' religion. 3,000 or 4,000 immigrants are expected this year. The good Dr. Long had the misfortune to get drowned while crossing the Clackamas River on horseback, 10 or 11 months after his conversion. His remains were buried in the enclosure of the Church of Oregon City by Father DeVos in the beginning of June or July 1846. Condition of the mission at the end of 1844. A deputation of Indians came down from New Caledonia to Vancouver in 1844 to call for a missionary. The number of priests not permitting their petition to be granted, they returned home sorrowful. Father DeSmet having brought some priests, Father Nobili started in 1845 for Caledonia. In 1846, another father went to assist him. Returning, they came back in the spring of 1847. Mostly all the Indian tribes of Caledonia had been instructed and baptized. At the end of 1844, after 6 years of efforts, disproportioned with the needs of the country, the vast mission of Oregon, on the eve of its being erected into a vicariate apostolic, had gained nearly all the Indian tribes of the Sound, Caledonia, and several of the Rocky Mountains and Lower Oregon. It had brought 6,000 pagans to the faith. 9 missions had been founded, 5 in Lower Oregon and 4 at the Rocky Mountains. 11 churches and chapels had been erected, 5 in Lower Oregon, 2 in Caledonia, and 4 at the Rocky Mountains. 1,000 Canadians, women, and children had been saved from the imminent peril of losing their faith. The schemes of the Protestant ministers had been fought and nearly annihilated, especially at Nisqually, Vancouver, Cascades, Clackamas, and Willamette Falls, so that a visitor came in 1844 and disbanded the whole Methodist mission and sold its property. The Catholic mission possessed 2 educational establishments, one for boys and the other for girls. The number of its missionaries had been raised from 8, 4 secular and 4 regular priests, to 15, without speaking of the treasure the mission had in the persons of the good religieuses of Notre-Dame de Namur. Such were the results obtained, in spite of the want of missionaries, which greatly impaired all their efforts. Bishop-elect journeyed to Canada, Rome, and returned to Oregon. The bark Columbia sailed from Astoria to Honolulu in 26 days. She stayed there 12 days, which the bishop-elect spent with the Piepus Fathers, who had a splendid stone church measuring 150 feet, a large congregation, and a beautiful Sunday service. The bark, leaving Honolulu on January 12, 1846, doubled Cape Horn March 5th and reached Deal, England, May 22nd. Being 5 months and 18 days from Astoria, the bishop-elect passed to Dover and from thence to London, where he remained for 10 days, the guest of Mr. l'Abbé Mailly, pastor of the French chapel in London. Embarking at Liverpool on June 4th, he reached Boston on the 19th and Montreal, Canada on the 24th. A few days after he arrived at Quebec, whose venerable church at that time was draped in mourning on the occasion of the burning of its suburb, Saint-Roch, a month before, and that of St. John a few days previous. Being unable to receive his episcopal consecration at Quebec, the bishop-elect determined to receive it at Montreal, with Bishop-elect Prince Coadjutor of Montreal, the ceremony having to take place on July 25th. The consecrator was the Jumet and Riret Bishop of Montreal. There were present on the occasion 5 bishops, besides the 2 elects, 150 priests, 50 other clerics, and an immense crowd of faithfuls. Canada had never witnessed a festival of such splendor before. It was in Canada that the Bishop of Philadelphia, in part, learned that his title had been changed into that of Drassa in May 7, 1844. After passing a month and a half in Canada, the Bishop of Drassa left for Boston July 12th, reached Liverpool, passed some days in London, went through Brighton, Dieppe, Rouen, and reached Paris on September 8th, taking his lodging at the Brothers of St. Jean de Dieu. The Bishop of Drassa had a great task to perform before returning to his vicariate, which was to obtain from Rome some assistant bishops, to look for new missionaries and new sisters, and collect funds to enable him to buy the requisites for his vicariate and pay the freight upon them, and also the passage of the missionaries. All this required much time and traveling and going backward and forward. Hence it took 12 months, from October 1845 to October 1846, to look for help and funds, followed by waiting nearly 5 months for a ship in which to return home. His first trip and visit was to Belgium in order to secure new religieuses of Notre-Dame de Namur. On his way he passed through Cambrai, Douai, Lille, Grand, Malines, and Brussels. All who heard of his mission became deeply interested in it. His second visit was to Rome. Leaving Paris on December 17th, he spent the festivals of Christmas at Marseille and reached the Holy City on January 5th, 1846. He soon obtained an audience and was received several times by His Holiness Pope Gregory XVI. The 4 months he passed in the Eternal City were well employed. He presented to the Sacred Congregation of the Propagation a memorial on the condition and wants of his vicariate. He visited the 4 great basilicas and other great churches and monuments. He descended to the catacombs several times and obtained the relics of 4 holy bodies of martyrs for his vicariate, viz. St. Jovian, St. Severin, St. Flavia, and St. Victoire. Leaving Rome on the 8th of May for Paris, he visited on his way Livorno, Genèse, Marseille, Avignon, Lyon, and Chalons. He stayed some days at Avignon and remained a week at Lyon, the guest of the Grand Seminaire. He had been allowed to address its 300 seminarists. 3 of them soon presented themselves for the mission of Oregon. They were B. Delorme, F. Verret, and J. F. Géant. He assisted on that occasion, on May 24th, to the Episcopal congregation of Monsignor Pavy, Bishop of Algiers. Having already visited the principal towns of Belgium with much success in 1845, the Bishop of Drassa directed his steps this year towards Prussia, Bavaria, and Austria. Leaving Paris June 17th, he went first to Liège and assisted on the 21st at the grand procession of Corpus Christi, at which were present 17 bishops, a large number of priests, and an immense religious crowd. It was the jubilee of the 6th century of the festival, which took its birth in the church of St. Martin. He then visited Verviers, Aix-la-Chapelle, Cologne, and next, in descending the Rhine, Bonn, Koblenz, Mayence, Frankfurt, Aschaffenburg, after which, passing through Würzburg and Donauwörth, he reached Munich, where he spent 8 days, the guest of the barefooted fathers of St. Augustine. And descending the Danube, he next visited Passau, Linz, and Vienna, where he remained 3 weeks, the guest of the Redemptorist fathers. On returning, he visited Augsburg and Strasbourg, where he remained a week, the guest of its illustrious bishop. And on August 21st, he was again in Paris, the guest of the Seminary of Foreign Missions. It was on his return to Paris that he learned his vicariate had been erected by briefs of July 24th, 1846, into an ecclesiastical province with the 3 sees of Oregon City, Walla Walla, and Vancouver Island, and that the vicar apostolic was called to the metropolis of Oregon City, Reverend A.M.A. Blanchet, canon of Montreal, to that of Walla Walla, and Vicar General Demers to that of Vancouver Island. In the course of his long rounds, the Bishop of Drassa met everywhere with the warm sympathies of nuncios, archbishops, bishops, pastors of churches, and the highest authority of each state. He was received in audience by their Majesties the King and Queen of Belgium, by His Majesty the King of Bavaria, by their I.M. the Emperor and Empress Mother, and His Highness the Archduke Louis of Austria, and 3 times by His Majesty Louis Philippe, King of France. The sympathies of King Louis Philippe for the great mission of Oregon prompted him to grant a free passage to the Archbishop and his missionary companions on the vessels of the Royal Navy, but this favor becoming impossible by unexpected circumstances, he ordered their Excellencies Mr. Guizot, Minister of the Interior, and Mr. Macau, Minister of the Marine, to pay each 7,200 francs as an indemnity for the expense the delay might put him to. This, added to the 3,000 francs the king had already given him on his return from the East, made the fine round sum of 17,800 francs received from the government. God bless la belle France for such a gift! The passage on the government vessel failing, the Oceanic Maritime Society came forward, offering a passage in October, but that failing, 3 Belgian vessels offered themselves, but were found too small to accommodate 22 passengers. The Oceanic Maritime Society then bought a vessel, which was expected to start at the end of December. On learning that, the Archbishop went to Namur, returning with the sisters to Paris on December 22nd. But that was a month too soon, as the vessel was not ready at that time. The missionaries had also their trouble of coming several times to Paris for departure and being obliged to return elsewhere to save town expenses. At last, the vessel leaving Havre for Brest on January 9, 1847, the Archbishop and missionaries left Paris on January 20th and reached Brest on the 23rd, but the vessel had not yet completed her cargo. It is but just to mention here that the pious Leopoldine Society of Vienne, the directors of the railroad in Belgium and France, and the Messagerie Royale gave a distinguished mark of their sympathies in favor of the Oregon mission, the first in tendering 4,000 florins, the second by granting the archbishop and sisters with their baggage a free pass on the railroad from Namur to Paris, and the last in allowing persons and baggage to pass at half fare from Paris to Brest. The bark was blessed and called L'Étoile du Matin by the archbishop on February 2nd in presence of a religious crowd. The wind being favorable, all went on board on the 10th, but on the following day, being a dead calm, all returned on shore. At last, after a month's delay at Brest, the L'Étoile du Matin, Captain Menez, put to sea on February 22nd, 1847. The religious colony she carried was composed of 22 persons, including the archbishop, viz. The 7 sisters of Notre-Dame de Namur, the 3 Jesuit fathers, Gates, Gazzoli, and Menestre, and 3 lay brothers, the 5 secular priests, Labat, McCormick, Delaveau, Pretot, and Véret, the 2 deacons, B. Delorme and J. F. Géol, and 1 cleric, T. Mesplis. The department of the sisters was pretty good. A long saloon and a long table was common to all. An altar had been fixed at the after part of the ship, whereon holy masses were celebrated every day on the relics of the 4 holy martyrs. Sunday and evening services on deck were very solemn and impressive. Prayer, reading, and study were the daily occupations of the missionaries. The beauties of the vast sea and of the spangled vault, especially of the southern, bright, starry firmament at night, were subjects of profound meditation on the powerful creating hands of God. The heavens show forth the glory of God, and the firmament declareth the work of his hands. Wonderful are the surges of the sea, wonderful is the Lord on high. Yes, 1,000 times yes, he who said to Simon, Thou art Peter, a rock, and upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it, is the same God, the Son of God, who made all things, and without whom was made nothing that was made. And yet, alas, there have been found pygmies and worms of the earth, men so perverse as, while believing the power of God in creating the heavens and earth, proudly and insultingly deny him the same efficient power in building his infallible church for the salvation of souls created to his own image and likeness, and who foolishly began a pretended reformation. Great God, what nonsense! What folly! What horrible blasphemy! The sailing of the bark was generally smooth, with the exception of 2 heavy storms. The first, which came on a sudden from the west, on the parallel of Rio Janeiro, and lasted 24 hours, carried the bark some 100 miles out of her course. It was a real tempest. The second one lasted 8 days, during which wind was very high and contrary, and the sea heavy, when turning from south to north in the Pacific. On both occasions the captain appeared very uneasy. The land of promise appeared at last on August 8th, and the bark arrived 12 miles of Cape Disappointment. She remained outside 5 days for want of a pilot and wind. At last, having been 5 months and 23 days from Brest, and under the pilotage of Reeves, she crossed the bar safely and entered the Columbia River late in the afternoon of August 13th, 1847, and cast anchor in Gray's Bay. Then it was that the missionaries, in their exceeding great joy, chanted a Te Deum, which the echoes of Cape Disappointment and the neighboring hills repeated with emulation. On the 17th of August, the L'Étoile du Matin got aground at the mouth of the Willamette, and on the 19th the sisters and the missionaries left her for St. Paul, which they reached on Saturday the 26th, late at night. The archbishop left her on the 25th, celebrated a mass in the cathedral at Oregon City on the 26th, reached Champoeg the following day, and from thence, accompanied by a large concourse of Catholics and Protestants, He entered the church at St. Paul vested with episcopal robe, mozzetta, crozier, and mitre. After the Te Deum and benediction of the Blessed Sacrament and appropriate words of the Archbishop, all retired happy. The bishop-elect had been 2 years and 7 months absent. End of section 11. Section 12 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rejoicings in the Archdiocese. Arrival of the Bishop of Walla Walla. Consecration of Bishop Demers. Condition of the dioceses. From the arrival of the Archbishop to the sad event which put the Catholic missions of Oregon upon a brink of their ruin, there was but festivities and rejoicings in the Archdiocese, especially at St. Paul. The presence of the Archbishop in the church, on his throne, with episcopal insignia, surrounded by a numerous clergy, the beauty of the chant, music, and solemnity of the service were drawing the faithful who could not be weary of contemplating the beauties of the house of God. On Sundays, August 29th and September 5th, the Archbishop mounted the pulpit and gave some details of his journey. On the third Sunday, he administered the sacrament of confirmation to a large number of persons. On the fourth Sunday, he made an ordination, raising Deacon Joel to the priesthood. On the fifth Sunday, he gave confirmation at Fort Vancouver. On the 6th, 7th, and 8th Sundays, he was at St. Francis Xaverius Mission of Cowlitz, where he remained 2 weeks, and which then contained 25 families, 186 souls, of whom 130 adults and 56 children and 74 communicants. He confirmed there 50 persons, celebrated High Mass on the second and third Sunday. The office before noon and afternoon was made solemn by the plain chant and the singing of French impressive canticles by the 2 choirs of men and women. He witnessed once more the successful efforts of the 2 first missionaries in teaching in the French missions the first couplet of a large number of French canticles, which were sung on Sundays and weekdays by the whites as well as by Indians in paddling their canoes. He was at St. Paul on the 9th Sunday, made an ordination in October 31st, that of Deacon Delorme to the priesthood. On the following day, All Saints, a pontifical high mass was celebrated with a solemnity as to chant, music, and ceremonies not witnessed before. In fine, the 30th of November, 1847, Feast of the Apostle St. Andrew, falling on a Tuesday, put the crown to all the previous festivities and rejoicings of the faithful by the episcopal consecration, which the Bishop-elect of Vancouver Island received in the Church of St. Paul on that day at the hands of the Archbishop, in the presence of numerous clergy and a large number of faithful. While the Archbishop was on sea, sailing for his archdiocese, the Bishop of Walla Walla, who was consecrated on September 27, 1846, left Montreal for St. Louis in March 1847, commencing from there a journey of 5 months in wagon on the plains. He reached Fort Walla Walla on September 5th, 7 days after the arrival of the Archbishop at St. Paul. He was accompanied with 9 persons, viz. 4 fathers, OMI, of Marseille, and 2 lay brothers, and 2 secular priests, Reverend Father Brouillet, V.G., of Walla Walla, Reverend Mr. Riasseau, and Guillaume Leclerc, a deacon. He was heartily received by the commandant of the fort, Mr. McBreen, and family, who were Catholics, and treated with his clergy with great attention and respect. By the arrivals from France and Canada, the ecclesiastical province of Oregon City possessed in the fall of 1847 3 bishops, 14 Jesuit fathers, 4 oblate fathers of M.J., 13 secular priests, including a deacon ordained in 1849, and a cleric, T. Mesplier, ordained in May 1850, 13 sisters, and 2 houses of education. The Archbishop started with 10 priests, including T. Mesplier, 2 Jesuit fathers at St. Ignace's residence, 13 sisters, and 2 educational houses. The Bishop of Walla Walla was starting with 3 secular priests, including a deacon, 4 oblate fathers of MJ, and 12 Jesuit fathers at the Rocky Mountains. The Bishop of Vancouver Island had not even 1 priest to accompany him to Victoria. Such was the situation on the eve of a most imminent danger. The whole mission of Oregon having been divided in 8 districts, the 3 seas comprised, to the Sea of Vancouver Island were attached the districts of New Caledonia and Prince Charlotte Island. To the Sea of Oregon City was attached the district of Nisqually. The Sea of Walla Walla were attached these districts of Colville and Fort Hall. On a later occasion, the Columbia River and Parallel 46 became the line of division between the dioceses of Oregon City and Nisqually, from the Pacific to the Rocky Mountains. The 3 seas and the districts attached to them contain numerous tribes of Indians, who had been visited several times by the Catholic missionaries and converted in great part to the Catholic faith. They were calling for priests since 1838. The time had arrived to see their earnest desires accomplished. This was to be the case of the Cayuses living on the Umatilla, their camp being 30 miles from another Cayuse camp situated on the Walla Walla, a few miles from the fort. The first camp was Catholic at heart, and their chief, Tamatoa, offered a home to the bishop. The Diocese of Walla Walla had this specialty, that it had already 3 Presbyterian missions, one at Waialatpu on the Walla Walla, among the Cayuses mentioned above, established in 1836 by Dr. Whitman, another at Lapwai on the Clearwater, 6 days' journey from the Walla Walla fort, established in 1836 among the Nez Perces by Minister Spalding, and the last established in 1838 by Mr. Ellis among the Spokanes. Hence the trouble, the bishop being regarded as an intruder. The object of the fathers, OMI, being the evangelization of the Indians, they left Fort Walla Walla with Father Richard, their superior, early in October to go and found a mission among the Indians of Yakima. The Bishop of Walla Walla left the fort with his clergy for the Catholic camp of the Cayuses on October 27th and reached the place the same day, a Saturday. The arrival of the Bishop of Walla Walla with his clergy to the fort was a thunderbolt to the Presbyterian ministers, especially to Dr. Whitman. He was wounded to the heart by it. He could not refrain from expressing his great dissatisfaction, saying he would do all in his power to thwart the bishop. Such was the situation of affairs, and the sad prospect of the bishop, on Sunday, November 28th, the eve of the terrible tragedy which brought the Catholic missions and its establishments in Oregon upon the brink of its ruin. For at the sight of the good already done and to be done by the army of the zealous missionaries just arrived, the devil, shaking with anger and rage, resolved to make his last efforts to utterly ruin the Catholic clergy on this coast. Hence the horrible drama. The Dr. Whitman and wife murder. The immigration of 1847 had brought dysentery and measles among the Protestant camp. 197 of them had succumbed to the epidemic. The Indians, already much displeased with their teacher, Dr. Whitman, for his lack of good faith and fidelity in his promises, suspected him of poisoning them. They were confirmed in their suspicion by the report of a certain half-breed of the place, called Joseph Lewis, raised in the eastern states, saying he had heard at night Dr. Whitman, his wife, and Minister Spalding speaking on the necessity to kill them in order to seize their lands, and adding, "If you don't kill them, you will be all dead next spring." Thereupon the death of Dr. Whitman was resolved. On Sunday the 28th, 6 other Indians were buried. On Monday the 29th, 1847, after having buried 3 others of their brethren, a certain number of them went to Dr. Whitman's establishment about 2 or 3 p.m. and entered his yard, carrying weapons concealed under their blankets. While the few men were busy, they began their work of destruction by butchering the doctor, his wife, and 8 other Americans that day. On Monday, November 30th, the Vicar General, having to go and baptize some sick children at the Protestant Cayuse camp, according to promise, he started and arrived there at 7 p.m. There it was that he heard of the atrocious drama. He passed the whole night awake. On the morning of December 1st, after baptizing the children, he went to the dreadful place of the massacre, consoled the woman kept in the doctor's house, washed the bodies and buried them with the assistance of a Frenchman called Stanfield, who had been spared, and all that in the presence of the murderers. And going once more to console the women, he started in haste in order to meet and save Minister Spaulding's life, who was coming on that day from the Cayuse camp to the doctor's house. Narrow escape of Mr. Spaulding. The lives of Father Brouillet, bishop, and clergy in great danger. The prisoners redeemed and carried to Oregon City by Chief Factor Ogden. Father Brouillet was much pained when, in starting, he saw one of the murderers following him with his interpreter, who was an Indian. He had barely made 3 miles when he observed the minister Spaulding coming in, who at once called for news. The Vicar General hesitates. The minister urges him. The Vicar General evades his questions and keeps an animated conversation with interpreter and murderer. He begs for mercy and the life of the minister. The murderer hesitates and says at last he must go and consult his friends, and forthwith starts at full speed. Then Father Brouillet reveals to Mr. Spaulding the horrors of the slaughterer, the subject of his conversation with the murderer, the object of his running back, and recommends him to take a determination at once if he wishes to save his life, as the murderer will soon return. Mr. Spaulding is struck with terror. He utters sad lamentations, asks many questions, and knows not what to resolve upon. He asks and receives provisions, and Father Brouillet leaves him still talking with the interpreter. At last he rushes to the forest at dusk in the evening. The Vicar General had scarcely made a few miles when he heard the racing trot of horses. They were 3 men, and gave vent to their great displeasure when they did not see Mr. Spaulding. From that day the life of Father Brouillet was not safe from danger. He was held responsible for the escape of the minister. That night he passed also without sleep. On Thursday, December 2nd, he reached the young chief Tamato'i camp early. On learning the atrocious deed, the bishop and clergy and the whole camp were struck with consternation. A few days after, an express arrived from Fort Walla Walla informing the bishop that his life and the lives of the priests were in great danger on the part of a certain number of Indians who could not forgive Father Brouillet for having deprived them of the chance of adding another victim to the 10 first ones. On the 3rd, the bishop assembled the chiefs, expressed the deep pain and sorrow he felt at the enormous crime, and recommended them earnestly to use their influence in order to save the widows and orphans. The chiefs answered that they had no hand in the massacre, and would use their influence to save the lives of the captives. A few days later, a young man who stayed in the doctor's mill 20 miles distant was also killed. The rest had the chance to escape. On the 10th, the 2 sick men who were spared on the day of extermination were drawn from their beds and cruelly massacred. On the 11th, one of the captives was carried away to the tent of one of the chiefs. On December 16th, the bishop received a letter dated 10th from Mr. Spaulding, relating the hardships of his 6 days traveling but at night, partly on foot, begging him to tell the Indians that the Americans would not make war, and the Americans not to come for revenge, and to send his letter to the governor. On December 20th, the great and subaltern chiefs repaired to the bishop's house to hold a council before him and his clergy, in which, after a long talk and deliberations, a manifesto was drawn and given to the bishop to be sent to the governor with a letter from him. The bishop availed himself of the occasion to recommend once more and earnestly that they who had carried away some of the captives to return them without delay. As soon as the sad tidings of the Willamette massacre had reached Fort Vancouver, Chief Factor Ogden, knowing the importance of a prompt action, started without delay to come to the help and rescue of the captives. On reaching Fort Walla Walla on December 19th, he sent an express to notify all the chiefs to come and assemble at the fort. On a first invitation, the bishop begged to be excused. On a second, he came down with his clergy. The assembly took place on December 23rd. Chief Factor Ogden strongly deprecated the horrible massacre, threw the blame on the chiefs for not restraining the young men, and said he did not come on the part of the Americans, but only on the part of the Hudson Bay Company. He would not promise peace, but would employ his influence to obtain it, that he had come to redeem the prisoners, and expected he had not come in vain. The chiefs answered him that in consideration of his age, white hairs, and the assurance that he was unable to deceive them, they would grant his request. The Nez Perces chiefs consented to release Mr. Spalding, his family, and other Americans held as hostages. On December 29th, the prisoners of Willamette, 51 in all, arrived at the fort. Those of Lapwai, 11 in all, arrived on January 1st, 1848, under an escort of 50 warriors. A high price was paid for all the captives. The following day was fixed for the departure, now most urgent on account of the strange rumors which circulated among the Indians that the Americans were at the Dalles coming for a revenge, which rumors might in a moment make the Indians change their minds and try to keep the prisoners as hostages. The bishop accepted a passage on the boats. He was accompanied by Reverend Mr. Rousseau and by Father Richard, OMI. In spite of all the diligence made by Chief Factor Ogden, the boats ventured into the stream but at 2 p.m., just in time to escape the 50 Cayuse warriors who arrived scarcely an hour afterwards to kill Mr. Spalding, and no doubt keep the others as hostages. At the Dalles, the minister Spalding showed the true spirit which animated him towards the Indians, quite different from that expressed in his letter to the Bishop of Walla Walla, in urging Major Lee to go in haste in order to take them by surprise, and in designing to Major Magone those who deserved death, with the exception of 5 or 6 to be spared. The boats reached Fort Vancouver on January 8th. On the 10th, Chief Factor Ogden delivered the prisoners to the governor at Oregon City with the letter of Mr. Spalding to the bishop, the manifesto of the chiefs, accompanied by the bishop's letter to the governor. The editors of the Oregon Spectator would publish but a part of Mr. Spalding's letter, but Mr. Ogden, saying, must publish all or nothing, they consented, but with much repugnance. On January 15th, the Bishop of Walla Walla, after hard trials and imminent dangers, arrived safe at St. Paul, the residence of his brother, the Archbishop of Oregon City. After the bishop's departure, the Vicar General Brouillet left Fort Walla Walla and returned to Umatilla with Mr. Leclerc. He remained there till February 20th, in the midst of thousands of rumors of troops at the Dalles, of battles, and of villages being burnt. He had promised the Cayuses of his mission to remain with them as long as the peace would last. So he did, in spite of many dangers on the part both of the Indians and the Americans. The first fight with the Americans having taken place on February 19th, he thought he was disengaged from his word and left the following day for Fort Walla Walla. But the Indians were so displeased with his departure that they plundered his house and set it on fire. And as the commissioners called by the chiefs to treat on the peace were leaving on March 13th, he availed himself of the occasion to go down with his companion. He was accompanied by the Reverend Fathers Charus, Pandosi, and others of the Yakima mission, all en route for St. Paul of Willamette. Effects of the murder and war upon the Catholic and Protestant missions. The murder of Dr. Whitman and others had the effect of bringing in imminent danger the lives of the bishop and his clergy. The war which followed brought the Cayuse mission to an end, only for a short time, For a few months after, the Cayuses of Umatilla recalled their priests, and the bishop started from Vancouver January 4th, 1848, to return to them. He reached the Dalles when he was forbidden to go further by Mr. Lee, superintendent of Indian affairs, and he began a mission at the Dalles, which was a part of his diocese. The Oblate Fathers returned unmolested to the Yakima mission about the same time. Very different were the effects of the murder and war upon the Presbyterian missions of Wailatpu, Lapwai, and Spokane. They had for effects their total destruction forever. For not only no Indians recalled their ministers, but none of them would have been safe there. Knowing this, the ministers Ellis and Walker hastened to leave their Spokane mission at the beginning of the war under a strong escort. Black ingratitude and infamous calumnies of Mr. Spalding. The Catholic Church is in danger in Lower Oregon. A petition to the legislature against the priests. The loss of the ministers and their friends was too great not to be deeply felt. To their grief succeeded fits of anger, which they discharged upon the bishop and his clergy. The minister Spalding, shutting his soul to all the noble sentiments of gratitude and forgetting all its duties, accused the bishop and his clergy of having been the instigators of the horrible massacre. He published in the Oregon American of 1848 an incorrect history of it, containing 16 calumnious charges. Father Brouillet, in giving a true history of the massacre, boldly refuted the charges in a pamphlet of 107 pages, published by the Freeman's Journal in 1853, and republished by the Catholic Sentinel in 1869. But the orally malicious charges of the minister from the beginning had already produced the evil fruits of deep and fatal impressions, and the excitement became so great that the volunteers in starting said that their first shots would be for the bishop and his priests, and that for several months the Catholic churches and establishments in the Willamette Valley were in the greatest danger of being burnt down. But not satisfied with that, the ministers became jealous in seeing the Jesuit fathers safe and quiet among the Indians at the Rocky Mountains, the Oblate Fathers returning to their mission at Yakima, and the bishop attending the prayers of the Umatilla Indians en route for that mission while they could not return. This being too much, they conceived the plan of a petition to be drawn up and largely signed, repeating the infamous charges, and to be sent to the legislature. It was presented, but by that time the good common sense of the people had made them right. 2/3 of the legislature voted against it, and the officers of the army, their soldiers and the volunteers, becoming better acquainted with the true facts on reaching the seat of war, did homage to the truth in acknowledging the honorable and loyal conduct of the bishop and his clergy. Father Brouillet's pamphlet in 1848, 1857, 1869, and 1871. Charges renewed in 1869 and 1871, and answered in 1872. To those who never read Father Brouillet's pamphlet, made in 1848 and published in 1853, and who desire to know its contents, we give the title of its 5 chapters, viz. 1. The remote and immediate causes which led to the Whitman massacre. 2. Documentary evidence proving the foregoing assertion. 3. Review of the evidence adduced in the foregoing chapter. 4. Journal of the principal events that occurred in the Walla Walla country, from the arrival of the bishop and his clergy until the moment they left for the Willamette Valley. Letter of Father Brouillet from Fort Walla Walla, March 2, 1848, to Colonel Gilliam. Letter of H. Spalding from Clearwater, December 10, 1847, to the Bishop of Walla Walla. Meeting of the chiefs at the bishop's house, and their manifesto. Arrival of Chief Factor Ogden and redemption of the captives. The bishop at the Dalles en route for Umatilla. 5. Summary of the principal accusations made by Mr. Spalding against the Catholic clergy of Walla Walla, with an answer to each of them. But this was not the end of the trouble. The charges were renewed, this time not by one minister only, nor presented only to a territorial legislature for action, but by an army of ministers, and presented by them for action to the highest authority in the country, the Senate. For as the infamous and malicious charges made by H. Spalding against the Catholic clergy of Walla Walla had reached the various Protestant sects of Oregon and the eastern states, and were believed by them as gospel truths, and whereas, hostile to each other in principles, they were always ready to join together in an assault on the old Mother Church, they availed themselves of a chance of showing their hatred to her 22 years after the massacre on the following occasion. In 1857, a special agent of the Treasury Department, J. Ross Brown, was sent to the far west to make a report on the condition of the Aborigines and the potent causes of war between them and the white settlers. On finding that Father Brouillet's pamphlet was an important document on the subject, he embodied it in his report, which the U.S. Congress published as Executive Document No. 38, 1859. The fact remained unnoticed for 10 years, till on a sudden, during the year 1869, it drew the attention of 7 Protestant associations, or sects, in Oregon, and 3 in the eastern states, and greatly aroused their ire because it severely reflected upon the devoted missionaries of the American Board. Hence, the many resolutions of each sect severely blaming the action of the Senate, calling Father Brouillet's pamphlet a libel on Oregon's history and a gross and malicious calumny, endorsing the most infamous charges of H. Spalding, and ascertaining them as if, after a lapse of 22 years, and so far from the spot, they had been eye-witnesses and had seen and heard all. Whereas Colonel Gilliam, his soldiers, and the volunteers on the spot 2 months after the massacre, becoming better acquainted with the facts, had exonerated the bishop and his clergy from all blame, which the legislature did also in December 1848, by rejecting the petition, repeating the charges, and demanding the expulsion of the priests from the Indian country. The action of these 10 Protestant sects having been embodied in a pamphlet of 81 pages, the same was passed by Mr. Spalding to Mr. A. B. Meacham, Superintendent Indian Affairs in Oregon, and passed by him to Mr. Delano, Secretary of the Interior, who presented it to the Senate on February 8, 1871, and is known as Executive Document No. 37, 1871. This Executive Document No. 37, 1871, was ably answered and victoriously refuted in 1872 by Father Brouillet and the Catholic world, by the first in a pamphlet of 18 pages in double column, which the Catholic Sentinel reproduced in July and August 1872, and wherein he declares unreliable and malicious the evidences of the 10 churches, and proves that point of evidence under the following heads. 1. Falsification of official reports. 2. Falsification of depositions. 3. Falsification of quotations. 4. Falsity of statements, by the second in an article of 18 pages in double column, to be found in the magazine of February 1872, wherein it says of the Executive Document No. 37, 1871, quote, "We have had recently placed before us an official document printed at the public expense for the edification of the United States Senate, and no doubt widely circulated throughout the Union under the convenient frank of many pious members of Congress, in which are reproduced calumnies so gross and falsehoods so glaring that we consider it our duty not only to call public attention to it, but demand from our rulers at Washington by what right and authority they print and circulate under official form a tissue of falsifications, misrepresentations, and even forgeries against the religion and the ministers of that religion which is professed by 5 or 6 millions of free American citizens." End quote. We give here below as a curiosity the strange names of the 10 churches or associations mentioned above, viz., the Oregon Presbytery of the United Presbyterian Church, the Oregon Presbytery of the Cumberland Presbyterian Church, the Oregon Presbytery of the United Presbyterian Church, the Congregational Association of Oregon, the Oregon Annual Conference of the Methodist Episcopal Church, the Pleasant Butte Baptist Church of Oregon, the Christian Brotherhood of the State of Oregon, the Steuben Presbytery of the Presbyterian Church, New York, the Citizens of Steuben, Allegheny, and Chemung Counties, New York, the Citizens of Oberlin, Ohio. Of these associations and hundreds of self-established churches which obstinately and so constantly fight against the old Mother Church of Christ, we would say, if these would allow to God as much wisdom and sense as to a man willing to build a high fabric, they would understand that He who made the heavens and earth so perfect and so lasting for the sole enjoyment of man must have made most perfect and lasting, that is, infallible, His church made for a higher object, the salvation of souls so dear to Him. Therefore, no need of the so-called Reformation. Therefore, the teaching of that ark is the sin of Oza. It brings death and damnation. An Indian understands that at once, made tangible to him on the Catholic ladder. End of section 12. Section 13 of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chronological Notes. 1847. Reverend P. McCormick takes charge, Oregon City, September 6th, and Reverend B. Delorme of St. Louis, French Prairie, on November 3rd. The news of Dr. Whitman's murder reaches Oregon City on December 8th and is communicated to the legislature the following day. 1848. The Bishop of Walla Walla arrives at St. Paul on January 15th. Mission of Reverend V.E. Delaveau to Fort Vancouver, February 1st. The Archbishop confirms 23 persons at Oregon City, February 13th. The 3 bishops, availing themselves of the chance of their reunion at St. Paul with a large number of clergymen, hold the first Provincial Council of Oregon City in that church in February 28th, 29th, and March 1st, in which regulations for discipline and 16 decrees were made, which received later the approbation of the Holy See. On March 12th, Bishop Demers leaves Fort Vancouver with the Spring Express for Walla Walla, Colville, and the Rocky Mountains, en route for Canada and Europe, in order to raise funds and look for missionaries for his diocese. On May 4th, 1852, he was at Oregon City en route for Victoria, while the Archbishop was assisting at the First Plenary Council at Baltimore. Reverend J.F. Jeol is sent to Cowlitz for the Nisqually Mission, March 19th. The Bishop of Walla Walla celebrates pontifically at St. Paul on Easter Sunday, April 23rd. Mission of Reverend F. Verre to the Sound, May 8th. Bishop of Walla Walla leaves Vancouver June 4th for his mission of Umatilla. Arrived at the Dalles, being forbidden by the Superintendent Indian Affairs to go further, he establishes the Dalles Mission of St. Peter. On August 23rd, admission of the Fathers OMI by the Archbishop in the district of Nisqually to attend the Indians of the Sound. They established their mother house a mile from Olympia, and from thence visited the Indians of the Bay. On September 12th, 4 Sisters of Notre Dame arrive at Oregon City for a residence. They occupy the presbytery and open their school on the 15th. Reverend J. Leonet and Father Lamfrey, OMI, arrive over the plains in October. The Archbishop leaves St. Paul for his residence at Oregon City on December 21st. He passes a month at Mr. McKinley's and rents a house from Mr. Pomeroy for the rest of the winter. Reverend J. Leonet is sent December 28th to establish a mission at Astoria. Instead of that, he establishes it on the other side of the Columbia, on a land which he cultivates. The admission of the Oblate Fathers in the district of Nisqually, August 23, 1848, having for object the care of the Indians on the Sound, Reverend Father Véret was recalled from the Bay and put in charge of St. Paul's in the beginning of September, same year. 1849. Reverend A. Langlois leaves Oregon for California in January. General Lane, first governor of the territory, arrives at Oregon City on March 9th. Same day, Father Lamfrey is sent to Victoria during the absence of Bishop Demers. A large brigade, composed of families of St. Paul, St. Louis, and Vancouver, starts on May 19th with Reverend B. Delorme for the California mines discovered in 1848. Arrived on the spot, a burning fever decimates them. 40 are carried away by the epidemic, viz. 20 heads of families, 13 single men and boys, 4 women, and some children. Father Delorme, exhausted with fatigue, is also seized by the fever and barely escapes the danger. St. Joseph College, St. Paul is closed in June in consequence of the California mines. On Saturday, June 9th, the Sisters of Notre Dame of Oregon City enter their new large house built on a block given them by Dr. McLoughlin. On the following day, the Archbishop blesses it and celebrates the first Mass in its chapel. Deacon G. Leclerc is raised to the priesthood on October 21st. Reverend B. Delorme returns from California by sea and arrives December 26th. A picket of soldiers under the command of Colonel Backentoss passes the winter at Oregon City. Mrs. Backentoss becomes a convert to the faith and is baptized with all her children by the Archbishop. 1850. The murder of Dr. Whitman and others had brought war against the Cayuse tribe. It lasted 2 years, 1848 and 1849, without catching one of the murderers. And while it caused the fall of the Presbyterian missions, it had the effect of increasing those of the Catholics by the establishment of St. Peter's at the Dalles, and converting 5 supposed Cayuse murderers from Presbyterianism to Catholicism. For the civil authorities absolutely requiring the extradition of the murderers, the Cayuse chiefs found at last 5 men who consented to go down, not as guilty, but to have a talk with the whites and explain all about the murderers, 10 in number, who were no more and who had been killed by the whites, the Cayuses, and all were dead. Sent by the chiefs on this message, they expected to return home. They were delivered to Governor Lane early in the spring, brought down to Oregon City, and kept as prisoners. Their trial took place. Notwithstanding, the prisoners were predoomed to death, says the River of the West. Therefore it was a sham trial which deceived no one, and they were sentenced, May 27th, to be hung. The execution took place on June 3rd at 2 p.m. before an immense crowd. On hearing their sentence, their thoughts were to save their souls and call for the priest. The Archbishop went to see them without delay and continued to go twice a day to teach them and prepare them for baptism and death. The minister Spalding went early to see them, but they refused to hear him and pray with him. Such were the fruits of the 11 years of the doctor's teaching. They call the priest. Had the priest counseled them to murder the doctor, it would have been to assail them with reproaches. On the eve of their death, the old chief Kilokite and his 4 companions made a declaration in duplicate before Henry H. Crawford, Sergeant, Company D, RMR, and Robert D. Mahan, Corporal, Company A, RMR, declaring, the first, that he was opposed, his 2 sons took part and were killed. The second, that he was absent and came the day after. The third, that he saw the dead, did not participate, and was sorry. The 4th and 5th, that they are innocent and die for nothing. All declaring the priests never counseled the crime. See Catholic Sentinel, April 20th and 27th, 1872, for full account. On the forenoon of June 3rd, new questions were made to the same effect. On that day they heard a low mass, after which they received the sacraments of baptism and confirmation. At 2 p.m., the Archbishop, assisted by the Reverend F. Verret, now a Jesuit, accompanied them to the scaffold, where the prayers for the dying were recited. Touching words of encouragement were addressed to them on the moment of being swung into the air. Onward, onward to heaven, children. Into thy hands, O Lord Jesus, I commend my spirit. There is a shameful omission to be found in the River of the West as to how they died, Presbyterians, infidels, or Catholics. A shameful and false charge is found there also against the youngest of the five, of having been cruel to Joseph Meek's little girl at the time of the massacre, which is as true as the ridiculous story made by the marshal himself, saying, "One of them on the scaffold begged me to kill him with my knife." A calumnious falsehood. The truth is that the old chief Kilokite proudly refused to let his hands be tied, but upon the archbishop showing him the crucifix, he became resigned and kept silence. That is one of the many inaccuracies to be found in the River of the West. The following fact, so honorable to the citizens of Oregon City and all who joined with them, should not be omitted, that on hearing of the innocence of the 5 Cayuse prisoners, they began to circulate a petition to get them a respite. Their sympathies increased much more on learning their declaration, but the governor being absent, there was no one to sign it. Reverend T. Mesplier was ordained a priest on May 25th. In answer to the request of the bishops assembled in council at St. Paul's in 1848, there arrived from Rome on September 29th briefs bearing the date of May 31st to the effect of creating the district of Nisqually into a diocese and transferring the Bishop of Walla Walla to that see, and suppressing the Diocese of Walla Walla and passing its administration and those of the districts of Colville and Fort Hall to the Archbishop, in consequence of which the Bishop of Nisqually leaves the Dalles, visits St. Francis Xavier Mission of Cowlitz, and on October 27th fixes his residence at Fort Vancouver. Having thus brought our history of the Catholic Church in Oregon down to the present establishment of the 3 sees of Oregon City, Nisqually, and Vancouver Island, we close our sketches. End of section 13. End of Historical Sketches of the Catholic Church in Oregon during the past 40 years by Francis Norbert Blanchet. Read by Carol Pelster.